Chapter 21. Naruto sighed as he looked out over the ocean at dawn. Their vacation was only meant to be 2 days, but had turned into a full week of lazing about or partying. Only now, finally deciding to get up and get back to work, the group found themselves on a boat borrowed from a man in Wave and navigating to where Karen and Tayuya remembered the Southern Sound base was located. Hinata was tagging along for Jujutsu backup, while Ino was pulling Koyuki duty. This early in the morning, however, Naruto was alone at the bow while Tayuya and Karen navigated their way. On the horizon he could just make out an island with jagged rocks pointed at the sky like demonic fingers. That was most likely their target. Hinata quietly made her way next to him, staring out over the sea in silence while the sky transitioned from dark purple to a mix of orange, yellow, and blue. "Have you thought up a plan?" Much like her, the question was quiet. Naruto nodded. "Tayuya says this early in the morning no guards will be outside. So I'm going to spam clones and have them transform and infiltrate the base. Think you can scout with your eyes and give me an idea of how many enemies we have to worry about?" "Of course." "Good, then I'll neutralize them and they will set about freeing prisoners and giving them their options. Karen says there are records here she'll want to raid, might have information on other bases or prisoner movements. Sounds like this should be quick, with any luck." Here Naruto turned to her and grinned. "If it's luck, then we've got this in the bag." Watching the sea breeze tussle her hair as she smiled in return, Naruto had the urge to reach out and hold her hand. So he did. Calmly take her on of her hands into his own, his smile became softer. "Thank you, for being here through all of this." Blush blooming on her face, Hinata could do nothing but nod. He was holding her hand, he was touching her. If they didn't have a mission to complete she could pass out happy right now. "Oh of course, Naruto. I meant it, I want to be by your side." That she wanted to be so much more went without saying. Her dreams lately had been much more spicy in nature. "Well, you're welcome to be here, for as long as you want." Behind them in the wheelhouse Karen and Tayuya watched quietly. Karen with a smile while the look on Tayuya's face was something more pensive. Karen noticed this and hip-checked her friend. "Maybe you could just talk to him? I don't do mushy. Start with something he can help you with, like the seal." Maybe. Now's not the time. You're making excuses." Turning to walk out and join the others, Karen turned red eyes towards Tayuya. "He's not Orochimaru, or Kabuto." Leaving, the shorter girl jumped and latched onto Naruto's back with a laugh. Naruto and Hinata joined her, sharing a joke while their hands parted. Tayuya watched the scene in silence while she considered her own options. She hadn't considered she could have the seal removed. This lasting mark that showed Orochimaru owned her. If that could be removed, then what? Shaking her head and noticing they were within spitting distance of the shore, she cut the engine and let the boat coast its way towards beaching itself on the shoreline. Naruto turned back towards the other Uzumaki. "So I'm gonna infiltrate with clones and take down whoever stands in the way. Quietly. I don't want them panicking and killing prisoners." He didn't want everyone thinking he only had explosives to use after all. Karen nodded. "There's an entrance just past that outcropping ahead, and another on the other side of the island under a false rock." Hinata had her Byakugan active, eyes scanning back and forth rapidly. "I see 14 guards, they don't seem like ninja but they're all armed." "I don't see any ninja at all actually. But there are a lot of prisoners, like really a lot." It didn't make much sense here. Why have so many prisoners but so few guards? That was asking for a prison break. There were what looked like a couple thousand people below their feet. Tayuya frowned. "They must have raided somewhere recently. There were no more than a couple hundred prisoners here last time I was through here." Naruto shrugged and made his seal. "Doesn't matter, we're freeing them." Making clones a dozen at a time to keep the chakra flares low, the clones would salute and transform into some type of insect before flying off. Karen grabbed Tayuya and hopped out of the boat to the rocky beach. "We can get to the other entrance, it's closer to the warden's office where records would be stored." Naruto nodded and made a dozen clones to specifically aid them. Within a breath they were gone and dashing to the other side of the small island. Hinata watched quietly as the Narutos found the entrance and made their way inside. "The facility is massive, Naruto, but I don't see any major traps or seals in place. Looks like the only thing protecting it was that no one knew it was here. So close to Wave it's amazing no one figured it out. But I guess with Wave not having ninja and Konoha having priorities elsewhere it makes sense." Naruto made another brace of clones before instructing them not to transform, just head in. By now the previous clones will have started to take down guards. Hinata nodded, watching as several guards were either taken down silently with kunai or in one case where a guard was getting handy with a female prisoner, that particular Naruto clone brutally twisted his neck. All but one of the guards is down for good. Naruto nodded and motioned for them to go. "Let's get inside then. Is there any large gathering space?" Hinata nodded. "Yes. Once you get towards the center, the entire base opens up into a gigantic open room. We can gather people there for extraction. Naruto nodded and formed a single clone with new directions and had it dispel. The clones were to give the prisoners their options for how they wanted to leave, keeping it vague in case people wanted to go their own way. From there he and Hinata dashed inside, Hinata directing him through torch-lit hallways and down stairwells. They passed a few sound guard corpses before they opened out into the dark and dank space that she had mentioned. So far down and deep below the waterline, it probably could have fit Konoha's Hokage tower, but now the room was filling with people who were being directed by Naruto clones. Sighing at the ragged state of everyone he could see, their work was cut out for them it seemed. Making 2 clones while Hinata continued to scan for threats, he turned to them. You go to Koyuki, let her know we hopefully have incoming refugees. Pointing at one that saluted and flashed away, then turned to the other, you head to Wave, let Tsunami and Tazuna know the same. On it, boss. It too flashed away. With a grimace, Naruto then began to make hundreds of clones at a time, spacing them out because he had to make sure they had the extra chakra to make a Hiraishin jump with a passenger. Hey Kyubi, might need a hand here. There were easily a few thousand people here. Guess Hinata was right about there being a lot of prisoners. That was way more than expected, and they weren't going to fit on the little fishing boat they had borrowed. Grumbling but sending out a tendril of chakra, the Kyubi complied. I told you, little monkey, for this you need not ask. It's Naruto, you grump, get it right? The Kyubi considered that. The boy had been true to his word, and was doing his best to keep his actions honorable. Perhaps, I have a name as well, Kurama. Address me as such. Naruto. Sure thing, Kurama. Not hiding his surprise at all, Naruto reminded himself that he needed to have a sit-down with the Kaino, Kurama one day soon. Continuing to make clones who would pair off with a prisoner and explain their options to them, he could already see some of them flashing away. Hinata finally pointed down towards the middle of the space where a clone was holding a bleeding man on the ground. The guard was missing his legs below the knee and raging at the clone. Nodding at each other, they both jumped over the rail and descended to see what the issue was. Naruto came forward first as they hit the ground, drawing the attention of everyone in the immediate area. What's the deal? I thought I gave orders to neutralize all of them. The clone turned back with a frown on its face. This here is the warden. He's been a little extra when some of the prisoners. Thought you might want to give him a special send-off. Clone tossing a new seal on the man's back, he groaned as his chakra was locked away and he was paralyzed. Naruto himself, however, got the full force of this clone's memories. And none of it was pretty. What the prisoners described about this guy made Naruto want to drag a rusty kunai through his gut. Someone, a woman who was holding torn rags around her frame, stepped forward. Malnourished and thin, hair graying in some spots, Naruto gave her his attention. Is it true? You're giving us options to go wherever we wish? Naruto shrugged while looking around at the sea of faces watching him. There were no ninja here. Just civilians that had been caught in the crossfire, most likely of one conflict or another. This was the ninja world right now. More worried about themselves than the lives they trampled on. He wanted to change it, even if he could only do so this small bit at a time. He amplified his voice with a little wind chakra and made sure to make eye contact with the woman and many of the others around her. I can't take you just anywhere, but I am giving you choices. There's a place to the north. You'll be far away from wars and conflicts. It's quiet, most likely you'll be farming or something, but it's peaceful. Or I can take you somewhere I'm rebuilding, a chance at a new home we can build together. Something for us, the people this world tramples on. Conflict may come, but I vow to protect each and every one of you who decides to stay. The last thing I can do is drop you off somewhere in Hino-kuni near a village or town and you can find your own way from there. But the choice is yours, I won't pressure any of you. Scanning his gaze across everyone gathered, he smiled slightly as several bowed before speaking to clones and being flashed away. Below him the man struggled to look at him, groaning in pain. He was very fat, bald, and if Naruto had to guess, hadn't had to struggle for much in a long time. You think you can get away with this? Naruto nodded. Kinda already have, buddy. Watching the space empty out quickly after making his announcement, he made a single clone and unsealed a V2. Handing the bomb scroll over to the clone, the doppelganger saluted and walked to the middle of the space to wait. Naruto sighed. Remember, 1 hour. Got it, boss, 1 hour. Naruto just sighed as Hinata tapped his shoulder. Karen and Tayuya are done and returning to the surface. Okay, that's our plan too. Seeing the last of the prisoners being whisked away, Naruto turned to the warden. Taking out a kunai, he considered the downed man for a moment. Ha, going to torture me? Some man of justice you are? Flipping the kunai to the clone just in case, Naruto shook his head. You aren't worth the time, old man. Jumping away with Hinata, they left the lone guard to his fate. As Naruto and Hinata returned to the surface to board the boat, they helped the others push it back off the beach and out to sea. They had another stop to make. Far away to the north, Koyuki and Sandeo were watching over villagers and staff helping process and aid prisoners that had been brought to them by Naruto's clones. Sandeo turned to his daimyo. Seems Naruto was quick to get started on helping people. Koyuki nodded. He's made it clear that he won't compromise. Rebuilding Uzushio, saving and improving people's lives, taking the fight to evil like Orochimaru. He won't stop. Sandeo sighed as he could see an interesting gleam in Koyuki's face. Whether she knew it or not, Naruto was rubbing off on the woman. Sandeo hoped nothing too crazy influenced her. They both turned as Ino jogged towards them from down the hall while accompanied by a snow nin. A clipboard in her hand. Final count seems to be 732 people dropped off with us. Most are willing to work wherever we can find them work. But all of them are going to need time to recover and rebuild their strength. Koyuki nodded. Okay, let's follow the plan. Start settling everyone in the aid station for now and bring food and supplies in from the nearby towns. Spread the word among the population as well. Ino, please assist where you can. We might need extra temporary shelters. Ino saluted with a grin. Will do. Koyuki watched the pair turn and jog away before turning back to the window to watch the activity below. This was just the beginning. They'd learn and adapt quickly to streamline the process. She wondered idly if the letters she sent reached their destination yet. Back south and with another Naruto clone, it was talking with Tsunami while she stood before a large warehouse. Behind them through an open barn-style door they could hear the din of people milling about. Tsunami sighed as she assured the clone, again, that everything would be okay. We've been preparing since you left. We have enough food and medical supplies for everyone. The clone however still looked stressed. There's like 1,500 people we dropped off, Tsunami. That's like, way too much. Tsunami again waved him off. Father has been having fun ever since you've returned. He's taking all of this as a challenge. Plus Olive Wave is happy to give back to you and pitch in. We're your people now, use us as you need to. Also, I believe I'm supposed to receive a Hiration seal from you. Yeah? Handing a paper seal over to Tsunami who slipped it into her kimono, the clone looked uncertain. That's a lot to think about. Tsunami just smiled and bowed to Naruto while behind her someone began closing the door. It's the mantle of a ruler. Heavy are the robes as they say. Turning away from the young man, Tsunami issued orders to several people as they closed the main doors to the warehouse. The clone was left alone to think. I don't know how boss is going to feel about that. Dispelling, he was glad it wasn't his job, technically. Inside, Tsunami looked over the veritable sea of people before her. More able-bodied prisoners were helping out where they could. There were several hundred families that were able to be completely reunited in all of this, but there were even more singles and orphans with nowhere to go. Her father had mentioned that if there were those willing and able to work that they could be sent to Yuzu right away, and as she threaded through the mass of tents and blankets and supply crates, she reached the back of the space where a fake wall was situated. Another set of smaller barn doors were open, where rail cars were sitting and waiting. Someone she recognized from her father's work crew was sitting and waiting. Hey, a Tsunami. He was waving to her. Hello, I don't think anyone will be making the trip today. They should be allowed to rest for now, regain their strength. You never know. Give some of those fathers or young sons some motivation and they might just try to get straight to work. Knowing the foolishness of men, Tsunami nodded to that. Be that as it may, no one should leave here today from this group. How go efforts over there? Tazuna made me keep my mouth shut. It's a surprise. Tsunami sighed but turned away. Fine. I'll keep things moving on this end. Have those chakra sensors acted up at all? Seeing him shake his head in the negative, Tsunami turned away with a smile. She had work to do. Back on their borrowed boat and steaming full speed away from the island for the last hour, Karen had everyone's attention while Tayuya piloted them along. She had been poring over the records and notes that they had pilfered from the warden's office. So apparently the old sound base in Rice has been converted into a prisoner storage location as well. Orochimaru has relocated to a different location and several other bases have seen lower security levels. Naruto grinned, must have felt the pain after the failed invasion. So does that mean Rice is next on the list? Karen nodded. It'd be the smart bet, though we'd have to travel through Hot Spring Country again to avoid Fire Country. Hinata was leaning against the wall. It would give time for Spring and Wave to process and move the refugees. Tayuya was grinning as they motored along. Sounds like another sound base is in sight then. Naruto himself nodded slowly, certain clone memories coming to him in spurts. Wave was already working through refugees when he first arrived. Something told him Tazuna was behind that. They only told him there would be a surprise for him when they returned to Yuzu eventually. Well, let's get going. The island is about to disappear and we don't want to get caught in the blast. Karen looked up. How big can it be? Naruto's grin became feral. Very. The shudder that went down everyone's spine was ominous. Back on said island, the Naruto clone had planted the scroll into the earth pointing upward while the warden had been spitting and cursing him out for almost the full hour now. The clone had gotten bored, which was never a good sign. The warden, however, was losing his patience, not having to put up with such treatment since Orochimaru had installed him here. You're going to rot for this kid. The longer you sit here, the bigger chance Orochimaru comes for your head. By now someone is on their way and you and your little whores are going to be captured, tortured, and then killed. Well, maybe. Watching the girls get turned into baby factories while you watch is an option too. Legs giving an agonizing twinge of pain, he almost missed the boy turning mismatched eyes to regard him like an insect. You know. I never understood the whole bad guy has to monologue his plan thing. But right now, I kinda get it. Beginning to pace around the scroll, he flipped the kunai given to him through the air before catching it again. You're exactly what's wrong with this world. The fuck do you mean? What do you know? I know enough. You trample over those you deem lesser than you, obtain and hoard power to lord it over others. You don't care about people or their lives, only your own. If someone has something you want, you go straight to torturing or killing them to take it. You don't consider families destroyed, lives lost, people erased from history. Why should we care? The strong take from the weak, that's how things work. The strong should protect the weak. The strong should be helping the weak become strong. We can build bonds between each other if we just take the time to listen for once. Listen? Listen. What bleeding heart crap is that? Look at you. Did you talk to us before coming in here and killing us? Of course not. You have some strength and so you came in and took what you wanted. I'm sure you've tasted all those girls as well. Screaming as the kunai lodged in his hand and locked it to the ground, the clone's eyes were glowing. Yeah, best to keep them out of your mouth, Tubby. Though yeah, we came in to destroy everything you've built. In fact. Placing chakra into the scroll to begin its detonation, the clone walked over to kneel down and stare the man in the eyes. Before I draw my last breath, I'm going to tear down everything men like you have built and hoard. I will slaughter you to the last, I will bathe in your blood if it means even just one more child does not have to suffer. That one more family can stay whole. That no more people will know what it means to lose everything because someone with a god complex decided they wanted to take whatever they could. You're mad. You'd be going against the world. An orange glow was building up behind the clone, casting shadows on his face while his blue and purple eyes shined brightly. I never once said I was fully sane. Let the world come again. They tore us down once, I'd like to see them try it a second time. I'll blow them all away in beautiful cleansing fire. There was a fraction of a second of the scroll unrolling and then there was fire and light. Far away Naruto and the girls have to close their eyes as there is an intense flash of light from the island. Then came heat and sound as the explosion rocked the ocean waters and a shock wave buffeted them even at this distance. Finally able to look back, they all stared in awe at the mushroom cloud that was climbing into the sky. Naruto himself just sighed because of course his clone decided to get melodramatic at the end. It had to be Kurama's chakra doing something. Maybe subconsciously you're a drama queen. Denied. Stage 1 is accepting the truth. Feeling the beast chuckle and fade away, Naruto turned to the others. Hinata had seen his work before so wasn't too surprised. Karen and Tayuya however were looking with something between awe and fear. That was amazing. How the hell did you do that? Can you make more? Can you show me how to do that? Tayuya was of course all game to blow things apart. Karen however was quiet. Is that what becoming a seal master allows you to be capable of? No wonder the rest of the world was scared of the Uzumaki. Naruto nodded. Yeah, that was a bomb based on seals and heavy metals. I have a few more now that all do different things. But that one does the most damage without leaving a lasting effect on the environment. I think. He still needed to do more research on that last part. Hinata turned to Naruto and places a hand on his arm. It's probably best then that we're going north now, that's a lot of attention. Oh yeah, gotta stay ahead of those fuckers. Tayuya raised an eyebrow, those fuckers. Oh right. I forgot I never explained my other problem. Taking a deep breath he decided he might as well get that over with. Well, on top of my shitty village upbringing, they used me as a sacrifice to seal away one of the tailed beasts. The Kyuubi, to be specific. Goes by Kurama actually. Wait. You have a demon sealed in you? Tayuya's eyes were wide. Yup, been with me all my life. Karen however was curious. So, if you know its name, does that mean you talk? Even when I don't want to. You need me. You're getting very chatty. You try to stay sane locked up in darkness with no one to talk to. I'm trying to make the best of a shitty deal. I guess that's a good point. Karen however was thinking about it. Well, you've shown you aren't crazy, and you don't seem like a demon. So it doesn't bug me. Though I'm curious about why you need to stay away from someone. Yeah, so there's this group calling themselves Akatsuki that want to steal the demon from my gut. Don't know why yet. Tayuya just turned back to piloting while thinking about her own issue. Well, it's an super powerful demon, right? So it can't be anything good. He was so trusting with them. He didn't have to tell them about this. Just like she didn't have to tell him about the seal. But, right. Feelings. You're super good with seals, right? Naruto heard the tone change in Tayuya while the others just looked at him. Yeah, pretty good. Not a master yet, but I think I'll get there. Ushering up whatever courage she had, Tayuya reached back with one hand and pulled her hair over one shoulder. Pulling down the back of her shirt slightly, she exposed her curse seal. Orochimaru's work. It's called the curse seal, lets me get a power-up that makes me crazy strong. Only it doesn't last super long and it's hard on the body. It also lets him subjugate and use me if he's nearby. Think you can remove it? Naruto walked around the table where Karen had spread the reports and papers from the prison out and started to poke and inspect the seal. I'd have to really take a look at it, make a secondary copy so I can play around with it. But I might be able to keep the good stuff and get rid of the Orochimaru crap. I can't promise a time, but yeah, I'll add it to the list of things I'll do. It's not a rush or anything. I'd appreciate it though, Whiskers. Heh, sure, we'll get to work on it while we travel to Rice. Hinata looked at Karen, who was watching the two with a smile on her face. Her own feelings undisturbed, she wondered briefly if she should pull Karen aside later and see where she sat on the Naruto train. Hinata was finding she wasn't as possessive as she once believed. Her original hope of enacting the clan restoration act now moot, she still knew there was a possibility of Naruto having multiple wives. She just wanted to make sure they were all able to get along together at this point. Far away and unaware of what was happening offshore, Tsunade had several visitors to her office today. Kurenai, Kakashi, Asuma and Inoichi all stood and waited on her while she unsealed a scroll addressed to her with an unknown sender. Checked and double-checked for strange seals and traps, it had eventually been deemed safe and read the letter attached to it for herself. Dumping letters out onto her desk, she handed them out to the appropriate people. Inoichi received 2, Kakashi received 2, while Kurenai and Asuma received 1 each. These are letters from our missing ninja. Naruto, Hinata, and Ino are safe, but have yet to decide when they will return. They've sent letters to you all in order to update you and hopefully assuage any fears you have. Go ahead and rear them now or later, I'll be here if you have questions. I'll answer what I can for now. Not that she herself had much information. Other than they were alive and their letters were delivered through an anonymous ninja courier service. Which usually meant a daimyo was involved. The obvious choice was Spring. However, the fire daimyo had also taken quick interest, which meant they could be with him. Inoichi, Asuma, and Kurenai all bowed and turned to leave, trusting that their questions will be answered in the letters provided. Kakashi however stayed behind, a troubled look on his face. Lord Hokage, do we know who tried to kill Naruto? Tsunade shook her head with a heavy sigh. Unfortunately no. We still have no leads. Seeing the sensei seem even more downtrodden, she doesn't get the chance to reassure him as he turns and walks out of her office. He was taking this hard, she realized. Hopefully he didn't feel like he failed another comrade, she'd have to talk with him alone soon to make sure. Outside, Kakashi pulled free the letter addressed to him, pocketing the letter addressed to Sasuke and Sakura. Maybe Naruto could give him some good news. Hey sensei. I didn't get the chance to say goodbye or anything, and I'm sorry about that. But well, I'm alive. Still blowing things up and taking care of Hinata and Ino. I can't tell you what I'm really planning, but it's gonna be amazing once it's done, and I hope I can show you one day. It's thanks to you after all that my life has made such a great turnaround. You are an amazing sensei, the best really, even if you are kinda a pervert. But I'll make sure to check in from time to time, and who knows? Maybe we'll meet again soon in the future. Oh, make sure to tease Sasuke and Sakura for me, but they can't have any little Uchihas yet until I get back. Sasuke can't start that party without me. Do not trust Danzo or Jiraiya. I can't explain now, but please. Take care of yourself. Oh, and check up on the Ikarakus for me, will ya? Let him know I'm alive and miss M. Letter ending, Kakashi read it again before lighting it on fire. He didn't know why Naruto didn't trust his godfather, but if he felt the need to warn him, then he would listen. Jumping off to catch up with his students, since both were most likely having dinner at said ramen stand, maybe tonight would be a good night for teasing. Heart a little lighter, the Jonin sensei of Team 7 was gone in a swirl of leaves. On another road, Kurenai was reading her own letter, a sad smile on her face as she read what her student had decided for herself. I'm sorry sensei for leaving without saying anything. But, you know, I wasn't happy in the village anymore. If I didn't have you or Naruto there, I probably wouldn't have stayed there much longer. Or more likely, well, you'd be getting a different kind of letter by now. I'm happy out here, safe. I feel like we're doing something important, something real. I can't believe there was a time I would have complained about D-rank missions and yet now. Well, now I understand. Please tell Kiba and Shino that I am okay and that I do miss them. Try to help them understand that I needed to follow my own happiness and it was nothing against them. They were like big brothers to me and I appreciated that. I needed it. I hope one day we can meet again on good terms. Though maybe Kiba can tune it down and be a little nicer to girls. I'm sure his sister is going to end up breaking a sandal on his head one day if he keeps it up. I'm going to continue towards my goal. I wanted to be by Naruto's side and I am. Now I have to work and make sure I'm strong enough to actually deserve to be here. I'll be working hard every day just like you taught me. I hope I can make you proud when we meet again. Well, since Kurenai had nothing else to do, she decided that maybe today would be a good day to catch up with Asuma. Or maybe Anko, her old friend, had been in an odd mood lately as well. Inoichi himself just sighed as he finished reading the letter from his daughter, stuck between pride and sorrow. He wanted his daughter to pursue what she wanted in life, yes, but he missed his little princess. He had thought he had a few years at least before he might have to give her up forever. He could only hope things would be settled enough soon so that she could come home and visit them. Opening the door to his home and spotting his wife, he smiled sadly and handed the letter over to her. Hey Dad, hey Mom. I guess this is the part where I apologize for leaving, huh? I didn't think it all the way through, you know? But, Naruto has this crazy amazing plan to do some real good and I want to be here. Honestly, I'm so far glad that I came. We're about to start something that's going to change a lot of people's lives. I wish you could be here. Naruto just puts off this aura that he can accomplish anything and everything. I just get swept up in it. It feels good too, to know that being a ninja means I can actually help people. That I'm not just a tool. I don't know who tried to kill Naruto, but they messed up badly. He's never been so motivated, it seems. I'm good though, I promise. And I'm going to train and get super strong, and when you next see me I hope we can hug it out and I can tell you everything I've been doing. I hope it'll make you proud of me. I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye and I'm sorry if I worried you too much. But I'm in good hands. Mama, I think you'd like Naruto, he's really sweet. Caring. Motivated. Sorry Daddy, I know you don't want to read about my feelings with boys, but Naruto is different. I hope you see that. I'll write as often as I can even if we can't receive letters from you. I'm happy and I'm growing strong. I hope you're doing okay. Love you both. Hugging her husband and crying, the Yamanakas couldn't truly fault any of the kids. Inoichi had an idea of just how hard things were for Naruto and knew Ino was never going to leave him alone once she learned about his story. Comforting his wife, he considered what they would do next. There wasn't much other than to wait. And keep Ino's room clean for when, not if, she and her apparent boyfriend came to visit. B. In somewhere cold and very dark, Danzo sat behind a large desk and contemplated where everything went wrong. The fools on the council getting greedy he expected, had even planned for. But they didn't hire the assassin. Someone else had done that, but he couldn't track down who. It was vexing to him that he couldn't sniff the culprit out. He had everything planned out. He would get close to the boy. Use the listening seals on the fake book in order to learn what motivated him, what worried him. Gain information so he could get into the boy's mind and become the confidant that Hiruzen was. But someone went too far. One explosion and all his plans were moot. Years of backroom deals and underhanded tactics to usurp control by gaining control of one of the largest power sources in the nation. Down the drain. He doubted Naruto would fall for Danzo trying to get on his good side now. Most likely everyone with a leaf headband would be a no-go for the boy. Which meant he would need to switch to plan B. Making a hand motion, a root ninja appeared bowing before him. Yes, sire? Bring me that boy. At once. Like a shadow, the ninja was gone and Danzo had a moment to think. The Uzumaki was still a child, a young boy at that. He could use other options. With another motion, a second root ninja fell in place before him. A teenage dark-haired girl. Yes, sire? I have a mission for you. Seduction and compliance. Do you understand? Target, sire? The Uzumaki. That foolish Hokage thinks he is with the fire daimyo. I know better. You will head to Spring Country. Disguise yourself as an orphan while you search. Your first phase is to make contact and hand him the scroll. Reaching into the desk, Danzo retrieved a real Uzumaki scroll. Handing it to the ninja, Danzo kept his face carefully neutral. You will explain that your clan were once retainers of the Uzumaki, and you wish to continue the bond. Use everything you have, body included, towards this task. I would rather not lose this asset just yet. How shall I contact you, my lord? You will not. I will contact you through other agents, understood? Yes, my lord. Is there a time limit to this mission just in case? Danzo shook his head, placing on hand on his desk to tap a finger idly. None. Find him quickly, bind yourself to him. Bear children for him if needed, even if we can't have him, children of an Uzumaki would be invaluable. What is my name for this mission, sire? Names always had meaning, didn't they? The boy wasn't all that bright, so he could have a little fun. Kyoheim. Understood, my lord. I Kyoheim will hunt down, seduce, and bend to my will the Uzumaki. Good, go. The ninja departed without a sound and Danzo relaxed only slightly, glad that he always had some other angle to use. Looking up and hearing footsteps, he was rewarded with another dark-haired and very pale boy who bowed before him. My lord. Sai, I have a mission for you. Omake. There were a lot of things made Terumi regretting as herself and her people retook control of Kirigakure and begun the long task of rebuilding. A long life of battle and hardship, the loss of Kiri citizen lives, the lack of dating while on her campaign. But no more. Now the new Mizukage and the ability to implement changes to how their village would be run from now on, she was determined to make time for herself. She was only 27, still plenty of time to find someone who could appreciate her. Sure, she would appreciate that maybe they were stronger than her, but a woman didn't need to be picky. Humming to herself and beginning to doodle on a report about livestock numbers, she missed her assistant Sai. Next to her, Ao frowned as his leader started to drift off from doing her paperwork. As was happening more often as of late, she got distracted if she had to sit in one place for long periods of time. Perhaps, Lady Kage, a change of scenery would be good? Change of scenery? That snapped her out of her daydream about a tall dashing blonde whisking her away in his arms. Was Ao saying there was something wrong with her looks? She considered herself quite the bombshell. Tall, well-proportioned, long flowing hair, why would she change anything? Why she was voted in the top 5 most beautiful kunoichi in the latest Ninja Monthly. Just under Tsunade herself. What do you mean by that? Tone sharp, she did not want to have to toss the man out the window so early in the day. I just mean, May, that maybe something new might be good? You've been stuck in this office all morning. New? So even he considered her old now? Oh, the balls on this man. Ao, call me old again, and I'll kill you, painfully. Feeling the man freeze up, she returned dutifully to her paperwork. She wasn't old, she had time to sort her love life out. Besides, she had gotten wind that this new S-rank ninja, the Orange Maelstrom, was on the prowl. She wondered if he was single. From the southern beaches of Fire Country to now the border of Hot Spring, Naruto and his current group were making good time north. They liked using Hot Spring to travel simply because the entire country was so relaxed, mostly reliant on tourism than anything else. Tonight, however, the group was setting up camp deep within the forest where they wouldn't be bothered. While Karen and Hinata set about putting the finishing touches on a campfire dinner, Naruto had rolled out a sleeping mat in an open space. Okay, Tayuya, I need to get at your seal. Shirt off. Blushing for once as she wasn't used to him being that forward, her eyes darted to the suddenly curious Karen and Hinta. Wha? Not paying attention as he was turned away and unsealing scrolls and ink, he repeated himself, I need access to your back, so please, shirt off and lay down on your front. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Doing as he asked, she stripped off her tunic and sports bra before laying down on the mat. Blushing and turning to watch the fire, she refused to make eye contact with either of the other girls who slowly went back to their own self-imposed tasks. Naruto, however, had a scroll in hand as he walked over and sat on her lower back, chakra coating his fingers as he pulled her hair aside. He began to poke and prod at her seal. Let's see, looks like I can expand it, here. Poking again, the seal bled out and expanded over her back, several spots thickening over her spine where the associated chakra gates would be. Moving down a bit to give himself more room to work, his eyes widened at the expanse of seals. Oh, this. Wow. Hate Orochimaru he would, but this was decent work. Taking the blank scroll he had, he drew a quick seal and placed the scroll on her back. An exact copy of her seal appeared on the scroll and he put it away for safekeeping for later. He might need it for reference just in case, so he wouldn't have to make her strip every time he needed to see or do something. Turning his full attention to her, he began to trace out sections of the seal. So what's the word, Whiskers? It was taking a lot just for her to sit still, never mind being quiet through all of this. He wasn't uncomfortable on her hips, but she was very aware that he was in fact there. Much closer than she had allowed anyone else to be to her without it being a mission. We've got a few sections here that seem to actively help you and we'll probably work to keep. But there's some I'm definitely going to have to get rid of. A paralysis section, a suicide section, and there's something else between those two. It stores something but I can't figure out what yet. Puzzling it and tracing a finger around it, a light purple miasma arced up. He took his finger away and the chakra went back into the seal. Curious and worrying. There's another section here that's meant to pull something in and convert it, probably a chakra of some sort, but I can't figure it out. He saw something like that in a scroll before. Environmental chakra, no. It had something to do with nature. He'd have to start slow and work up to everything else. I can get rid of the paralysis and suicide sections no problem. Everything else will take some time. Getting ready with some ink and a brush, he leans to the side. This part is going to sting a bit. If it gets rid of something that can be used to kill me, then I'm all for it. I can take it. Seeing the boy nod, she grit her teeth and waiting. Drawing seals around the sections around her right upper back and right lower back, ignoring the middle for now, it took him about 10 minutes of careful work before he was done. Taking the brush and ink away, he inspected his work carefully. Satisfied that everything was as it should be, he placed his hands on her right shoulder. Gonna start the first part, be ready. Seeing the girl nod, he first activated his work surrounding the suicide section of the seal. His new addition lit up with blue light, encircling the work on her back before severing it from the main seal. From there that section dissolved into nothing, and soon, with a sizzle that set the girl trembling, the first section was gone. Alright, next section is coming up. Do you need a second? I'm good, keep going. Okay. Activating the second seal, moving his hands to her lower back, the process was much the same. Blue light shimmered before with a light flash the seal was gone in another sizzle. All done for now. I need to research the other parts before I try to do anything with them. Pulling a healing cream from a pouch, made by Hinata herself, he began to work it into the older girl's back while he shrunk the seal back down to its normal size. He noted idly that one of the tomo was missing now. Karen looked over to see Naruto giving Tayuya a back rub, much to what looked like the older girl's delight. Smiling and feeling like teasing, she raised her voice, "Hey Naruto, how's your new seat?" What's that?" Tuning back into the world around him, having gotten into his work and associated aftercare, he was genuinely confused about what Karen meant. Tayuya gets it however, trying to will the blush away from her face as she tries to hold back a satisfied moan from his strong hands working the healing cream into her back. It felt really, really good. Seeing Hinata and Karen giggle however, she buried her face into the mat. She'd get them back later. She'd enjoy this right now. Naruto sighs and finishes up his work. So Karen wanted to tease him and Tayuya, huh? Okay, two could play at this game. Wiping his hand on a rag and standing, he walked over to stand over Karen herself. Eyes wide as he leaned down to her to where she was sitting, he leaned her up further with a hand on her chin. You know, if you wanted some attention and a back rub, all you had to do is ask. Seeing the girl try to turn herself into a tomato, she started to stutter and flared her hands about. Naruto eventually leaned away with a grin. Be nice then. When I'm working I'm not focused on anything else. So no chance of me being a pervert. Turning he looked at the still hiding Tayuya. Sorry if you were uncomfortable Tayuya. Tayuya however just raised a hand and gave him a thumbs up. I'm good, don't worry. She wouldn't mention that she couldn't look him in the face, but she'd get Karen back later, for sure. Happy that he didn't freak out one of his family members, he set about cleaning up his supplies before opening several other scrolls. Tonight he'd set about researching what he could. There was no way he was going to leave this half done. Besides, this might be the last time for a while that he would have the time to do any research. Tayuya and Karen estimated that they should be in Rice by tomorrow. Behind him Tayuya redressed while Hinata made sure she was in fact okay. Saying that she was okay, the older girl came over to inspect their latest dinner. A decent night's rest due to liberal use of clones as sentries. All four members of the group were up and moving through the forest again by dawn. Tayuya seemed to be in good mood and no ill effects from his work on her seal, which was a plus. He would continue to monitor her for a few days though, just in case. As the forest around them begins to thin out, Tayuya and Karen take the lead as they skirt the edges of now fire country while they can overlook the spanning rice paddies and fields laid out before them. Hinata was slightly awestruck. It's a beautiful place. Sound built a base here. Tayuya nodded. Yeah. Don't let the scenery fool you though, this play has been the site of many battles. It made it super easy for Orochimaru to come in and take control with promises of bringing power and prestige back to the diminished clans. He was good at that. It was how he convinced most of the Sound Five to remain loyal to him. Though in her case it was stay or die. Now that he's gone, the clans here will probably tear themselves back apart in no time. Naruto frowned at that, not liking the idea of war coming back to such a peaceful-looking place. Maybe we could step in. It feels, I don't know, a little snake-like, but we could offer them a chance with us. As one clan trying to rebuild to another. Tayuya shrugged. I think the main clan here now is the Fuma clan. I can't remember though, that clan is about as splintered as a clan can get. Karen snorted. More than our own? Granted, there weren't many Uzumaki left. Most likely they were the largest group left in the nations. Tayuya led them on a winding trail, sticking to the trees and crossing over quiet roads when they had to. Thankfully this seemed to be a nation of rice fields and quiet towns so far. Soon however they were back in a tree-filled forest and Tayuya had them drop down to ground level. "Why are we stopping here?" Naruto asked as Tayuya looked around. Hinata had activated her eyes and poked Naruto. "Massive collection of people below us, looks like we're here." Karen nodded. "My senses are picking up more guards than before, some of which are pretty powerful." Hinata's eyes were scanning as far as she could see, two sections mainly. A prison section with roughly 80 to 90 guards, and another smaller section that has less than 6. Those 6 are easily stronger than everyone else. The group walked forward until they came upon the base entrance. Grinning Naruto made simple clones to flash away and warn Koyuki and Tazuna. Then he prepared to spam hardened clones. "I need directions, girls." Hinata nodded. "For the prison, maybe 30 meters past the entrance you'll come to a tunnel that branches out towards 3 different directions. Take the rightmost one. That leads down to the prison. It's set up much the same as the southern base." "Got it." Welling up chakra and making hardened clones from the start, he added a mix of Kurama's chakra as well. Again making hundreds at a time to try and keep the chakra flare down, the clones silently began making their way inside. At even intervals he continued to make more. Karen smiled. "You could probably take over a country on your own once you get good enough." Tayuya thought about that one. "Let's shelve that one for later." Naruto shook his head. "Sounds like a headache. Though, earth and lightning definitely deserved a visit from him. Water too." Hinata's head darted to the side. "Someone's coming, not a sound ninja however. By chakra I'd say Chunin level at best." Tayuya and Karen nodded. "You good, Naruto?" They had worked out a plan for single enemies. "I'm good, I'll keep up the clone spam." Feeling the 3 jump away and hide themselves, he took a knee and focused on his task. Being live bait could be fun. Not far away and making good time through the trees, Sasami of the Fuma clan had finally had enough and was going to bring Erasure and the others back come hell or death. Rolling up her face mask into a beanie and releasing her orange hair as she got closer and not detecting anyone, she saw the clearing where the sound base was supposed to be. Jumping down to ground level and straightening, she was confused at the lone blonde sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. What was this kid doing here? Opening her mouth to say something, she had all of a second before she was surrounded. "Wah?" Tayuya had her by the arms, foot in her back while Hinata held a chakra-covered hand to her forehead. Next to them Karen held a ram seal, earth coming up and wrapping around the girl's shins and forcing her to her knees. "Identify yourself." Hinata's voice was cold and harsh. It nearly sent Sasami to wetting herself. I am here looking for my cousin. Erasure. I'm trying to put my clan back together and bring them back from that asshole Orochimaru." She knew she was seconds from death, but they hadn't killed her right away. Maybe that meant something? Karen held her seal. "We plan on razing this place to the ground. Do you have a problem with that?" "Not at all, like I said, I'm just here for my clan, nothing more." She knew better than trying to struggle at this point. The girl in front of her could probably kill her if she so much as twitched wrong. Naruto finally looked back at the girl, taking in the green cargo shorts and gray vest. She wasn't a sound nin, no body modifications in sight. "You said your Fuma clan?" The girl nodded very slowly, conscious of Hinata's hand at her forehead. "No offense, but we're in the middle of an operation. But I'll make sure to give anyone of the Fuma clan the option to leave with you instead." "What's your name?" "Sasami." You can also tell them that Hanzaki sent me." "Got it." Making a clone and dispelling it with the new information, the boy turned back to making hundreds of clones at a time. One clone split off from the force, coming around and placing a paper seal on Sasami's back. She immediately lost all connection to her chakra. "What is this?" The girls all backed away and let her go. Tayuya walked around her and grinned. "Just to make sure you don't try anything. If you're being honest, we'll bring out your friends and let you go soon." Hinata turned her attention back to the operation, walking to kneel by Naruto's side to give him updated prisoner numbers. Karen however focused on the girl. "Sorry, but while we're trying to liberate prisoners, we don't want to take a chance of being backstabbed. We really will let you go once we're finished here." Sasami watched the girls take defensive points around the man, now sure that he was the one actually in charge. Why were they liberating prisoners? "How do I know you won't just take me and everyone else you find to wherever you're going? How do I know you're better than Orochimaru? How could they even manage that with 4 people? Unseen to her, Naruto just grinned. "You don't, but that's what trust is about." Sending the next group in with directions to explore the other tunnels, he tried to focus on his work. However, he almost immediately turned his head to focus a purple eye on the girl. think I just ran into some of your Fuma clan. Who? Any of them Erasure? Trying to stand, she found that moving was nearly impossible. If only she could get the seal off and go inside herself. Naruto shrugs, filtering through the information being fed to him. Kotoheim, Kamakiri, Kajiro, and Jigumo. You know them? Yes, those are clan members of mine, please. Try to convince them to give this up. She didn't have to think at all about that. They needed every clan member they could get right now. No promises. I can offer them the deal, but if they choose to fight, well. Naruto himself knew he was good with words, but not everyone was willing to talk. Sasami looked down to the ground, relaxing on her knees. We all in our own way just wanted to bring our clan back to glory, to have some standing on our own. But it's been so hard, with all the wars and the skirmishes with bandits and gangs, it's tiring. I just want everyone back now. Can you, at least give them the chance to surrender? Well, that was a familiar story. Touched, Naruto nodded. Everyone gets a chance. Making a new group of clones, they hurtled off to confront the Fuma. Karen and Tayuya came forward, Karen kneeling down to his other ear while Tayuya scanned the tree line. There shouldn't be anything valuable here, but we should check just in case. We know where the offices are here. Seeing Naruto nod and make a couple dozen clones just for them, the Uzumaki girls and their guards were off and into the entrance themselves. Hinata stayed by his side, scanning the area and also paying attention to the action below them. Looks like all the guards are down. Prisoners are being evacuated quickly at this point. You might need another 100 clones to finish the job. Seeing him nod as sweat began to bead on his forehead, she considered that this was a lot he was taking on. After this, maybe she could convince him to take a longer break between missions. A few minutes before and down below and on a different path, a cell of a dozen clones raced along the dim hallway. Another dozen clones were disguised as insects, as was becoming their normal. Everyone in the group slowing as they came upon an open room. They were greeted with a beautiful woman with long dark hair holding a koto. Strumming a few times and producing a wonderful melody, she bowed to the group. Welcome, my name is Kotoheim. My duty is to entertain guests. This will be your stop. One of the clones takes the lead, drawing her attention while several of his bug brothers made their way around the room. What is your full name? We have orders to allow Fuma to surrender. Kotoheim giggled at the courage of this one, that a clone would think they could defeat me. Tell you what, I am Kotoheim of the Fuma clan. If you defeat me, I'll happily go with you, cutie. Strumming her instrument again, she readied herself for a quick battle. The lead clone grins as he notices one of his brothers has made contact with her. Feeling memories and information transfer, the clone nodded. Cool, the name checks out. Bag her. Bag who no dash. Suddenly feeling weak, she slumps forward and topples to her side. Struggling to look back, there's a clone there who finishes placing a seal on her back. All done here. The previously transformed bug clone unseals some rope and ties her up securely before picking up the woman in his arms while another clone grabs her instrument. Take her up top, we'll continue on ahead. Roger. The pair raced ahead with their mark while the rest of the group shot ahead. Bouncing along as the clone of the blonde holds her, Kotoheim doesn't know what to think. That she was defeated so easily and quickly. Truly, seals were a frightening thing. The clone notices her watching him and grins. You know, such a pretty girl shouldn't be following after an asshole like Orochimaru. He's only using you after all, and he'll throw you away the second he no longer needs you. Blushing and looking away, the woman nodded. We know. But we were desperate and felt like we had no choice. The clan was at its wit's end and we figured we could use him as much as he used us. The clone nods. Yeah, I get it. I'm trying to rebuild my own clan right now and it's some majorly hard work. But I'm making real friends and allies and it's coming together slowly. Maybe we could help each other with that, huh? Looking down and winking at the girl. Besides, if all the Fuma women are beauties like you, I definitely won't mind lending you a hand. Looking away and hoping he doesn't see her blush, she considers that. It depends on the will of the clan. It's not like she knew him after all, he could be lying just as Orochimaru had. As they broke out onto the surface and travel for a short distance, they came upon the blonde ninja himself. He was flanked by a short-haired girl in a blank tank top and jacket, and Sasami. Kotoheim. Are you okay? Watching as the clone sat the older girl down next to herself, she was only a little confused as the clone grinned at them both and winked, dispelling itself. The second clone put down her koto not far away. I'm fine. I didn't really have a chance to put up a fight. Looking over first from Sasami and then at Naruto and Hinata, the older girl smiled. He seems to be a man of his word. So far. We're ninja, you know what that means. Hinata turned back to the others. Naruto is different. He wants to change this world that views us as tools. Naruto made one last bunch of clones before standing and stretching, taking a minute to let his reserves even out. I'll unseal you all once we're done and on our way out of here. I have no problem with the Fuma after all. He also wasn't looking for a kunai in the back. Sasami watched him for a minute, considering her options. She needed to see Erasure for herself, she needed to talk to him herself. You say you can be trusted, but sealing our chakra away like this and leaving us at your mercy doesn't build that. Let me go at least. When you find Erasure, I need to talk to him face to face. Naruto considered that. She wasn't wrong about that. If he was anyone else, he could do whatever he wanted to her and her friend right now. He wouldn't, but the thought was there. Making a brace of 6 clones, one unsealed Sasami and helped her to her feet. I'll unseal you, but not the other then. Like you said, to build trust. Seeing the girl nod gratefully, he turned back to the entrance. It'll take a little bit for your chakra to stabilize, that's why I unsealed you now. But I'm asking you to be patient and wait, we'll go in when we find your Erasure. That's all I ask. Thinking about it, she bows to him, thank you. No sweat, it's what I do. Inside there was another real battle already taking place. Even though the dozen clones in here had given these new Fuma ninja the option surrender and come back with them, they still decided to fight back. Kamakiri and Jigimo, however, were finding that the decision to fight most likely was the wrong one. Avoiding explosions and blasts of winds were hard enough, never mind that the clones were blazing fast, some of them appearing nearly within a blink of an eye. Seeing they were already losing and badly, Kajiro abandoned her disguise. Welling up her chakra, she was determined to make sure at least her friends would escape. She however missed the clone appearing at her side, sorry about this. No dash, the blast caught her full in the chest. Sending her flying to bounce off several stone pillars, Jigimo caught her and arced away from a blast of wind. A Naruto clone stood on the ceiling with its hands on its hips, we keep telling you, we don't want to fight you. That girl Sasami is trying to bring you all home. Isn't that important to you? You're fighting for someone who abandoned you. Watching as the trio raced away, collapsing a tunnel behind them, all of the clones groaned out. Well fuck, boss isn't going to like that. Clear the tunnel and let's go after them. Hi. They'd gotten a lot of practice clearing debris from the tunnel construction. They'd catch up in no time. Ahead of them and dodging through hallways and open rooms, the group of 3 finally catch up to Erasure himself. Looking at them in disgust, he watched them lower the injured Kajiro before him. Jigimo returned to his feet, these ninja are strong Erasure, heal up Kajiro and help us drive them out. We don't have time to waste. Erasure however just frowned, why should I? Looking down at the labored breathing Kajiro, he shrugged from his seat, she failed. Failures die. What? You asshole, did you forget we're doing this for the clan? You'd let one of us die? For what? Muscles tensing, Jigimo couldn't believe this. Had Erasure truly changed so much? I guess you all failed together, didn't you? You're right, I'll have to rid myself of all of you. Erasure had been disguised as Orochimaru for so long, he was beginning to believe he was the Sannin himself. Leaping forward, the sting of betrayal in his heart, Jigimo raged and vowed to take down Erasure. He didn't make it 3 steps. Kamakiri was a step behind him, watching his clansmen fall in front of him. You bastard Erasure. What about the clan? What about us? The kunai that lodged in his forehead stalled any further questions. You aren't important. Not at all. Only I have the strength to bring everything back to how it should be. Beginning his clan's secret technique, the casualty puppet, he absorbed both Jigimo and Kamakiri into himself. Cocooning them onto his back, he strode forward and knelt down to heal the heavily injured Kajiro. He watched idly as her burnt flesh smoothed and healed, most likely it wouldn't have killed her given time. Time however was not something they had. Task complete, Erasure stood as Kajiro recovered. Wah, what happened? Erasure just motioned back the way the 3 had come, you have a second chance. Go defeat the intruders, or die. Do not return before me again a failure. Seeing just what he had done to himself and her friends, Kajiro nodded with fear and raced away. What had they been fighting for? Why was all of this happening? Did any of it matter anymore? Coming out into a large room not even a full 100 meters away from Erasure, she was confronted with more clones. They each were in defensive positions but were giving her time. Look, we aren't going to tell you again, surrender and come with us. Sasami really wants you all back. Orochimaru has just been using you all for his own needs, he doesn't intend to help you at all. Doubt, worry, shame. Every negative emotion she could think of swirled inside of her. Her friends had died trying to save her. And now she was going to die if she didn't kill these ninja. And she already knew she couldn't. What was the harm then? Okay. Lowering herself to her knees, she held out her hands palm upward, I won't fight anymore. 2 Narutos came forward immediately, one slapping a seal on her back and the other catching her as she fell. Take her topside. On it. Clone picking her up and leaving, the rest considered their next move. Something with a lot of chakra is headed this way. Gotta be strong if we can sense it. Scatter. I'll stay and talk. One clone took charge while the rest transformed into what they could and hid themselves away. On the surface the group watched as a clone appeared carrying a fair-skinned green-haired girl. Gently laying her down next to Kotoheim, the clone saluted and dispelled. Left alone and seeing Kotoheim and Sasami waiting for her, Kajiro finally let the tears flow. He hadn't been lying. Her friends hadn't needed to die. Sasami was at her side in a moment. What happened? Are you okay? Shaking her head, Kajiro explained, they're dead, Erasure. Arashi's gone mad. He killed them and used one of the forbidden techniques on their bodies. It's all gone so wrong, all wrong. Sasami picked the girl up and hugged her. I'm just glad you're okay. Rest up, I'll be back in a bit. Laying the girl down while Kotoheim tried to console her, Sasami turned to Naruto. I need to see for myself. Please. Nodding, Naruto turned to Hinata who came up alongside him. All right, follow us. We know the way. Turning to his clones for a moment, he pointed, take care of them properly. Watch over the pretty girls, got it boss. Seeing the original Saiyan jump away, the clone looked down and smiled at the pair. We're sorry. We want to save everyone we can. Kajiro shook her head. You tried. You tried much harder than you should have been expected to. Thank you. For giving us a chance. Naruto and the two girls flanking him were inside and racing down hallways within moments. Hinata tapped him for his attention. The prison section is empty, and Karen and Tayuya are headed back towards the surface. Got it, let's make this quick and get out of here. Creating one clone and unsealing a medium-sized yellow and black scroll, the clone took it and saluted, arcing down a different hallway when it had a chance. Do I want to know what that was for? Sasami was curious but wouldn't push it. Ninja had their secrets after all. I won't let Orochimaru come back and take this place again. We're going to blow it apart once we're done here. Focusing and getting a report from his clones ahead, they come out into a wide open space that has already been damaged. Before them stands a grotesque monster. I guess this is Erasure? Sasami stared wide eyes at the man before them. That used to be. Yes. Walking forward, the girl raises her voice. Erasure. Are you still in there? Come back to us, end this? I thought you were going to help restore the clan, to bring us to glory. How does this accomplish that? Tears welling up at the corner of her eyes, the girl grimaced. How does killing our clansmen make our clan great? Erasure can't respond, instead only seeing the three ahead of him as targets to be crushed. Opening up his hands he jumped and bounced between pillars while he launched webbing at the group to trap them. Everyone dashed away, Naruto frowning and feeling out his clones. Mentally making a plan, he watched as several clones moved to follow through. Unsealing the Kubikirabocho, he prepared to Shinshin. Hinata flipped out of the way of the strange webbing before jumping up and away towards this man Erasure. Already she could see clones moving to engage and knowing Naruto this was going to be fast. Watching the strange pods on the man's back sway and move, they spread out slightly as a new attack was being readied. Erasure was making hand seals and she jumped forward to prevent him finishing them. The amount of chakra she could see did not bode well. Sasami watches it all happen in slow motion. Two Naruto clones appear in front of the pods holding Jigimo's and Kaikiri's corpses. In an explosion that rocks the room, both pods are blown away as the clones sacrifice themselves. Next, as Erasure is rattled by the shock and loss of extra chakra, Hinata initiates some attack, poking his chest and gut in several places. The girl jumped back out of range and Naruto is there a breath later with a sword slightly longer than he is tall already in mid-swing. Please! Sasami screamed while holding out a hand trying to get close. She didn't want to watch Erasure die when he was so close. Sword halting just before the man's neck, Naruto cursed his bleeding heart. Seeing a clone behind Erasure giving him a thumbs up however, Naruto sighed and backed away, sealing away the sword. No blood for it today. Naruto and Hinata however watched as Sasami walked forward, tears streaming down her face. They turned away, giving the pair what privacy they could. Erasure dropped to his knees as he was cut off from his chakra. Realization began to set in on just what he had been doing. Sasami was shaking him, trying to talk to him, plead with him to come back. Shaking his head he knew he couldn't. I can't go back. We can fix this. You can atone. It'll be hard, but everyone will see you were just dash. No, I wasn't. I corrupted myself. I truly saw myself as Orochimaru. The things I've done, the things I've witnessed. I can't bring that back to the clan. I can't bring the clan glory. Looking at the girl in the eyes, blood beginning to trail from his nose, he gave her a bloody smile. But you can do what I couldn't. I think you have the strength for it. Leave me here. Bury me with my shame and failure. Sasami shook her head slowly, not ready to give up. But Naruto put his hand on her shoulder, and she looked up to him through teary eyes. He's made up his mind. And really think about it? Do you think the others will accept him? She didn't have to think about it to know he was right. Even in her heart she knew, none of them would. Even she was having a hard time with it. She had come all this way to only recover to few of her clan. It was devastating. Leaning forward she hugged him once. I'll take care of the clan in your place. I'll make them all proud. Erasure nodded. See that you do, bring the Fuma back from the brink. And keep what honor we have intact. Everyone looked up as the ground rumbled. Hinata looked at Naruto who shook his head, not me. Erasure weakly pointed with a finger to the hall, best be going. There's a fail-safe that'll destroy the base if my chakra isn't felt anymore. I'm guessing these seals suppress it pretty good, huh? Looking up at them all, Erasure sighed, leave me. This is what I deserve. Sasami had to be pulled away by Naruto. The group jumping away. I'll take care of the clan. I promise. I'll make you proud, Erasure. They were soon gone down a dark hallway. Already have. The floor collapsed under him and darkness claimed him quickly. Making a quick exit, the group meets up with a surprised Tayuya and Karen. Motioning for everyone to leave, Naruto watches as his clones pick up Kajiro and Kotoheim and they all put some distance between them and the base. Mentally giving his clone the signal, he knows his own bomb will go off shortly. The group gets a good distance away before the ground heaves upward and begins to collapse inward. A sickly yellow glow is issued forth from the cracks and fissures in the ground, but the explosion is minor, muted almost. When the dust settles and things stop rumbling, the ground is faced with a wide crater that's barren. Nothing alive in there, no grass, the few trees that had been caught are completely dead, but nothing else. Everyone turns to Naruto. I wanted to make sure Orochimaru couldn't come back and pick any of the corpses clean for information. That specific bomb kills anything organic within its radius. Tayuya shudders, that sounds absolutely terrifying. Naruto nodded, it is. I only plan on ever using it against Orochimaru. He's the one who loves experimenting on people. Taking a deep breath and turning to the Fuma ninja, Naruto reaches around and unseals Kajiro and Kotoheim. Like I said, we're done here, so you're free to go. Sasami watches as Kotoheim and Kajiro feel themselves out and return to their feet from the Naruto clone's arms. Kotoheim a little slower than Kajiro. Just like that? Sasami asks quietly. Naruto nods, just like that. I meant it. I'm trying to rebuild my clan and build something new. I want to make sure people like us have a safe place that can be free from these useless wars. Thinking it over, Naruto holds out a hand. We could always use some allies. Want to team up, help each other? Sasami thinks about that. Naruto had been true to his word since he had caught her. He hadn't abused her or any of her clanmates. And the team with him seemed to respect him. It wouldn't hurt to have allies after all, though she would have to talk to Hanzaki. Looking at Kajiro who nods slowly and then Kotoheim who nods as well, the young Fuma nodded. You know I'm not the leader of my clan, right? Naruto shrugged, I figured, but you're pretty tough to come out here by yourself. I'll talk to Hanzaki, most likely you'll need to visit us yourself in order to finalize the deal. He won't just take our word for it. Sure. You operate in Rice, right? What's this country like? Sasami sighed, we haven't seen our daimyo in a long time and we're pretty sure he's dead. Bandits are a big issue here, our family is just one group. And rival gangs pop up all of the time. We're trying to bring everything back together, but they seem determined to keep the fighting going. I'm sure it would go a long way towards gaining Hanzaki's trust if you helped get rid of some of those problems. Naruto seemed tired but look at his bemused team. They already know what he's going to say. No help there. We'll think on it. We'll need to have an official sit-down first. But if it's just bandits and gangs we can absolutely work on that, if that means being allies in the end. Having another nation become friendly with them could only help. Hopefully. Karen tapped Naruto on the shoulder, we should get going. We have more ground to cover. Naruto nods, got it. Turning back to the Fuma women, Naruto sends them a wave, you take care now. Kotoheim sends the boy a wink, don't you worry, I'll stay nice and pretty for you till you get back. Hearing Sasami gasp and turn to her quickly while Kajiro just sighed in resignation, Naruto and the others jump away. Up in the trees and bounding in the opposite direction of the Fuma girls, Hinata finally deactivates her dojutsu. That was easily the longest she had used it and she was feeling it. Why didn't you give them a Hiration tag? Naruto however took one out and placed it in the upper branches of a tree. Because we aren't officially allies yet. Need a little more time than that. Just being cautious. Makes sense. I think I'll send word to Koyuki to try to contact the Rice daimyo. Maybe we can make some progress that way as well. Or get some information. Bounding away at full speed now, the group looked for their next target. B. Sitting atop the Hokage monument and watching over Konoha as the sun set, Sakura and Sasuke sat together in silence. Today Sasuke had no problem letting Sakura lean into him, their shared letter from Naruto on the ground between them under their hands. At least he's okay. Sakura's voice was quiet. HN. And it sounds like he's making progress. HN. More silence, the sun dipped lower. Sakura however felt some heat build up in her heart. Even though his hand was on hers, they felt miles apart right now. Sasuke, don't go somewhere I can't follow. Naruto's gone, I can't lose you too. Sighing and leaning back a bit, Sasuke tentatively pulled Sakura closer to him. I'm not going anywhere. Somehow this feels, I don't know, like I lost another family member. With a chuckle, the girl nudged him. You two are like brothers, might as well be brothers. I'm sure it's eating you up that you can't help him rebuild his clan like you both had hoped. Sasuke paused to think about that. It did hurt, a little. That wasn't all of it though. Some part of me wishes we could have gone with him. Surprised that he would say it out loud, the girl wrapped an arm around his waist as well. Me too. They sat in a more comfortable silence after that, watching the sun set over the village. This was their home, yes, but just like Naruto, they knew just how dark it could be. They however now had their own missions to attend to. Sakura sighed. I'm going to try and convince Tsunade to help me with my training. Naruto had suggested it. She had kind of turned herself into the team medic/mom. Might as well learn from the best. Sasuke nodded. He asked me if I'd look after his important people. Konohamaru at the top of the list. Guess that'll keep me busy in between training. Till he gets back at least. Should we worry at all? He mentioned to be careful around the council. Around Jiraiya. Jiraiya probably knows we have a good idea of where he went. And the council is always a problem. For short, trust no one but the team. That was something Sasuke had no problem doing. This village had taken a lot from them, he and Naruto. How much more could they lose? Sakura nodded. Time to train like crazy and surprise the hell out of him when he gets back. Maybe having a few little Uchiha running around would be a real surprise. Thumping her boyfriend, Sakura sighed. You both never should have become friends. Omake. Gaara couldn't believe his luck. While he was attempting to turn over a new leaf, he didn't think his entire village would be so on board with him becoming the new Kazekage. Nepotism was a real thing, he supposed. But here they were, in the admin tower, while his brother and sister gossiped about something while he worked through paperwork. Yay him. Hey, did you hear? Apparently that brat the Orange Maelstrom is at it again. Kankuro was working on one of his puppets in the corner. Tools and pieces strewn out on the floor. Oh? What did the guy do now? Also, you can use his name, we all know him. Temari was only half interested. Grateful to the kid for letting them go for sure, and saving her brother. Kankuro waved a screwdriver in the air. Code names are badass and manly, you wouldn't understand. He had to dodge a thrown Senbon before continuing. I don't know how much of this is true, but they say there was a massive mushroom cloud off the coast of Fire Country. Some fishermen are saying there's a whole island that's just gone. Doesn't exist anymore. How nuts is that? Gaara considered that. What would make the other ninja use that much power all at once? Another tailed beast maybe? Or perhaps someone powerful? Perhaps he's hunting down a powerful ninja. Kankuro shuddered. Anyone who needs that much overkill is definitely someone I don't want to mess with. Gaara shrugs. Maybe we should find out how to reach out to him. Could always use a powerful ally. He had heard the rumors that Naruto had left the leaf, though that particular information wasn't mainstream knowledge. Yet, Temari however hummed to herself with a hand to her chin. Laying on the couch, she considered the muscled blonde from the last time they had seen him. You know, he was kinda cute. Gaara gives his sister a flat stare. You can't date my friends. Especially my first friend. Temari grinned something lecherous. I never said anything about dating. Kankuro covers his ears. La 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 la, I can't hear my sister talk about her love life. Nope, nah. No way. I didn't hear that. Keep it up and I'll start trapping my makeup. This isn't yours. And it's war paint. Gaara sighed. Maybe I'll have to warn Naruto himself to stay away from you, or I'll have to kill him. Temari rolled to her feet heading for the door with thoughts on her mind. You know, he's the one that spared you last time. I can't only imagine how powerful he's gotten since then. Walking to the door, she made sure to mutter just loud enough for the two to hear her, powerful men are such a turn on. And then she was gone. Kankuro sighed and turned to Gaara. Where did we go wrong with her? Gaara shrugged and turned back to his paperwork. I blame father, it's easier that way. Fair. Both shuddered and prayed for the blonde's safety. Half a continent away in a tree bordering rice country, Naruto sneezed. Naruto found himself multitasking today. Jacket and shirt off as he performed handstand push-ups, he read from an Uzumaki scroll that would hopefully help him with the curse seal. Today found them somewhere in the land of stone while they searched for Orochimaru's northern base. It had been a month since they had been in Rice, this search taking them much longer because it had been a long time since their girls had been here and they were trying to keep a low profile through this specific country. Anyone with blonde hair here was likely to attract the wrong attention. Focusing a bit, Naruto sees that the scrolls keep relating back to natural chakra and the energy of all living things. Well, it wasn't like he could talk to animals. Wait, yes he could. Hinata, Karen, and Tayuya looked up from where Naruto hooped and jumped to his feet. They were high up on a mountainside and away from prying eyes in a cave, still however forced to eat a meal of dried ration bars and water. Couldn't risk the fire after all. Watching Naruto well up chakra and perform several seals, he summoned a toad not much higher than his knee. Hey Appa. Naruto my boy. It's been so long. Glad to see you're doing okay. Jiraiya boy has had us worried about you. I'm sure he'd love to know you're okay. Pa didn't know what had happened between Naruto and the leaf and Naruto would have to explain that soon. For now you can tell him I'm fine and just doing my best out here. But please don't tell him where I am. There's a lot going on right now. Naruto explains most of the drama surrounding their departure from the Leaf Village. Pa however waves it all away. You're our summoner boy, not the village itself. You ask us to keep you secret and safe, we'll keep you secret and safe. Now, why did you summon me today? I'm sure it wasn't just to catch up or introduce me to the lovely girls behind ya. Wiggling his bushy eyebrows, he got a blush out of the boy at least. No. I'm actually here because I'm trying to figure out this seal. It has to deal with nature chakra and I can't understand it. Looking the seal over, Pa nods slowly. Nature chakra is the chakra of the world around us. There is energy everywhere Naruto my boy. Even here in this stone there is life. And if you steady yourself, still your mind enough, you can listen to its flow. You can ask of it, and receive a bit of its might in return. Nature training is a difficult life goal. Jiraiya himself is only partially there himself. We had a hunch you one day might be interested in training as a sage as well, but that might still be a few years yet away. Naruto thought about that one. What benefit do you get from using nature chakra? All sorts of things, increased speed and durability. Reflexes and mental processing in general. Everything about you improves dramatically. Never mind your ability to attune yourself with nature itself. So that's what the curse seal does. It's forcefully pulling chakra from nature and converting it for use by the person it's been applied to. Pa's eyes went wide. This has been applied onto someone? Did you do this? He almost sounded offended. He might be, Naruto figured. Not me. Orochimaru's work. Naruto however points to another section, the part that actively tired to fight him. This however I really can't figure out. It's storing something, but I don't know what. Pa looked over the seal, age and wisdom puzzling out the language of it before turning and spitting on the ground. That fool Orochimaru, just how far was he willing to go? That's some nasty work there boyo. Figure it out? Yes. Dark work that. It houses a portion of Orochimaru's soul. If he were to die within range of this, he could resurrect himself and cheat death through the seal. Pa pointed a webbed hand towards another section of the seal. Here there's a chakra node, you'll have to remove it first, and then you can remove his soul from the seal. The rest of the seal should remain intact. Naruto nodded, working out just what he needed to do from there. Thanks Pa. I appreciate it. No thanks needed Naruto. Helping you rid the world of any darkness is thanks enough. Though we might need to summon Ma soon, she'd like to see you as well. Getting a smile and nod from the boy, the elder toad returned home. Hinata finally walked over, watching quietly as Naruto began working on the next counter seal and explaining his work as he went. She was still working on catching up with sealing techniques herself, but she was able to follow along mostly. Naruto addressed Tayuya without looking up. Looks like we'll be able to remove the last negative piece of the seal soon. But most likely it'll be pretty painful. I don't know how Orochimaru figured out how to split his soul, but I'm sure it'll try to fight this. I don't care, I don't want any part of that bastard near me if I can help it. It needs to go. Tayuya rubbed her arms furiously. If she didn't know she'd be getting it removed, she'd be better off never knowing a piece of the bastard was inside of her. Just gross. Naruto worked silently, missing as the sun began to set and reduce their daylight. He didn't have much time for today, but he figured he had enough left for the attempt. Karen, can you roll out a mat? And Tayuya, same as before, I need access to the seal. Both girls moved to obey while Naruto finished up his practice work on the scroll and activated it. There was a bright green flash of light before the seal began to dissolve and change. The fake section holding Orochi's soul wilted before disappearing and the entire seal shrunk down until there was an Uzumaki swirl in the middle of the paper. Satisfied, he turned to see Tayuya laying down and waiting, shirt and sports bra again off to the side and folded neatly. Again, this is going to hurt. Tayuya shook her head, don't care, needs to happen like yesterday. Hinata unsealed several lanterns and began to light them, while Karen stood and went to the cave entrance. Placing her hands on the ground, she willed a wall of rock to form up and cover the entrance completely. Satisfied, she turned back to the others who had odd shadows cast on them from the lanterns Hinata was placing around their camp. Naruto was smiling at her, for the sound. She felt the need to say it out loud. Thanks, Karen. Turning back and again taking a seat on her legs in case he had to hold her down, Naruto began drawing the necessary seals. He took much longer this time to prepare them, wanting to make sure that he didn't mess this up. This was Tayuya after all, not just some paper. God, that tickles. Tayuya joked with him while she nearly vibrated with anticipation. This was it, the last link between her and Orochimaru. She'd be free, really and truly free. Naruto grinned as he continued to work. Yeah, well, try not to squirm, you don't want to know just what the wrong line could do to ya. Finishing up, he turned to Hinata and Karen. Don't intervene. If you touch either of us it could get messy. Hinata had learned enough to know not to interfere. Karen as well just nodded and trusted him that he knew what he was doing. Both girls took a seat on the opposite side of their unsealed supplies and waited. Naruto however mentally knocked to awaken Kurama. I need to make sure you don't inject any chakra towards me for the next few minutes. Huh, sealing arts, how dreadful. Yeah, could understand why you hate him, but I'm trying to help my clan here. Understood, no chakra. Feeling the ancient being slip away, Naruto nodded and finished up. Coating his hands in chakra, he looked over to Tayuya. Ready? Let's do it. Gritting her teeth, she tried to brace herself. The fact that he felt the need to remind her several times that this was going to hurt had her believing this was going to be far worse than last time. Feeling his hands come into contact with her skin, there was a moment of warmth she associated with him before it felt like literal fire was poured on her back and neck. Trembling and holding back a scream, she could feel something shift inside of her. Naruto however was having to pump a massive amount of chakra into his seals in order to counteract Orochimaru. Even just a portion of him was fighting back terribly. Naruto had learned over the last few months himself and adjusting the seal with just his chakra, he watched the portion that was Orochimaru sizzle and burn away in green fire. Watching the rest of the seal twist and form into the Uzumaki spiral that was now just over one of her chakra gates, Naruto was satisfied. It was the gate of life, if Naruto remembered correctly. Pulling his hands away as the girl under him trembled and shook, he again went about with aftercare, unsealing and applying the healing cream into her back. Well, congratulations Tayuya, you're curse seal free. You'll have to learn to use the new seal properly, but no chance of Orochimaru taking control of you now. Taking great care to work softly, Naruto himself had to take a deep breath to steady himself. That was a lot of chakra he just burned through after all. Karen was smiling with just a hint of tears in her eyes. To think that they would finally come to a point that Tayuya would be free of Orochimaru for good. She never said it, but she knew the older girl most of all wanted her freedom from that stain on her heart. Only thing better than this would be if they could kill Orochimaru himself. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, happy that they were able to help Tayuya finally. Now if they could just find this northern base they could relax properly for a little while. Hopefully. Naruto was a workaholic. Finishing up and sealing his materials away, the shirtless boy shuffled off to the side with a groan. That was a workout. But we learned something new today, so there's that bonus. In front of him Tayuya sat up slowly, facing away from him. Everything feel alright Tayuya? She seemed to be moving stiffly. Tayuya however turned and pounced on him, arms wide. Crashing into him and sending them both to the floor, she locked him in with a deep kiss that sent his mind far away. She however couldn't think of anything else other than the fact that she was free. No more specter of Orochimaru at her neck. No more thoughts of him just beyond the next bend or waiting for her at the next base to capture her. She was free to be herself, do what she wanted, whenever she wanted. And it was all thanks to Naruto. Feeling tongue twist with his own, Naruto had the presence of mind to keep his hands far away from the softness that was against his chest. Well, all softness except for two hard points that he instantly tried not to focus on. This wouldn't end well. Tayuya pulled away and gasping for air, she was all smiles. Thank you. Of course Tayuya. I'd do it all again. Secretly he knew if that his reward was an armful of half-naked kunoichi he'd do it all again in a heartbeat. No he wasn't a pervert, no he wouldn't answer why not. Tayuya however finally remembered that she was in fact still half-naked. She however didn't care. She'd let him take her right there if he wanted, Karen and Hinata there or not. He gave her freedom. Hearing the others giggle at her though, she turned and shuffled for her clothes. Was happy. Karen smirked, we could tell. Hinata was hiding a giggle behind a hand. I think you broke Naruto. He's not moving. Naruto himself figured that he was not moving because his body was vibrating. Or at least it felt like it was. Pretty girls tackling you and kissing you was a new thing. So much pink, I'm happy that you're happy, Tayuya. Dressing and fighting down a blush, she turned away. Well, thanks to you I'm going to be happy for a long time. Now all that's left is to put some real hurt on the snake dirtbag. Everyone could agree with that. Though she did have to put up with Hinata and Karen teasing her for the rest of the night. Oh well. She'd start gloating that she not only got a kiss out of the boy first, but felt a not so little something that at least showed he paid attention to them. She'd have to have a chat with all the girls later for sure. Koyuki was tired but still focused. The day was coming to a close, sun beginning to set, and that meant her day was almost over. In her hand she had a letter from the Rice daimyo, a new one apparently. They detailed that while they would consider an economic and possible military alliance, Spring would need a good show of faith first. Rice had a bandit and gang problem that needed rooting out. If Spring could help, that would go a lot way towards opening talks. Penning a letter that expressed that Spring would be sending someone soon to do just that, she paused as Ino walked through her door. Dressed more in Naruto's colors now, a black and orange skirt and black tank top, the blonde had a frown as another black-haired girl dressed in a somewhat worn dark kimono followed behind her. Ino, to what do I owe the pleasure? Got a refugee, but she's got a letter for the Uzumaki specifically apparently, thinks they're here. Thought you'd want to talk to her. Ino didn't know this girl, but everything about her was off. Too stiff, even for a refugee. She barely talked. Tone was so monotone. She was like a robot. The girl comes before the desk and bows deeply as Ino takes up a position behind and to Koyuki's left. Stating she introduces herself, my name is Kyohime Bohadai. My clan was once retainers of the Uzumaki clan. We were wiped out during a border skirmish, but my father and mother always spoke on how much we wished we could have returned to the service of the Uzumaki clan. After hearing rumors about the Uzumaki possibly settling here in the north, I just had to come and try to see for myself. Taking out and producing a small scroll with an Uzumaki seal, she attempts to present it to Koyuki, who declines. Koyuki's own personal bullshit radar was going crazy as well. Something was off with the dead stare girl. While you were correct that the Uzumaki were here, they are not now. I may be able to direct you in another direction. Is there a chance they may return? Life makes all things possible. Then I wish to stay. It has been a life's mission of my clan to find the Uzumaki again since the purge. I have hope we may meet if I stay somewhere familiar. Again, tone barely changing, something was putting off Koyuki and Ino, something fierce. However, if this girl was after the Uzumakis for something ill, it was better to keep an eye on her. Somewhere they could control. This could be a good test. Turning slightly, Koyuki addresses Ino, why don't we set Miss Bohadai up with the aid station? If the Uzumaki do return, we'll be able to find her easier from there. Ino nods and motions for the girl to follow her, and she does so, putting the scroll away in a fold of her kimono. Turning back to her work and finishing up her letter to the Rice daimyo, it was maybe another 20 minutes before Ino returned to the office, closing the door behind her so they could talk. You feel it? Koyuki leaned back in her chair. Oh yeah. Something is way off with that girl. She never actually looked at either of us. Always at the wall or just past our head. Ino could pick up on a lot of subtle cues, life working with psychology paying off. Koyuki nodded, we'll need Naruto to confirm if the scroll she brought with her was the real thing or not. But we'll make sure to let him know our thoughts about her. Turning to look out her window, lights coming on as night descended on Spring. In the distance the sleepy town was slowly becoming much larger. Their flow of refugees and immigrants had increased. She could only imagine what Tazuna was dealing with. How goes construction? Ino was curious about it, not having the time recently to check on much more than the aid station. Sitting on the edge of the desk, she pulled a nail file from somewhere and set about perfecting her look. Koyuki shrugged, the tunnel has made significant progress, my engineers tell me we should make landfall in Yuzu within a year's time. That will start our true partnership in full when we can send supplies and people back and forth. Koyuki was looking forward to it. More so to a day when they didn't have to hide something like this. When the ninja way wasn't so destructive. Ino was having similar thoughts, to think we've already come so far. If only the rest of the nations could see this. People from all walks of life were getting along here. It wasn't perfect, sure, but people were learning. Understanding each other. Their shared hardships and pain uniting them. Now if they could just get past needing that shared pain in order to talk to one another. Hearing another knock at the door, Ino took her position at Koyuki's flank again. Still time to work it seemed. B. In Konoha at a certain training ground, what was left of Team 7 was meeting for a not-so-fun occasion. Kakashi was standing before a visibly irate Sakura and a bored-looking Sasuke while next to him was a oddly smiling pale boy. Sighing, the sensei knew this wasn't going to be received well. As you know, due to Naruto's leave, we're short a member. Sai has been added to the Team 7 roster in the meantime. A full team is important and will allow us to take full missions again. That also includes missions outside of the village. Hopefully they got the message there. Sasuke sighed but nodded, a little weird looking, but I get it. We aren't Chunin yet so we can't run missions with just us. He however would be working to ditch this guy as soon as possible. Sakura shrugged with her hands on her hips, medical pouch bouncing with her movements. Yeah, you need some sun, but we'll get you up to speed soon enough. Great, they'd have to do team building exercises again. She shuddered at the memories. Sai looked between Sakura and Sasuke before turning to Kakashi and pointing at the pink and red themed girl. I thought you said you had a girl member of the team. Instantly hating the boy, Sakura took an ominous step forward. What was that? Sai, oblivious to the danger he was in, continued to point at her. You're so flat, I just assumed you were a boy. Maybe I'll call you Washboard from now on. Oh dear. Did this pale-skinned loser just say she was flat? He was insulting her after knowing her for less than a minute? Did he have a death wish? Flat was just fine. Sasuke loved her mini tots. Losing it, she went straight to trying to pound the boy's face in. Hoping away with a bewildered look on his face, Kakashi and Sasuke sighed. Should we save him? Sasuke watched his girlfriend try to pound the boy, craters being left in her wake. I think this'll be a good team bonding exercise. Why don't you go help her? Smiling, the older ninja waited for the boy to move. I don't have a choice, do I? Twin kunai appeared in Kakashi's hands. I'm going. Kakashi called out at the trio, this will be good team bonding. Try not to kill each other. I hate paperwork. Pulling out his book, he thought over about this appointment. Tsunade sure didn't look happy about it. Maybe he was a Danzo plant. Kami knew that Old Hawk had the resources. But why their team? Unless he too thought that they knew where Naruto was. Remembering Naruto's warning, Kakashi vowed to keep an eye on Sai for the time being. Watching the fight, Sai rolls over a charge from Sakura only to be forced into blocking a kick from Sasuke that launched him away and into a roll. Smiling, the boy stands. You have some skill, maybe I won't name you Dickless like I first wanted to. You seemed so passive before. He missed Sasuke's face fault. Sakura however is blushing as she continues to try to pound the tactless boy. Sasuke's dick is none of your business. It's good size, thank you very much. Missing the boy and creating another crater, she pauses as she realizes just what she said aloud. Oh boy. Damn it, hold still so I can hit you. Launching forward again with a frantic shunshin, the fight was on again. Kakashi had them practicing for hours, both against each other and against him. Eventually as the noon sun begins to fall and fade he calls it quits, happy that Sasuke and Sakura are able to put their mistrust aside for now. He could see that they too didn't feel right about this but that there was nothing they could do about it. Everyone but him groaning on the ground, Kakashi smiled. That's it for today. Great job everyone. Only he could be so peppy after trying to kill children. Sakura however just dragged herself to her feet, walking off towards the hospital. Shizune and Tsunade will kill me if I don't get to practice on time. Later, Sasuke. Waving at the boy, she shook herself and jogged away. Hopefully she could shower there. Sasuke has much of the same plan, telling Kakashi that he'll be training some more for a while before heading home. Though he promised not to overdo it. He wasn't Naruto after all. Not like he could spam mountains of clones and not die. Kakashi watches Sai leave on his own without a word. He was sure that there was more there but he couldn't come out and ask the kid if he worked for Danzo now, could he? He could keep an eye on him at least and hopefully catch him before he did anything too out of line. The ninja world was full of peril it seemed. Now, back to his book and to see what happened to those twins. B. Back in Earth Country the next day around noon finds Naruto and a tired group of girls on a ridge overlooking the northern sound base. Happy and marking the location with a Hiratian tag hidden under an outcrop of rock, Naruto turns to the others. I did promise we would just mark it and leave for a break for now. Are you sure you don't want to trash the place? Naruto himself was tired and ready for a break. Even Kurama was grumbling. Warm baths are nice. No arguments there. Hinata is the one to come forward, placing hands on both of his shoulders and drawing him close. Naruto, please. We need rest, you need rest, we all need a bath. We will come back and ransack this base no sooner than a week. Drawing even closer somehow, shadows covering her face, Naruto began to sweat. I have not had a warm bath in what feels like a month. I need this. Naruto nodded quickly, got it. Break sounds good. Taking a break is perfect. All three girls holding him, they flashed away without alerting the sound. Back in spring the group relaxes as they see the comforting walls of the spring daimyo mansion. Already within their usual sitting room where the Hiratian tag was placed, the only other occupant to the room is Ino, who looks up with surprise. Welcome back everyone. She was all smiles as she motions to the large spread of food on the table. Hope you're hungry. Karen however wanted nothing more than to see a soft bed. Bead. She'd eat later. For sure. Later. After sleeping for like 12 hours. Tayuya isn't having it, pushing the girl herself out the door and towards the bathes. You need a bath first, then food, then bed. But Bead. Nope, you don't want to sleep dirty. Come on, we'll go together and I'll wash your back. Ugh. They were soon gone and around a corner. Hinata made to follow them. She smelled badly and wanted a bath herself. She was stopped however by Naruto grabbing her hand. Blushing and caught off guard she turned back to him. What's up Naruto? Naruto was turning to Ino as well. Can I, talk to both of you actually? After all this time, he couldn't believe that this had taken him so long to get around to. But this was a minor step he should have gotten to. Ino bounced up and walked to join them, her and Hinata side by side. Sure thing Naruto. What's up? She didn't comment on him holding Hinata's hand just yet. Naruto took a real deep breath for this one. These girls had left the village with him when they didn't have to. They could have stayed, lived their lives out. But they didn't, choosing to come with him. He could trust them with his life, he knew that without a doubt. He knew the feelings he had grown for them weren't going away as well. Stepping back so he could focus on both of them, he took that step. You both. You've supported me for so long now. Shown me what it means to actually be cared for and to care for someone else. I wanted to come out and say that. Well, Ino's eyes were shining while Hinata was beginning to blush. What the hell gave them the right to be so damned pretty? I've had feelings for you both for so long. I love you. I know that. You know, I'm supposed to choose one and it's hard. You're both so important to me and you each have your own charms and importance that's unique and a dainty well-manicured finger was holding his lips closed. Ino was smirking, "'Bout time you confessed Whiskers. We've been waiting for what feels like forever." Hinata is still a blushing mess but nods all the same. "We've both liked you for a long time. It grew to love long ago. We've also talked about your and our situation. It was something actually I meant to bring up that seems like a moot point now." Seeing both of their friends' questioning look she shrugged. "In the village I had been researching the Clan Restoration Act. I assumed that Naruto would be eligible and that we would be able to share." Ino herself began to chuckle. "Oh, if your team could see their cute and sweet little Hinata. You were already planning on sharing that far back." "I knew it was a possibility, that's all. I love Naruto. If that meant sharing a piece of him, I would be okay with that." Ino shrugged, turning to the silent and shocked other blonde. "Well, I think you are a loyal, ambitious, living breathing force of nature. And I want to be at your side through it all." Grinning she pointed dramatically at the boy. "So you're just going to have to accept us one day as your head wives. Any other floozies you try to pick up go through us first." Hinata nodded. "Whether it's just us or if you decide to build a true harem to rebuild your clan, you must be considerate of us first and foremost." Naruto could not believe what was happening. He hadn't even considered anyone else truly. His heart was set on the two girls in front of him. Yes, he knew Tayuya had some type of feelings for him, and he couldn't really tell if Karen liked him as a sibling or what. He would protect this happiness he had found, right here in this room more than anything. "You got it. I'll protect you both with everything I am for the rest of our lives, that's a promise." Ino leaned forward, now a blush forming on her face. "Be careful Whiskers." Placing a soft kiss on his lips, she enjoyed his warmth and softness before pulling away. Making a promise like that is important. Hinata stepped forward next, she too leaning up and kissing the boy. Hands bunching into his shirt, she was smiling as she eventually pulled away. "We'll be here as long as you are, Naruto." She would fight just as hard as he would. She would protect this happiness she had found. Giggling, Ino turned the conversation from relationships for now, something important having come up after all. "As much fun as I want to have however, we had a visitor looking for you." Seeing them both look at her Ino continued, "Some girl named Kyohime Bohadii. Name ring a bell to anyone?" Seeing both of them shake their heads, Ino sighed. "She's in the aid station waiting. But something about her seems off. More than just the fact that she has at least Chunin level chakra levels. The chakra detection seals you placed around the manor working like a charm by the way." Naruto nodded. "Well, that's a relief. We're going to have to figure out who she is." Looking around the room, he eyes the table in front of one of the couches. "I think I can set something up for an interview. Maybe tomorrow morning? Ino nods, sure thing. I'll bring her in the morning. Hinata finally grabs both of them and begins to walk towards the hall. She was filthy and someone would be scrubbing her back. That's it, it's time to go. I'm dirty, Naruto is dirty, it's time for a bath. All of us? Want to fight me on that? Deadly glare was turned up full force. Naruto and Ino shook their heads, no ma'am. Neither would admit to the shorter Hyuga scaring them. Nope, not a bit. They just enjoyed the warmth of having finally figured out. More could and would come later. For now they could share a bath and relax after a mission well done. Soon sleep, all in their separate rooms, would be exactly what they all needed to finish out a full day. The next morning the group is getting ready to meet up with the mystery girl who had been looking for the Uzumaki. Hinata, Karen and Tayuya watched while Naruto inscribed several seal tags underneath the wooden low table between two of the couches facing each other. 5 tags written and placed quickly, Naruto applied some chakra and the array began to glow a light green color. Nodding, Naruto flipped the table over and placed it down before sitting on a couch with Hinata on one side of him while behind them stood Karen and Tayuya who had been watching with interested looks on their faces. What was that seal for? Karen recognized some of the work but not all of it. Looked like something for an area genjutsu. It's to help with our interrogation. Naruto answered quickly while he heard footsteps coming their way. Tayuya nodded, should probably let you handle it then, we'll be back up just in case. Naruto grinned, sure thing. From the doorway Ino walked in followed by the black-haired and regal-looking Kyohime. Naruto noted that she was in fact fairly pale, but her build definitely jumped out to him as ninja. He could see why the others flagged her as suspicious. Watching Ino motion for her to sit across from them before she herself sat on Naruto's other side, they got this underway. So Kyohime, I was told you've been looking for us, that right? Kyohime nodded. The Bohatiai clan had served the Uzumaki clan as retainers for years, but we were left on our own after the purge to drift the nations. It had always been a goal of ours to gather as many of the Uzumaki as we could find and continue our work serving them. The Uzumaki clan are powerful, deserving of the right to lead others. I wish to see your clan return to its glory. Reaching into her robes, she removed and holds out the Uzumaki scroll given to her. Naruto takes it with a nod, looking it over and confirmed it was in fact a real Uzumaki scroll. Opening it and taking a peek inside he confirmed that it was more notes, something about chakra chains. Stowing any ideas for later he rolled the scroll back up and handed it back to Karen. Said girl sealed it away in a pouch at the small of her back. Naruto however focused on the girl in front of him. Leaning forward and quietly making a seal unnoticed at his side, he fully activated the seal on the table. So tell me, who sent you to find us? Opening her mouth to deny anyone sent her, Kyohime suddenly found she couldn't answer. In fact, she did want to answer, but the seal applied to her tongue would not allow her. Looking up to Naruto in a panic she watched as he sighed. Do you really want to be an Uzumaki retainer? Again she seems to struggle to answer, before her mouth finally opens. No. I was only ordered to. Now they were making progress. They couldn't learn who sent her, but at least we confirmed she was ordered by someone. Were you ordered to kill us? No, only to seduce and bend you to my will. Or bear your children and return them to Dash. Again her voice suddenly cut off, her body giving a full shudder. Naruto sighs, go figure someone wanted to try and trick him. Again. You're within range of a seal that forces anyone within its range to tell the truth. There is also a minor chakra restriction ability so you'll have a hard time moving as well. However something seems to be interfering with your ability to answer me on some things. Do you have seals placed on you? The girl nods. Do they protect the person you serve? Another nod. Will they kill you if you happen to force yourself to talk anyway? One last nod, which caused the girls behind him to flinch. Pulling out a suppression seal Naruto looked her in the eye. I'm going to have to knock you out, I won't kill you. I will ask, did you want any of this to happen to you? She quickly shook her head, tears leaking from emotionless eyes. Tayuya is gripping the couch, it's a lot like an enslavement seal. But it doesn't seem like Orochimaru at least. Naruto reaches forward to put the seal on her forehead while maintaining eye contact. If you want freedom from this, your own life back, I can help. But you have to want it. Waiting for something, anything, he wasn't disappointed. Kyohime nods very slowly with trembling lips, the only emotion to cross her face this entire time. Then I'll help you. Placing the seal on her forehead, the girl was unconscious and laid out on the couch. Okay. You can come get her. Everyone watched as 3 Snow Nin hustled inside to grab the girl and pick her up. Be gentle with her, okay? She'll be asleep as long as that tag is on. One Nin had her by the legs while the other had her by her shoulders. The last paid direct attention to Naruto. Yes sir. The unburdened Nin saluting him, the three ninja hustled back out into the hall and towards the basement. Tayuya leans forward now while everyone else seems to release the breath they were holding. So, was that bit about the truth seal a real thing? Naruto nods. Yeah, takes a minute to start up and take down, but it's effective. Works on everyone within a certain range. Tayuya tilts her head this way and that while thinking, huh. So then. She leans forward towards him just a tad. Whose tits are bigger? Ino's, Hinata's, or mine? The grin on her face stretched from ear to ear. Blushing up a storm, he's unable to stop himself. Hinata's for sure. You and Ino are close, but I haven't seen Ino's like yours. Panicking and lunging for the table, he's blindsided by Ino tackling him to the ground while laughing. Behind them Tayuya is cackling while Hinata is blushing. Karen is holding a finger to her temple while shaking her head. Ino however is going to get every second that she can out of this. So what do you like about my body, huh Naruto? You have great legs or your eyes are super pretty. The extra food and real workouts have done wonders for your figure. Especially your butt. Doing his best to struggle free, God this girl had gotten strong. Why dash, a hand covered his mouth to prevent him from asking a question. Ho ho. Do you have naughty thoughts about us? Hand removed. Kami yes. Now dash, hand back. He'd get her back for this. One way or another. They were all traitors. Have you ever peeped on us? This was fun. Hand removed again, and oh. Hand was back. Thrashing was doing him no good. Eventually Ino had him on his back and was straddling his hips. One hand holding his wrists together while the other was over his mouth. Damn earth chakra, must be how she was making herself stronger. Did you wanna? Damn it yes. Ino dash, hand back in place, the boy was blushing up a storm. Kill him now. Karen started to walk forward. I think that's enough for now. Tayuya however was doing her best to catch her breath through her laughing. Wait, one more. Hinata however beat her to it with a small grin in place on her face. Ino, how's Naruto's crotch feel? Ino's eyes went wide, but she shouldn't force herself to stop. Heavenly. Wait dash. About how big do you think it is? Maybe little more than 20 centimeters. Hold on. Control out of her hand she turned back to Hinata who was smile while Tayuya was beginning to wheeze. Karen however, blushing and giggling, finally took pity and kicked the table over and removed one of the tags. Array broken, the seal was deactivated. That's enough fun for one day. She'd be keeping that seal set up in her brain however. Might prove useful one day. Ino looked down to Naruto while chuckling, realizing that she would have to get off of him now. Truce? She removed his hand. I'm so getting you back for this. Remember who the prank king is. He was already forming plans. Ino was quick to jump off of him and make it behind the couch in order to put Karen between her and Naruto. You wouldn't hurt me. You love me. Never said I wouldn't prank you. Well I have a Karen shield, you love her too and wouldn't hurt either of us. Yeah I do, but I can wait. I have plenty of time. Karen however was blushing at the casual mention of the boy's feelings. Before anyone could say anything else or in Tayuya's case catch her breath, Koyuki walks in through the door. Oh, hello everyone. From the floor Naruto rolls to his feet and nods. Hey Koyuki, what's up? Koyuki holds up a letter. We have an official request from the Rice Daimyo. In order to facilitate a potential alliance, we're being asked to help clean up their nation of bandits and rouge gangs. The Fuma clan has been omitted from the removal list. Looking over at the blushing and in Tayuya's and Hinata's cases, giggling group she raised an eyebrow. I miss something. Only learning some truths about Naruto some of us were curious about. Ino was still hunched behind the shorter Uzumaki girl. Naruto however is thinking it over. The girls wanted and deserved a break, but he also wanted time to start working on something. He could make up the difference though. I'd say give me a week and I'll take on Rice. I have some training I want everyone to go through. Koyuki is curious about this. What's this training? Naruto reached into his jacket into one of his inner seals and unsealed one of the Uzumaki masks, a red and blue Kamenu mask to be specific, and holding it up for everyone to see. Karen and myself haven't given ourselves enough time to go through all of the Uzumaki scrolls and books, but I finally let my clones run through them all repeatedly. I was able to pick up what each mask is for and I want everyone to become attuned to one of them that's closest to their style. Karen pouted, you got ahead of me, no fair. Naruto tossed the Kamenu mask to her, forcing her to catch it. I've built something of a library in my room, start going through it daily while I'm gone. That mask can create golem and give them life. I'm sure it can remove it as well, which should allow you to practice to your heart's content. Hinata raised a hand. How many different masks are there Naruto? Literally hundreds, but I was able to snag a few more with my clone's help. There are some that are like mass production types that give control of elements. Those are depicted as various Oni masks, colored for the element they control. Then I have a few sets of 3 Hanya masks that give specific abilities. Then there are a few specific masks which give unique control. Like that Kamenu, a white Onaman, an Okame, and last the Shinigami mask. He didn't unseal any of those masks, but he shrugged, I've got them in my room, so join me there after this and I'll sit everyone down and work you through them. Karen sighed as she looked down at the bestial mask in her hand. I'm guessing these are strictly emergency use masks? Something like that. I want this to be strictly between us. Not even a hint to anyone outside of this room for now. Everyone turned to Koyuki, who wiggled a finger in her ear. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Something about Naruto being hung like a horse. That got everyone back to groaning or giggling depending on who it was. Naruto however shook his head, so once I get everyone up to speed on the masks and they start training, I can take on the rice mission after a quick detour through the next sound base. Does that sound okay? That's agreeable. I'll send a reply. You said 1 week, right? The young man nodded. Okay, I'll send a reply for 1 week. Nodding and turning away to go back to her duties, Koyuki turned to Naruto, make sure to stop by my office sometime later, okay? Sure thing. Watching the woman leave, he turned back to the others. Guess this'll be the first time I split up from you, like ever, since we've come here. Tayuya nodded as she relaxed into the couch. This'll give us normal people a chance to relax while training and catching up with you. You stamina freak. Hinata nodded as well. Training would be good. I've been having some ideas myself I've wanted to try out. Karen said nothing, fascinated by the mask in her hand still. Ino however looked over Karen's shoulder. Any chance you might forgive me by the time you get back? Naruto grinned. You'll just have to wait and see Ino. Some time alone in Rice would be good for him probably. He could play the hero, blow up bad guys, and just work through his own personal training for a while. What was the worst that could happen? A week to relax and train non-stop was something Naruto would always look forward to. Training with the remaining Uzumaki masks, being lazy with the women of his life, and learning everything he could from the Uzumaki scrolls. He could say that after a week, he could probably do a lot of damage all on his own to any nation on the continent if he tried. Which, considering his next 2 missions, he was somewhat going to do just that. Leaving his group in spring with instructions to train and look after Koyuki, a few very hardened clones left just in case, he set off himself first to the northern sound base. He warned Koyuki and Tsunami via clones that refugees would be coming in, but now here he sat, removing the Hiratian tag from its hiding place and staring out over the base hidden in the rock wall. While not a sensor like Karen, he could tell that there were significant life forces present here, and after beginning his usual method, creating 100 hardened clones at a time and sending them off, he sat and waiting for the results to come in. In his mind, Kurama piped up. So you're challenging yourself for once? Noble. Something like that. I want to make sure I can actually be just as much of a badass as I think I am. Do not misunderstand, I approve. You are my container, you must continue to be strong. Naruto thought over some of the research he had been doing this week. Finally making sense of not only nature chakra, but yin and yen balance. He had a hunch now why using Kurama's chakra would make him no nuts. We should look into how to get your other half of chakra from my dad. Do you truly think it will help? Well, half of you was ripped away, that can't have been pleasant. You should be allowed to be whole. Balance is important for anything living. Perhaps. You do not worry, I might try to take control? Nah. Even if you did, that'd do more to show who you are, not me. It's my choice to trust you, it's your choice to break it. Wisdom from you feels odd. Go back to being an explosion murder boy. Ass. That's more like it. Feeling the mental link simmer into the background, Naruto began to feel memories flow into his mind. It seemed Orochi had attempted to fortify this base slightly, but with Naruto that didn't mean anything. Sound ninja were just barely above fodder for the most part, and the prisoners were being released with no problems. A good portion were Earth Country natives who wished to return home, which Naruto utilized a tag on the main road in order to drop them off with a wave and a smile. Just as many however wished to side with him, floating between Spring and Yuzu. However, a group of clones was lost in spectacular fashion and led to Naruto standing from his seated position and stretching. Guess it's time to see for myself. Making the ram hand seal and performing a shunshin, he appeared inside the base, walking along through dark halls while he listened in on shouting and his own clones' conversations with prisoners. His memories told of an orange-haired teen with the abilities to shift his body how he liked. Normally this might not be a problem, but his clones were being cautious. Ordered to offer leave to anyone not of the sound, this guy apparently wasn't sound but wasn't willing to talk unless it was the original. Naruto could put up with that. Kotoheim had needed almost the same treatment. Coming upon a cell with its wall missing and rubble everywhere, Naruto was faced with said large orange-haired teen sitting on the ground with a large prison weight tied to his ankle. Sighing and spreading his hands out, Naruto voiced his opinion, "You know, we really don't have to fight. I'd personally rather not." Yugo had been stuck in the cell for a long time. While initially hoping Orochimaru could help him with this curse, he was only waiting because Kimimaro had promised someone would come to continue where he himself left off. With no one to help hold back his urges like the Bone Clan member Kimimaro, Yugo wouldn't leave this prison under his own power. "I cannot leave without someone being able to put me in check. Believe me, I'd rather not fight at all." "Okay, we're getting somewhere. So let's not fight and talk it out." "No. Just when I thought this would be easy. Wanna explain why at least?" "My body. Orochimaru was experimenting in the hopes that one day I might be cured. That has failed. Now I'm only being used to spread this curse to others, my lower copies." "Okay, I'm with you so far. My own curse stays uncured. If you want me to talk with you further here the teen began to vibrate and growl under his breath, "you'll have to subdue me." Now this was something Naruto could understand. Making a brace of clones with instructions, Naruto nodded, "Okay then, hope you're prepared." Lunging forward with a yell, Yugo was nearly foaming at the mouth as both arms transformed into wide oversized bear-like claws. "I hope you're prepared to die, maggot." He ignored the group of clones that rushed forward to tap him on various parts of his body. There was no damage, therefore no threat. At least, until he was smashed into the floor with what felt like the weight of the entire mountain resting on him. Ugh! Groaning, his transformation shifted to something with a lot more muscle mass. There was however still no movement from him and the crater he was in only grew slightly. Naruto however walked forward calmly with his eyes shining in the dark space. "Yeah, you aren't going anywhere. Which gives us plenty of time to talk." Struggling and trying to look up at the blonde, Yugo would not cower easily. "This will not hold me." Naruto shrugged and took a squat within striking range of Yugo. "Okay. Prove it." Naruto sat there and stared Yugo in the eyes. "You are fighting gravity. I put seals on you that I regularly use to train my body. The more you fight, the stronger they get." Watching Yugo fight to move with something akin to clinical detachment, Naruto nodded. "Wanna talk yet?" "Never." Yugo however was finding that it was beginning to get harder to breathe and altering his forms was not helping. Trying to push up only wasted energy. Naruto shook his head. "Look, I'm not going to waste time. I'm trying to save people. Build a new home for my clan and for the downtrodden people who continue to get stuck in these senseless wars. But I don't need you. I was mainly curious that you might be another long-lost Uzumaki, but I doubt that at this point." Making a hand sign and increasing the weight on his opponent, Naruto began to glare. "Don't test my patience anymore. What's your deal or I'll blow you to pieces with the rest of this shitty place." The added weight finally seemed to knock Yugo out of his rage. The young man suddenly knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that this blonde before him would absolutely kill him and leave without a worry about him in the future. He was that far below him. It was exactly what he needed, someone who could control his urges. Form reverting back to normal and somehow the weight pressing down on him decreasing, Yugo explained. "My clan had the ability to pull in nature chakra that we could use in battle. This however meant during period where we did not battle regularly we would be hit occasionally with a rage we could not control. The trait was strongest in me. They call me Yugo of the Scales. Most of the time I'm very peaceful but without warning I can be hit with an uncontrollable rage." Naruto hummed and thought about that. Sound familiar, Hakurama? Little monkey is probably being hit with negative emotions from natural sources and doesn't even realize it. Which means we might be able to design a filter for it. Why? Just blow him up and be done with it. Yeah well, he seems to want to be peaceful. This anger thing is outside of his control. I can help. Well said, let me know if you need my chakra or assistance. Fading away mentally and allowing Naruto to focus completely again, the boy began unsealing sealing ink and a brush. "So here's the deal, I'm pretty sure I can help you. After that you can decide what you want to do." Yugo raised his eyebrows as the weight lifting off of his body. Refusing to move however, he voiced his question, "Why would you go so far for me?" Naruto shrugged. "Like you admitted to me, you wanted to be peaceful, but I had to subdue you first. I have, now I'm going to help you with your problem. It's not like you want to kill me after all." Ripping the larger teen's shirt off, Naruto began to work a seal on his upper left shoulder. "This won't be like Orochimaru's curse seal, will it?" Naruto scoffed. "Hell no. Think of this as more of a filter. It'll let your body continue to bring in nature chakra, but it'll filter out the negative emotions you randomly get. You'll still have all of your original abilities but now more control." I never thought that would be possible. That's what dealing with Orochimaru will get you. I really need to track that asshole down soon. Of course that is if you want this. Yugo nodded slowly. If I can have control of my rage, then yes, I will accept this gift. Good enough for me. Working slowly but with focus, Naruto wrote all along Yugo's back. The minutes ticked by, mental reports from his clones letting him know after a while that the base was soon completely emptied out. After half an hour he was done and placing a hand over Yugo's back. Might want to grit your teeth, buddy. Wha? Yugo didn't get a chance to reply completely, pain arcing up and down his spine for half a minute before subsiding. Taking deep and labored breath, he watched Naruto seal away most of his supplies except for a cream, which the other boy rubbed into his back. What's this? Healing cream, it'll ease the pain. Naruto worked the cream into Yugo's shoulder before sealing it away and standing. You're all done. Yugo himself gave it a minute, waiting for his body to do its natural thing. He found though that unless he reached for it, the rage he sometimes felt was just not there. This boy, no, leader had done exactly what he had promised. That was more than Orochimaru had ever done. What did you say your goal was again? In simple terms? I'm rebuilding my clan and building a new home for civilians and ninja that are tired of the current ninja system. I want peace, for everyone. Think you'd be interested in that? Yugo nodded without hesitation. Willing to follow this man who had given him the peace he had craved, absolutely. Naruto grinned and held out a hand, pulling the other boy to his feet. Good. Now I can take you to either the north to a sleepy country that's big on advancing civilian technology. Or I can take you south to an island nation that's rebuilding its home nation. Both are peaceful, but the south will have more work. Yugo shook his head and took a moment to kneel, bowing his head to Naruto. Rather, I wish to stay by your side as your shield. I will fight for you and aid you in your quest. That wasn't an option. Consider it a request from someone you saved. Naruto thought about that one. He had been surrounded by nothing but women for the last month or so. Having a guy around to make friends with could be good. You know what, sure. Just realize, I'm going to be fighting and waging all kinds of havoc all over the elemental nations. Yugo stood and nodded. By your will, it shall be done. Somehow I get the feeling I'm going to regret this. I need a friend, not a blind follower. I will do my best to become your friend. In the end, however, I am your shield. What's to regret? Naruto sighed as he made a clone and tossed it AV1. Yup, can already feel the regret seeping in. Come on, let's move it before I blow this place to hell. How will you manage that? Naruto grinned widely over his shoulder. By the greatest technique ever. Explosion-based seals. Dashing away while Yugo followed him, their first order of business was finding Yugo some clothes. Not even a full day later, Naruto, joined by Yugo, having flashed and made it to Rice Country, were dashing along the trees. Upon arriving, Naruto had made hundreds of hardened clones to scout and make more clones to scout further if they found hardened hideouts or targets. But his first stop was the Fuma clan. While he hadn't given them a seal, he had left Kotoheim with a clone to mark their location. He could have done without the clone hiding in her cleavage, but the past was the past. Yugo was confused but followed after Naruto regardless. Dressed in orange and blue, the taller teen had adopted the Uzumaki swirl on the back of his large orange shirt given to him by Naruto. The shorter man seemed to know where he was going at least, so that was a plus. As they continued on, Naruto unsealed one of the Uzumaki masks, the Onaman. Depicting a laughing woman, face pale, he slipped it on and attached it with chakra before the mask took over and sealed itself to him. Yugo, however, was curious about this. Why would Naruto need a disguise? What use is the mask? Naruto turned to look at Yugo as they hopped between trees. For now, just consider this a tool I can use to determine the truth, that's all. Yes, sir. Yugo made a note that Naruto apparently had many powerful tools at his disposal. Naruto led them through the trees and over several roads until they came upon an open space that may have once been a rice farm long ago. Dropping to the ground to show he wasn't a threat, he was met with several ninja with headbands and heavily armed. Naruto himself held up his hands as a show of peace. I'm here for Hanzaki. My name is Naruto. Sasami, Kotoheim, or Kajiro will know me. One of the men grumbled but motioned for one of the younger members to head off to the clan home. It took a few minutes for them to return, no one saying anything while they waited, though Yugo did eventually lean forward. Say the word, sir, I can flatten all of them for impeding you. Yeah, not necessary, but thanks for offering. Naruto sighed. This was not what he was looking for. Thankfully, however, the clan member returns with a smiling Kotoheim in tow. You've returned, Naruto. I'm so glad to see you. Oh, who's this? The mask was new, but she'd recognize that build and frame anywhere. Plus that special shade of blonde hair. Naruto motioned to Yugo. Consider him a retainer. How've you been, Kotoheim? This was the one his clones kept flirting with, right? He could see why. Damn teenage hormones. Kotoheim however smiled brightly and bounced, in several ways, in place. You remembered me. Wonderful. You both will be welcome here. Sasami and Hanzaki are waiting just ahead. Please follow me. Turning and leading the way at a sedate pace, Naruto and Yugo fell in step with her. Turning back to the young men, Kotoheim smiled. What do you think, Lord Naruto? Am I still just as appealing as before or more so? I promised after all. Kotoheim was dressed in black shorts and a black tube top. An orange vest covered her top while her Heim-cut hair had not changed as it went with her preferred combat style. Naruto coughed into a hand, wishing his clones weren't so on the nose. But after his conversation with the girls, he was willing to be more open with himself at least. You're just as beautiful as before, Kotoheim. Big statement you're making there with my colors. The mask was telling him she was in fact being upfront and honest with him, so that was a plus. Kotoheim nodded with a giggle. I wish to state my claim fast and early. I will be your woman, my lord. Only you have bested me in battle so decisively. Looking him in the eye, she grinned. Little Sasami has her own crush to work through, please be prepared. Naruto mumbled, I'm here to work, not play. The point of this trip was to root out bandits and gangs. Not flirt. Yugo was mumbling as well. Note, Lord Naruto has women he has claimed all over the nations, be wary. That is a good retainer. Kotoheim could appreciate a friend or comrade who knew the pecking order. Naruto sighed, why do I even bother with any of it? Reaching a home with a sign proclaiming Fuma Lane above it. Naruto was met with Sasami and a taller gruff looking back in muted colors and a red cloth bandana. This must be Hanzaki. So you must be Naruto. Sasami and the others told me much about you. Voice just as gruff as his face suggested, Naruto walked forward to shake his hand. Yugo stayed behind while Kotoheim moved off to the side to watch the proceedings. What brings you to our neck of the woods? Naruto decides getting right to the issue would be best. So I'm here on a mission request from the new Rice Daimyo. Since I'm going to be operating in your neck of the woods, I figured I should let you know what's up. I'm going to be exterminating bandits and gangs with extreme prejudice. I'd suggest pulling back any and all of your ninja for the next few days. Naruto watches the assembled members before him and several trying to watch from windows and the doorways are all muttering with surprised looks. Good. After I'm done, the Spring Daimyo will be contacting the Rice Daimyo for economic trade unions. There will also be some talks with you, the Fuma clan, for peace as well. I'd like you to be open to them as well as making peace with any ninja clan remaining in Rice once I'm finished. Hanzaki shrugged, why not just eliminate all of the other ninja clans? Naruto frowned, that'd be genocide. A lot of these clans have done nothing wrong, yours hasn't really, right? You've all just been caught in shitty situations. I'd like allies who are willing to work towards a peace based on understanding each other. But you're willing to kill bandits and gangs? Seems hypocritical. Naruto however shakes his head, most of the bandits and gangs on the road have done a lot worse. Murder, rape, pillaging innocent villages. Nah, I want nothing to do with them and everyone else is better off without those types left alive. They gave up their chance for redemption and now they're just part of the problem. Naruto however did pause to look directly at Hanzaki, unless you're saying you and your clan do the same. The mask was whispering that wasn't the case, but it was still good to hear it straight from the source. This mask really did come in handy. It wasn't killing intent that Hanzaki felt, but the pressure of that gaze made him wish he could be anywhere else in that moment. No, we are a ninja clan and have taken contracts for hire, but we've never acted needlessly. Hanzaki thought about everything Naruto had said so far. This kid seemed willing to back up his talk with action if the stories the returned clan members were anything to go off of. I think you have both guts and honor, but I need more. If you're going to clean up this country, I want our clan along for the ride to witness it. Take Sasami and Kotoheim with you. They'll see for themselves your actions and report back honestly. Even though Kotoheim had been a little off since her return, he at least trusted Sasami to be impartial. Naruto nodded at that. That's fine, I can watch after them and get things done at the same time. Turning to the pair who were now standing together, do you need to get ready or can we leave now? Kotoheim raised a hand while smiling brightly. I'm ready to go now, Lord Naruto. What she was ready to do however was left unsaid. That was for later, under the cover of night. Sasami sighed and nodded as well. I have all of our supplies sealed away, we're good to go. She could already tell she would need to keep Kotoheim in check. It was looking to be a long few weeks. Naruto nodded and saluted to Hanzaki as he turned away. Welp, we're gonna get to it then. See you in a week. Protect my clan members. Any harm comes to them and as a man, you better take responsibility. Hanzaki's gaze flicked to Kotoheim then back to Naruto. Any harm, got it? Yes, I got it, old man. Chuckling, the newly formed group began to race away back towards the trees and up into the tree cover. He's a bit of a worrywart, isn't he? Sasami smiled softly as they moved from tree to tree. He's been like that since we returned. I think he's both happy the clan is coming together and worried things could go wrong again. Orange hair floating behind her, the smaller girl was happy to have some freedom to do something after the last few days of being stuck at home. Naruto nodded. Welp, things should be pretty easy. I'm already mapping out targets and have our first one picked out. Should be there shortly actually. Kodoheim pulled up next to him. Who's that? Some bandits who have holed up in a cave under the mountain nearby. Pretty standard really. Sasami nodded and gained his attention while Yugo trailed behind them. What's our plan? Naruto shrugged. I spam copious amounts of clones and lay waste to anyone standing in my way, and you get to relax and watch. Maybe point me in different directions if your local information seems better than mine. Sasami did her best not to pout. This was about making their home better, not pride, even if it was boring. Boo! She tried. Kodoheim however was on cloud 9, back together and already showing just how manly he was. Oh yes, she chose her bow well. I'm okay with this plan, gives us more time together. Curiosity was finally getting the best of her. What's with the mask? She hadn't pegged Naruto as someone into drama. Naruto's grin was hidden but the playful tone carried over. Oh just wait, it's a fun little tool is all. Depending on how things went he might explain it to the pair. This was meant to be a Uzumaki secret after all. Yugo just sighed as his leader was apparently both very skilled and completely capable of capturing women while on mission. He would take notes and hopefully learn from these experiences. Following along, they came upon what looked like an entrance to a mine tucked away at the base of a moderate hill. Naruto had jumped down to face the entrance about a dozen meters away while his 3 followers landed behind him. Alright, let's see what we got. Willing another 100 clones in existence, Naruto watched as they all began to run inside with little noise. Looking back, Naruto eyed Yugo. Watch over the girls, I've gotta focus for a bit. Yes sir. Scanning the tree line and feeling out, Yugo began to walk around the area just following nature's flow. Naruto himself closed his eyes and clasped his arms behind his back. It was always easier to direct his clones with his eyes closed and shutting things out. He was beginning to notice lately that if he focused hard it was almost like he could see through the clone's eyes. Don't know what part of the shadow clone technique would allow for that, but he would figure it out. Sasami watched interested as Yugo walked a bit away from them, random birds coming to rest on his outstretched arms and hands. That was a first. Yugo seemed very much at ease however, and at least if the forest animals were here that had to mean the area was safe. Kodoheim was watching Naruto and so had a decent view as clones started dragging men out of the mine's entrance. Raising her eyebrows she noted that many were dirty and their clothes were in tatters. Usually most of the local bandits were displaced farmers or villagers down on their luck. She wasn't getting that vibe from the men Naruto's clones were dragging out hog-tied. Once there were 10 men dropped before them, Naruto sighed and seemed to shake himself. Oh you lot are fucked. Naruto's voice was guttural as he moved to stand before the fearful men. One of his clones had dispelled, letting him know there were cages full of people inside. Mostly women and children, but there were some men as well, not enough though. Originally I was going to give each of you orders to run and tell everyone you know that the maelstrom is here to clean house. Seeing some of what you lot do though. Slavers. There weren't just bandits, there were a network of slavers here. There was no need to hold back. I think only one of you gets to go free now. One of them was brave, making it to his knees to plead his case. Please my lord, let me carry your message. I know where the various clans are. That he would be running as fast and as far as his legs could carry him away from all this died in his throat. It didn't matter however. He never saw the kunai that lodged in his forehead. Naruto frowned, chakra flaring and pressing down on the assembled men before him. Anyone else want to speak out of turn? Idly he realized that he still had a lot of rage to work through. Things had been good recently in his personal life, but maybe he should make a personal visit to Konoha soon. Turning his gaze across all of the men, he eventually settled on one man who legitimately was pressed into this business against his will. He was still shit, but less shit. You. I'm going to mark you. A clone pressed a seal onto his back and then untied him. Redeem yourself. Carry my message to everyone you can find. Do so and you'll go free to repent your ways. Try to run for it and I'll blow you to bits, got it? The seal faded away through his clothes, attaching directly to his skin and adhering tightly. Nothing short of another seal master would be removing it. Yes my lord. Good, scram. The man made a hasty retreat while all the others yelled and began pleading their own cases. Naruto however mentally noted that the cave was now empty of prisoners. Many had no ties to Rice and had wished to go to Yuzu. A few still had family here and clones had taken them as far as they could. Naruto turned back to the Fuma girls. Do either of you know if this cave is still used for anything? Sasami thought it over. No, don't think so. Kotohime shook her head. Haven't heard anything about it. Naruto nodded and turned to his clones. Take him back into an empty chamber, lock him in. Yes, sir. Over the gathered men's protests, the clones all dragged or carried them back inside. Naruto, however, was already turning away, pausing only slightly at the sight of Yugo covered in forest animals. That's new. Yugo looked up and noticed the attention he was getting. Time to go, my lord? Yup, there's a port town that's apparently been subjugated by some thugs. Wanna make it there by tomorrow. Making a motion with a hand for everyone to follow him, they took to the trees once more. Behind them an explosion rang out and dust spewed from the mine entrance. Kotohime came up beside Naruto then. You are so in control, my lord. Perhaps you could give me a private demonstration later? Heh, you do remember other people are with us, correct? His clones had gotten him in trouble, again. They could learn a thing or two. Kotohime would not be denied. Coming to the end of available tree cover, the group of 4 dropped to the ground and adopted a more lax pace for the road. For Naruto, he figured it would be better from here to not scare the locals. Plus, roadside bandits were a thing that needed to be cleaned up. This clones would only cover so much roadway. They had already disposed of a few themselves though. Sasami walked along next to Yugo, while Kotohime tried her best to flirt and draw Naruto's attention. Sasami giggled and turned her attention to the taller man next to her. How long have you been with Naruto? You weren't with him the last time he was in Rice. Yugo shook his head as he looked down on the orange-haired girl. Not long. Lord Naruto actually saved me just recently. I've decided to follow him and see out his vision. He had a second chance at life because of Naruto. He would die for the man if needed. Yugo believed Naruto had the power to change the world. Sasami smiled. He seems to really put his all into everything he does. He gave us a second chance as well. Our clan had splintered and some had been working with Orochimaru. But he saved us and now he's going to help clean up our country. We'll be hard-pressed to repay that debt. Both shared a smile as their feelings seemed to mirror one another. They both respected Naruto greatly and were willing to follow him in his quest. Turning from one another to watch Naruto himself, they paused as a group of men came out onto the road from a rundown storage shack. All of them either chuckling or holding up weapons. They gave the group an ultimatum. Leave the girls and scram brats. Or we'll bleed you out here. Naruto sighed. Sure, he wanted to find bandits, but did they really need to be so cliché? Look guys, it's a nice day out. Why don't you go find some honest work and leave us alone? I'll look boys. A taller lanky man strode forward with his hands on his hips. The girly boy think he's tough. Listen boy, we'll be taking the women. For speaking up, we're gonna beat ya and make you watch us have a taste of them. Got it. Naruto however just sighed and created clones. You're just so gross. The man in front of him being left alone, the other clones raced ahead, each grabbing a man before attaching an explosive note and then hurling them over the rice fields with all their strength. Like grotesque human fireworks, the men were sent screaming before they exploded and rained down pink mist. Turning back to the leader himself, the man had dropped to his ass and was crab walking away from Naruto. Nin ninja. Oh, of course they had tried to jump some ninja. Of all the rotten luck. Naruto added some chakra to his eyes for added effect, making them shine as he looked down on the coward. Run away. Run and tell everyone the maelstrom is coming. Seeing the man nod quickly and run off, the boy removed his mask and sealed it away in his jacket. The sleeves were started to get a little short. Or was he getting taller? Kotohime was grinning wide, quick and efficient. Though you let one go again. Why? They all started walking again. It gets the message out. Hopefully some of these groups will leave and make a run for it, or some will try to band together to fight me. That's good for me as it means I won't have to go all over the country to find them. If it saved him any time at all, he was going to appreciate it. He wanted to get back to Spring and the girls. Walking along, Kotohime indulged her curiosity some more. Where are you from, Lord Naruto? Chuckling, Naruto pointed lazily at the trees. I'm originally from the Leaf Village. But I've since left them behind. The village council screwed me over pretty good and someone apparently tried to kill me. So me and some of my friends left to do our own thing for a while. You were from the Leaf? Kotohime thought about that for a while in silence. Her sister had been lost in the Leaf during the invasion. At first she had hated the Leaf because she thought they were responsible. It took a while to learn the truth and realize Orochimaru had used her as a sacrifice. Yet she still had followed the gifted-tongued man, believing his words and promises. Maybe if they had really seen the snake bastard for who he really was, kin would still be alive today. Naruto however wasn't privy to those thoughts, just answering her question instead. Yeah. Grew up there. Had to leave behind some really good friends. I'm hoping I can convince them to come with me later. Thought he would love to get the Ichirakus to defect for sure. Irika would be a hard sell and Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi would probably be all but impossible. He would try though. He'd show them Yuzu and Spring. Let them see just what he was doing. Hopefully Sasuke could forgive him for leaving. Kodohime speaks up for a bit, you know, I used to hate the leaf. Seeing Naruto turn to face her, she nodded to him, my sister, Kin, died during the invasion. I had though it had been the work of your ninja. But Orochimaru admitted that she had sacrificed herself for him and one of his techniques. It still took me a while to get over my hatred of them. But you at least, I hold no grudge towards. We all have a second chance because of you and I am grateful for it. Naruto appreciates the slightly older girl being honest with him. For what it's worth, I think it's perfectly okay to hate the leaf, but I think I get what you mean. He hadn't grown up with a sibling so he couldn't really relate. Losing someone precious however, that thought had him in knots. Sasami chimed in, I wonder, maybe if we had met without Orochimaru or the leaf being so shitty, do you think we'd still be able to be close like this? Naruto shrugs, I think, if we had met, we probably would have been. He probably wouldn't have met them if he hadn't left the leaf however. Doubtful any mission they took would have planted them in the middle of a sound base. Looking up Naruto notes the sun making its way lower into the sky. Come on, I want to hit that wooded area up ahead soon and turn in for the night. We should reach the port town by tomorrow midday. Kodohime saluted with a smile, lead the way Lord Naruto. I'll be happy to help you relax later. Sasami just sighed as their pace picked up just a bit, this is going to be a long mission. Yugo agreed with her though for different reasons, most likely. It was nice, to be able to be around normal people and not have to worry about flying into a rage. He would cherish each and every moment from here on. All thanks to his lord. The next day found the group walking into what looked like a busy port town by the sea. None of them could ignore the smells however. Like something rotten was hovering over the place. Naruto decided to head off behind a building and unnoticed by the civilians began making clones and transforming them into random-looking people. Their orders for the day were to hunt down the gang running this town. Task complete, he rejoined the group and they made their way through town towards the port itself. Mask firmly on, Naruto figured there was always something going on around a port. Sasami and Kodohime had frowns on their faces as they walked along. The people they could see looked beaten, ragged. Someone was putting the squeeze to the townsfolk and it was obviously taking its toll. What few children they saw all looked underweight, more than a few barely had the energy to just sit and watch the group pass them by. Kodohime frowned, so distracted by bringing our clan back to power that we ignored this in our own home. Sasami nodded, even if we wanted to we just didn't have enough people. It's been a pain just bringing the clan back together. Even to her however it felt like an excuse. Simple gangs and bandits weren't problems for ninja. Any of them could have started helping. Naruto however has his hands in his pockets as he walked, doesn't matter now. I'm here to do just that. We're going to clean up every village and town we find and wipe the slate clean, let the people start over. Mask covering his face and preventing the others from seeing his own disgusted face, they were all stopped by a pair of goons who looked like they hadn't bathed in a month. Looky at the tourists, Jin, don't they look just so out of place? This one was balding with wispy hair clinging to a scab-filled scalp. Most notably he had all of his teeth though they were rotten. Sure do Rin, but the women are mighty fine lookin'. Thinkin', we can have some fun ya? Jin however had long shaggy hair down to his back, though his burly frame produced an odor that had Naruto wincing. This one would have to go. Kodohime has a bored look on her face, do all of the men around here only think with their peckers? Naruto however has decided he needs to make an example out of one of them, and apparently the overweight Jin was the one to go. A Rasengan appeared in his hand, listen, I only need one of you. Run back to your leaders and let them know I'm coming for them. The little kitty thinks he scares us with the light show. We ain't afraid of ya boy. Rin pulled a rusty knife from a pocket and brandished it with a grin. Naruto shrugged and let the Rasengan fly, a thin chakra thread holding it together as it connected with Jin and sent him flying away down the street. Body crashing into the dirt eventually, Jin's internal organs couldn't hold up against the grinding might of the attack. He was dead even before his body came to rest. Rin looked back towards his brother slowly, not believing what he just saw. It was a trick, it had to be a trick. How could this kid do this to his brother? Turning back with fear in his eyes, he nearly wet himself at the shining eyes behind the mask. Wanna dance, mister? Rin turned and fled back towards the docks at full speed. The boss would want to hear about this. Kodohime giggled, was that really necessary? Naruto shook his head, no, but I consider rapist pretty much at the bottom of life. It's like stepping on an ant. The group walking forward, Naruto began to circulate chakra through his body, gotta remember to clean up after myself. Reaching down to pick up the dead man, Naruto spun once before throwing Jin towards the ocean. Holding a hand to cover his eyes from the sun, he pumped his fist at the splash in the distance. Didn't hit anyone innocent. I call that a good job. Memories pouring in, Naruto nodded. Yup, major gang in a warehouse at the dock. Yugo stepped forward. Would you like me to take care of this, my lord? Naruto almost said no he would, but then paused. One of the things he would need to learn was to let others do the work as well. Yes, he could do everything, but he didn't need to do everything. And these were just basic thugs. The warehouse they're holed up in is full of supplies. Think you can take them out without destroying anything? Since the seal you've placed on me, yes, I believe I can do that. He felt like he had much better control of his emotions. He should have no problems in battle. Okay, when we get there you can have at them. I want no one spared. It will be done. Yugo fell into step behind Naruto as the group continued on toward the docks. As they walk, Naruto is hit with memories from several clones. Some knocking around thugs and kids who think they're tough. A few tearing apart some murderers mid-act. A few more helping children and making themselves useful. Almost all of them, when asked, tell the people to thank Uzushio or the blonde Maelstrom himself. As they came upon the docks and walked past several ships in poor repair and even less functional fishing boats, they all stopped before a warehouse that was closed up with several guards out front. Naruto pointed ahead. Remember, no damage to the dock or the supplies. And bring me the leader himself. Yugo nods and rushes off, body changing as his blood ability kicked in. Arms forming into scythes, he was the incarnate of death as he dispatched first the guards and then the doors leading to the warehouse. Behind them and unnoticed by Naruto, a crowd was beginning to form. Yugo himself found it easy to control his usual battle rage and lust for destruction. More so that these were just normal people, not ninja. This was no battle. It was slaughter. It was moments before he was able to pick out and isolate the gaudiest dressed thug in the room, injuring his knee and preventing him from running away. From there the 24 men who all were gathered arguing over what to do were set upon by Yugo. Arm scythes flying, it was less than a minute before the warehouse was empty. As his lord requested, no damage to any of the supplies was made. The rows and rows of containers and wood boxes unscathed. Though he wasn't sure if the doors would count as dock damage. He would accept punishment if they were. Grabbing the blubbering leader in his hand, he dragged the rat along with him. Naruto and the others watched as Yugo returned dragging a brown-haired man in what looked like a cheap business suit and multiple rings on his fingers. Frowning as the man was dropped at his feet, Naruto only had one question. What was the point of all of this? What? The hell do you mean, brat? Yugo's foot crashed down onto his injured knee, forcing a scream from him. Do well to address my lord with respect. Naruto held up a hand, continuing to look down on the thug. I don't like repeating myself to trash. What was the point of all of this? The point? What's the point of anything? We had power, so we took what we wanted. That's it, kid. This world is kill or be kill. Be the shepherd or be the lamb. I refuse to be a lamb. Naruto sighed. A shepherd is meant to guide his flock. To help it grow. You seem to have missed that step. Turning away, Naruto prepared to leave and dropped a exploding note that sealed itself to the man's back, his mask telling him just what kind of human garbage this man was. Yugo, take out the trash. Bowing, Yugo's muscles began to expand. As you wish. Wait. I can get you things. Money, women. Anything. Yugo tossed him over the bay much as Naruto had done with the other corpse. The explosion that followed seeded the water with meat and blood. Naruto, however, was turning to the assembled people. Listen to me. I do not expect any of you to know who I am. Some call me the blonde Maelstrom. I hail from a nation hidden in whirlpools. My one goal is to save and unite all of the people, much like myself, much like all of you. The downtrodden. The beaten. The used. I want there to be true peace, where we all can wake up to a new day without worry that some new war or some new power comes to take what we have away. That is my dream, and here today, I hope you can see that and throw your support towards that. Rebuild your home, take control, and together with your friends and allies help seize a real future for yourselves. There were mutters and slowly building support as several people began to build up a chant. Support for the blonde was strong with the people who had seen those claiming to be from Yuzu helping out around town. And soon, there was a unified chant that rose above the noise of the dock works. Maelstrom! 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 Naruto turned back to his companions, eyes shining. While they couldn't see his face, they all felt like he was smiling. Time to move on. We have more work to do. Turning back to the crowd, he raised a fist and they all slowly quieted. I cannot stay, but look to the Fuma clan for help and guidance. They will be my eyes and ears while I'm gone. Another cheer and then Naruto was up and away over the rooftops, the group following behind not a moment later. Sasami pulled up beside him while Kotohime had hearts in her eyes. That's a lot to promise on behalf of another clan. Naruto shrugged. You say you want to help your country and your people, so would you not help them if they asked? That's. Sasami admitted that yes they would, but Hanzaki might take offense over not being asked about it first. Kotohime had another thought entirely. Men of strength do not ask for permission. They do. Lord Naruto is setting an example that people can emulate and follow. That is the mark of a leader. In her mind it validated what she had felt about him. This was a man of character and action. He was not just nice. He knew what he wanted and knew what it took to get it. Naruto grinned and pulled ahead. One more stop and then we're done. My clones either took care of other smaller guys or didn't find anything else. Yugo nodded. We shall rid the earth of your enemies, my lord. Naruto chucked. Trust me, if we tried that it'd be a very empty world. Sometimes just mutual understanding enough. Here he paused as he removed his mask and sealed it away. Even if that understanding is that I will erase them from existence. Omake. Koyuki admitted that as an actress she was a bit of a basket case. She could be hard to work with and harder still to please. But she was also a star who put on amazing performances the world over. Becoming her country's daimyo didn't stop that, and currently she was on set for a short-run film that could be filmed completely in spring, which was a plus. However, the director and most of the crew had certain complaints about her personal staff. The wine you requested, Haim. Holding out a glass, a well-muscled blonde clad in only tight biker shorts filled it for her. Chilled, just as she liked. Haim, I have a selection of fish from Wave that are today fresh. Another blonde kneeled before her, holding up a tray loaded with expertly cut fresh fish. Another scantily clad blonde picked up a piece she pointed out, feeding it to her with a smile while she moaned in delight. Behind her, another worked and massaged her shoulders while a fifth fanned her with what looked like a war fan from Suna. He wouldn't explain how he got it, but she was enjoying it all the same. Approaching her, one of the director's staff wanted to update her on the schedule. He was however blocked by a blonde holding a sword over his shoulder. Who are you, bub? Koyuki giggled at the overprotective Naruto clone. Oh, it's alright, he's a member of the staff, he's okay. Of course, Haim. Letting the guy through the clone still gave him the stink eye. Away from them all, the director had Sandao off to the side. She isn't usually like this, is she? Sandai sighed and shook his head. She has certain perks that come with being the daimyo. Having a powerful ninja on call nearly 24/7 is one of them. I'm assuming picking a fight with the blonde is a bad idea. Monumentally bad. Koyuki just smiled and leaned back in her seat as the functionary left. A little harder, Naruto. Yes. A girl could get used to being pampered like this. Konoha was by and large a peaceful and prosperous village. The villagers themselves had nothing to truly worry about, as Konoha had shown time and time again that even if battle fell upon them, it would be swiftly dealt with. That confidence in their protectors bled over from the villagers themselves into the ninja who protected them. Happy, confident ninja tended to work and perform better in the end as well. Things had slowly changed. Many of the villagers who had been saved by Naruto during the sand/sound invasion had taken note that they hadn't seen the hyperactive blonde in a long time. Rumors had begun to circulate. From he had been courted into the daimyo's new guardian ninja corps, to he had begun secretly training as the next Hokage. Some, more whispered in dark places, had assumed the demon brat had finally gotten his on some mission and kicked the bucket. These rumors were smaller, somewhat buoyed by the new addition to Team 7. The civilians, however, were still hopeful. Peace was a nice thing after all. The ninja, however, knew better and were keeping a tight lid on the truth. Contracts that had been earned because of Naruto's performance during the Chunin exams and his subsequent almost single-handed rescue of the entire village had begun to wane. The blonde maelstrom he had been called. Well, the blonde had been spotted in several nations so far. From Hot Spring to Rice and even Earth. Bandits and enemy ninja were learning to fear him, while civilians who met him were praising his abilities and his character. But Leaf Ninja were worried. Because they knew, even if not the whole truth, that the village had done the boy horribly wrong. Soon they knew the hammer was coming down. Because the fire daimyo was coming to visit the Leaf. Tsunade sat before the council in a smaller meeting room within the Hokage Tower. Everyone was quiet as she just announced to them all that the fire daimyo would be coming to Konoha by the end of the month to give them time to prepare. While the civilians would want to celebrate and put on a festival, she let them all know that this visit was due to the flight of the Uzumaki clan. Tsum is the first to bring up the biggest issue here. One way or another, we are going to lose face. We fucked up. This is us having to face the music, so to speak. Hayashi nodded. Will the Uzumaki be here to attend and speak their grievances? Tsunade shook her head. No. This meeting is to get our side of things and give the daimyo information. After this he will be meeting with the Uzumaki at their current location. Shikaku frowned. The daimyo did not share that information? Nope. Seems he doesn't trust us. Wonder why. Tsunade sniped back, frowning towards the civilians on the council. Several of which look ready to plead their own case. Danzo however places a hand on the table. Perhaps the civilian members of the council should keep their mouths shut for the time being. You've blundered this enough. Finally having enough leverage over the fools to keep them on a leash, Danzo had no qualms about putting them on notice. If only Tsunade had this type of influence. She was still such a child, the drunk. Tsum loathes it but agrees with Danzo in this. Ya no, I hate to say it, but Danzo's right. If not for you we wouldn't be in this mess. So best to keep quiet for now. Tsum was all for at minimum publicly apologizing to the Uzumaki and offering reparations. It would have been the fastest and easiest way to make amends, even if some face would have been lost. Honor was more important in her book. Inoichi motions to Choza who nods and thumps his chest. Perhaps then, since we know we can't really talk our way out of this, we all help put on our village's best for the daimyo when he arrives? Show him that even without the Uzumaki, our village is still plenty strong. Shikaku waved a hand to shake away the thought. It was too one-dimensional. The daimyo is smarter than that. He won't be swayed by pretty lights and carnival games. We can still put on a strong face. Every little bit helps. Inoichi chimes in. It'd help even more if we had the Uzumaki or his clansmen attend. At least show we have some contact and are attempting to reconcile. Danzo chimed in again while ignoring his own plans in place for the Uzumaki. With luck his reconditioned agent will have made contact with the boy by now. Tsunade nods to it all and leans back. The festival will be approved no problem. We have what resources we can spare looking for Naruto and his group. We still will not list any of them as missing Nin. Here she paused and glared at the civilian members. Hopefully we can slip though this without too much drama. Tsum grumbles, wouldn't be any drama at all if the civilian council didn't get so greedy. Tsunade slams a hand on the table. Enough of that. Now we need to all come together and put on a brave face. We can talk about who's a dumbass and who did wrong later, understood? Getting nods and verbal agreements, Tsunade picks up a form in front of her. Alright, first off, where will we be accommodating the daimyo while he and his entourage stay? This was going to be a long meeting that Sundi wasn't looking forward to, but hopefully they would get some new letters from Naruto soon. She was looking forward to word from the boy. Outside and on the ninja training grounds Team 7 is hard at work. Today is chakra exercises while Kakashi runs them through mental drills, at least had been. The day was beginning to wind down and they were all chatting as they worked through cool-down routines. Kakashi brings up their upcoming patrol mission. It should be a week long. We will be patrolling from Hot Spring to Rice and back to Konoha. Is everyone prepared? He wasn't shocked that their patrol route somewhat coincided with where their missing blonde had been sighted. Sakura was ready for a trip out of the village finally. They had been cooped up for too long. Though the time with Sasuke had been well worth it. It'd be nice if we could visit some of the springs while we're out. I hear they're amazing. Secretly she wanted to hunt down the hidden spring of increased bust. She had heard about it in rumors around the hospital and even if they were fake she was willing to track it down. Tsunade had to be hoarding that information to herself. Sasuke was transitioning from closed leg to open leg stretches on the ground. Flexibility was important after all, a vacation would be nice. He tried not to think about Sakura in a swimsuit. He failed. But he was happy with this failure. Sai however was fine being a party pooper. That has nothing to do with the mission. It is a partal, not a sightseeing tour. Sakura groans as she moved from sit-ups to scissor kicks, her physical fitness still needing improvement. The mission isn't everything you know. Life is meant to be lived after all. She missed Sai pondering that statement as he was working through his art book. Currently drawing the likeness of a woman and a serpent together. Kakashi however claps his hands together to draw everyone's attention. Well said Sakura. While the mission is important we can't forget to live our lives to the fullest. Now, everyone take a few laps of the field and we'll call it here for the day. Hearing groans, the teens eventually came to their feet and complied. Kakashi himself however allowed his thoughts to turn inwards. It hadn't been all that long ago that he had been pulled into a bar crawl with Kurenai and Anko. Kurenai because she was still upset over Hinata leaving, and Anko because she had her own business to unload. The women however figured Kakashi always needed time out because the guy was always stuck in the past and even he couldn't deny that. So here they were, sitting in a booth at a bar and drinking heavily. Anko however was pretty far into her drinks. You know, I sorta get why little Naruto left. Seeing the others look at her questioningly, Anko shrugs. You know me. Remember how I was treated, hell still am treated, all because Orochimaru trained me? I'm still a special jonin because the council has decided they can't trust me to train students and give me my full certification. What a load of shit. Sometimes this village really knows how to treat its best and brightest. Taking a shot of her current drink of choice, Enko laid out across the table. Kurenai rubs her friend's back, and yet you're still here. Trying to prove them wrong. That's what makes you such a great example of a good kunoichi of the leaf. Kakashi himself couldn't fault Enko and for once said as much. I can't say I blame him or you. I've thought about it. But it's our duty as upper-ranked ninja to work through or bury our own problems and pass on something better for the next generation. We've been through some shit. War, assassinations, seductions, you name it. All before these kids even left the academy. I wouldn't wish any of that on them. Enko however isn't convinced, not leaving her laid-out position. But what the fuck happens when there isn't a better option? What if leaving is what's best? Mind hazy, she could only be this honest with her closest friends. She gave thanks that Kurenai didn't bring that stick in the mud along. Kakashi however has paused mid-drink as he thinks over what she said. Knowing that he's been faced with such decisions himself. Some old and some recent actually. Taking a drink after a moment, he shrugs, all we can do is what we think is best for the next generation. No matter what that may be. Kurenai and Enko raise their cups and drink with him, while he begins to key up teasing for the single snake mistress. He had seen her and that academy teacher together a lot recently. Snapping out of it as he hears Sakura bickering with Sai, Kakashi vows to continue to do the best he can for all of his students. Even those that aren't around at the moment. You don't abandon your comrades after all. Far away in Wind Country we find the Sand Village. Hot, dusty, but alive in its way, the village hidden in the sand was a resilient place. Its people reflected this, surviving and thriving in a climate and landscape that for anyone else would be a death sentence. At its center was, as with most ninja villages, was the Kage Tower in which Gaara, the newly minted Kazekage, was reading a letter from of all places Wave. Last he checked he hadn't sent anyone out to the small island nation and for sure Suna had not had any interactions with them. Here they were however, sending him a letter congratulating him on his ascension to Kazekage and wishing his siblings well. The rest of the letter detailed potential trade agreements and a possible alliance between the nations, though the sender, this tsunami, even admitted that would have to wait until their leader returned. So a functionary decided to take the initiative on this, curious. Making a motion for his secretary, he asks for his siblings to be called. He was curious for sure but needed outside opinion still. Normal human interaction was still something he was working on after all, though even for him this letter was sending odd signals. Having turned to other paperwork while he waited, it didn't take long until first Kankuro and soon Temari were in his office while his current secretary closes and locks the door. After expressing just what is in the letter he had received, his siblings offer their own opinions on the matter. Kankuro shrugs as he takes his customary seat in the corner and unseals a puppet to begin working on it, seeing as this wasn't something super important. Not like we have much to benefit. Any trade from a nation that far away would have to go through the land of fire, and you know the kind of taxes that'll get hit by. Kankuro himself didn't care for the leaf or fire nation. Temari however was sitting on the couch while actually thinking it over, unless the trade route is completely by sea. It would be longer, having to traverse around the land of tea, but it's doable. The idea of anyone wanting to trade with them was sort of amazing. It wasn't like they had much to trade at all anyway besides heavy metals and sand. But what good was that? Kankuro brings up a point that he didn't believe was considered. Why even bother with such a small nation? We could chuck the letter and forget them and realistically not miss anything. Gaara however holds up the letter, pointing at a section at the end. I might have, if not for this passage. It mentions that they hope my tenant has gotten over being turned into glass for a while. How many people on the planet are privy to that battle? Temari is grinning already. Oh ho. So the blonde powerhouse is up to some major moves then. This would require some planning then. Unnoticed to her, both boys shudder. Gaara nods after a minute. It appears so. If this is Naruto, or someone working for him, then it is at least worth the look. Kankuro shakes his head and crosses his arms over his chest. No one officially from the sand can go. We have no official reason to be there, and tensions with us between fire are already tense still. Temari raised a hand from where she was on the couch. I can go. I'm technically a diplomat now, and things with Konoha have stalled for some reason. So I'm free to go take a look around, meet up with this tsunami. Gaara thinks that over as Temari was most likely the best choice for this. She was smart and diplomatically a better choice than himself or his brother, or anyone else from his administration. I'll write a letter for you to take with you tomorrow. Think you'll be prepared by then? Temari nods and sits up straight. I'll be ready and able first thing in the morning. A grin was beginning to stretch across her face that had the other boys shuddering. They refused to comment however, as that way led to mental trauma. In Earth Country, if Iwagakure could be described as anything, it would most likely be unyielding. Having stood the test of time, the village and its people were collectively a stubborn and no-compromise type. That it had taken one of their own, now an infamous Nuke Nin, to destroy their village once said much about their strength. Inside his office, Anoki works through his paperwork while grumbling and complaining to the only other two occupants of the room, his grandchildren. Kuratsuchi and Kazuchi stood behind his shoulders while he complained, again, about some new blonde who was making a name for himself. In Earth Country no less. Saving prisoners from Orochimaru, they were trying to make a fool out of him, he just knew it. And to top it off, the Leaf seemed to have misplaced their Jinchuriki as well. At least if the rumors are to be believed. Anoki finally shoved the paperwork aside, he wasn't going to be getting anything done as it was. Kuratsuchi shrugged, no one has any proof and right now getting anyone into the Leaf to spy is all but impossible. Kazuchi agreed with his sister, that's right, there's a pretty tight lockdown going on there. Anoki crossed his arms and nodded, exactly. Think about it. An island in the south is just gone. That takes monumental power. That Maelstrom character has been sighted in Rice. Civilians, even some of ours, are migrating somewhere beyond the Fire Nation's borders. Thinking on it, he slammed both hands on the desk, someone's changing the game, and I don't like it. Kazuchi leaned forward a bit, couldn't change be a good thing? Anoki shook his head, not when someone is amassing power. Missing Jinchuriki, a buildup of forces, some new S-rank ninja on the loose, no. I don't like it. Kuratsuchi grinned, do you like anything, Grandpa? Quiet brat. Anoki thinks it over, grumbling some more while his grandchildren wait. If only Deidara hadn't gone off the deep end and left. He'd be perfect for his. Kuro? Yes, Grandpa? I want you to look into this blonde Maelstrom character. Quietly if you can. I don't want the Leaf building up their strength unchecked, and I think whoever this is probably has the answer. Here the much shorter old man looked up to his granddaughter, do not attempt to fight or engage. Gather info, run, that's it. Kuratsuchi was ecstatic, hopping over the desk to spin and salute to her grandfather, on it Granddad. I'll sniff the guy or girl out within a week. And like that she was gone, lapel flapping in the breeze. Kazuchi stands there quietly for a bit while Anoki goes back to his paperwork. Shuffling from one foot to another quietly until Anoki finally addresses him, what boy? It might have been better if I had gone. He knew his sister. She would be itching to fight this guy if given the chance. Anoki leaned forward and massaged his shoulders, one of you needed to stay. You're the better choice for that, little Kuro can only be cooped up for so long. That Kazuchi was better at back rubs didn't factor in at all. Well, yes it did. Anoki was old, he didn't need to lie about it anymore. Let him be pampered, damn it. Kazuchi has another question however, what do we do when we find this Maelstrom and where he's operating out of? Savage grin on his face, Anoki set upon his paperwork. What we would do with any upstart Leaf. Burn it. It wasn't like this one was on par with their fourth Hokage. Someone like that was a rare oddity anyway. No, they would put this upstart down as a warning to Konoha and its new Hokage not to get too big for its britches. B. Enlightening. A similar conversation is going on between A and his two current Jinchuriki. The harsh-looking blonde Yujito and the large multi-sword wielding B are standing before his desk at attention. The conversation is on the whereabouts of the Kyuubi and what they could do. A sticks to what works for Kyumo. Currently, I want the Kyuubi found and brought to Kyumo. B shrugs as he's already over being inside the village, ready to go back to being a hermit. So you're the man, what's the plan? The Rakage frowned and leans forward on his elbows, tenting his hands. I have two fronts to this. First, Yujito. Yes, sir? Once we locate the boy, you're to attempt to seduce him into coming to our side peacefully. Sources say Konoha fumbled that connection greatly, lean on that. He's just a boy, you shouldn't have too much trouble on that end. While he had other interest, he could admit Yujito had her own charm that was eye-catching. Surely she shouldn't have too much trouble bending some wet behind-the-ears brat around her fingers. Then he turned to B, if that fails, you're to beat him into submission. Crush him and drag him back here. You have the most control of your demon, that boy couldn't have even started training with it yet. Use your experience and training against him. Power-wise there was still a massive gap between the 8 tails and the 9 tails, but B's training and experience should bridge it. B shakes his head, bad idea yo, kid is smarter than you think though, should talk, don't balk, or he'll walk. Denied. Plan is simple and effective. Plus, with these Akatsuki jokers out I want you both mobile. Get to it. B, you can take your team. Do not get sidetracked. Seeing both Jinchuriki salute, he dismissed them with a wave. Outside the office and meandering their way towards the gates, Yujito speaks up finally in her quiet voice. You and I both know this isn't going to work. Gotta try, or do you wanna die? I'm serious. Yujito stopped and forcefully turned the larger dark-skinned man wearing glasses. If he's even a little like us, he's going to sniff us out and be gone before we even get a chance to open our mouths. B shrugs and makes a pose. Us Jinchuriki gotta stick together, work together. Can't always be so cautious, yo. Yujito rolls her eyes and turns to start walking again. You're a lost cause. Maybe I'll defect with the kid. Ah, come on Yujito, don't be that way. Rhyming stopped under his duress. The bigger man complained and whined as Yujito continued to ignore him. This was making out to be the start of a very long mission. Yujito voiced one concern she had. This kid, he apparently took on the one-tails by himself and won, easily. That's Kage level power already, and he's had time to grow and learn since then. Think we should be worried? Yes. At the very straightforward answer, Yujito turned to look at the bigger man who shrugged while fingering one of his multiple swords. Kid's gonna be on edge, wary. He won't trust us or anyone coming for him. Bro's not wrong, soft approach is good, just, as a friend, not the seductress. Seeing B actually take this serious for a moment, Yujito eventually nods and turns to continue their trek. Got it. Anything that can stop your rapping means business. Huh. I wonder if the kid is hot. I haven't had a decent roll in the hay in a while. Plus demon containers usually had some pretty amazing stamina, that should translate over. No go, no go. That's a kid you're trying to make a bid for. If there's a headband on then we're getting it on. No. Suddenly the older Jinchuriki was very worried about this mission. B. Kabuto had to duck to avoid the teacup that splattered against the wall behind his head. It seemed today was also a bad day for his leader and mentor. Standing to his full height he watched as Orochimaru ranted and raved against everything that had been happening lately. 3 lost bases so far, several thousand test subjects just missing, and no clue exactly who it was. Well, no concrete proof, but Orochimaru was very vocal about who he believed it was. That little brat. I'm going to hunt him down and squeeze the life out of him with my own 2 hands. Bandanged form still throbbing and aching from his latest transplant, the Sannin was ready to throttle someone. Where are the sound for? I have a mission for them. They are on the way, my lord. Perhaps it would have been better to kill little Naruto when we had the chance? I'm sure I could have done the deed. Orochimaru scoffs as he paces about his dark torchlit office. I'm sure you would have tried. Do you remember just what he was capable of? He used a bomb capable of creating a dead zone just outside of Tanzaku town. Nothing grows there anymore. Even trying to go there yourself can lead to death later. No, I should not have underestimated him. I won't do so again. No, he wouldn't. Let that little shit make a fool out of him? Not again, no. He'd kill him personally. The boy has likely gotten even more powerful since our last meeting. Direct confrontation might no longer be an option, which means coercion. Something else to keep him away from us. Kabuto pulls free a scroll, copied records from of all places Konoha detailing that Naruto had indeed left. Maybe we should first bend our resources into finding where he has run off to. Orochimaru thinks on that. Originally he had wanted to use little Tayuya and that brat Karen in order to bring Naruto around to his side. Something was now interfering with the Uzumaki's tracking seal, however, and he could no longer feel it. That meant starting from scratch. Take the sound for yourself, head first to Konoha and try to get information on his whereabouts. From there track him down, but, quietly, I wish to deal with the boy myself. Do you think that wise, my lord? I haven't fought him with intent to kill. That's all changed. He wants a war, he's getting one. Now go, I don't want to see you unless you have news for me. Understood, my lord. Without another word Kabuto was gone, leaving Orochimaru alone. Raging again, he flexed his chakra and tore a hole in the wall of his office. I should have killed the boy when I had the chance in that dank forest. If only I hadn't gotten so curious. Curse those Uzumaki. In hindsight he should have known better. The past never seemed to be very forgiving of faults, however. Across the nations, all of the major nations with exception to Mist all seemed to have one thought on their minds and set similar plans in motion. Find the Maelstrom and convince or retrieve him for their cause. And while all of them currently seem to forget that it was these kind of actions that led to the Maelstrom leaving his home village in the first place, they all put stock in the fact that they were major nations. If they wanted something done, it got done. That was how it had been for decades now, and some brat wasn't going to change that. May and the Mist had the belief that they would rather not try to rebuild a glass crater. Thank you very much. They would be staying out of it for now. Somewhere, away from the machinations of the major ninja villages and deep within the country of rice, Naruto himself sneezed several times in a row. This surprised not just himself, as he knew he wasn't allergic to anything, but also everyone with him, as none of them had seen him indicate he was sick. Naruto, however, just rubbed his nose and shrugged at their questioning looks. Someone must be talking about me. Kodohime leaned over with a handkerchief and exposed her cleavage on accident. Here, let me. Naruto, however, waved her off and produced his own rag to check his nose. That was weird. Am I the only one who felt like someone walked over my grave? Kurama chuckled. First time being hunted by several groups at once, huh? You'll get used to it. Get used to it? What do you mean? Kurama went back to ignoring him. Wait a minute, fuzzball. What do you know? Tell me. If I die, you die, remember that. You'll be fine, believe it. That's my line, asshole. If only Naruto knew what was coming over the horizon. Naruto watched quietly from his treetop vantage as the bandits rallied behind an improvised fort below them. It had been a few days of wandering from one side of Rice Country to the other, cleaning up rogue gangs and bandits, but this was the last stop for him. Several bandit groups had rolled together in some attempt to consolidate power. It wasn't going to help, but Naruto could appreciate that they were trying. Behind him, Kodohime, Sasami, and Yugo were watching and waiting for his go-ahead to do anything. He was currently their leader in this endeavor after all. Of course, Kodohime was nearly foaming at the mouth with her desire to bed the young man, while Sasami was stuck between greatly respecting and admiring him for his courage and strength of character and wanting to run away because of Kodohime. The girl had just been so graphic about what she wanted to do with the boy. No. Someone more like Yugo was her speed. Someone strong and calm, plus their hair matched. That had to be fate. Yugo was just having a ball learning all he could about his new lord. There were no thoughts of women or future plans in his mind at all. If only he knew what Naruto had planned for him. Someone needed to take some of this womanly heat off the young man after all. Sorry, Yugo, you would be a sacrifice soon. Naruto, however, motioned down to the ground, dropping down himself in full view of the short wooden fence that the bandits had erected. Stretching and preparing himself mentally, he had stowed his mask away before this. He already knew he wouldn't need it. Kodohime, however, was leaning over his shoulder, her yukata much more open than it had been the last few days. So what's the plan, my lord? She had found Naruto to be incredibly strong, patient, and loyal to his creed. Qualities many men of this time failed in. She was not letting him escape her. If she had to share, then so be it. Naruto, however, was doing his best to focus on what was ahead of him. These guys are some of the worst of the worst. They aren't getting a second change. I'll wipe them out quickly, take you girls back to your clan, and then head back to continue my work. It had been nearly a week since he had left Spring. Sure, there wouldn't have been any major progress in terms of training, but he still missed his girls. Still felt odd saying that, even mentally. So you have multiple mates, any strong bull should. We aren't animals, things are a little different for humans. If you say so. Wait until you start mating, you'll understand then. Why are all of my mentors such perverts? Again, wait until you mate once, you'll understand. Mental link fading, Naruto resisted the urge to pull his hair out as they approached the hastily built gate. It was barely 6 feet high and had obviously been constructed quickly. Who was that supposed to stop? Who the hell are you? Go away unless you want to die. Naruto ignores them for a moment, making all at once close to 1,000 clones before focusing on the guard. Look. I'll only say this once. Tell everyone inside to lay down your weapons and surrender yourself to the daimyo for judgment. Or I'll kill you all. The fuck you trying to pull, kid? What's the ninja trick you're trying to fake? Everyone knows clones can't touch anything. Naruto shrugged. I won't repeat myself. Sasami leaned forward this time. I'm guessing you won't need help at all, right? Nah, I've got this trash. My lord, this is below you, shouldn't I take care of this? Naruto shook his head as they all ignored the guards ranting at them to leave. It's okay, I've been letting you take out the bandits and gangs we've been running into on the road so far, let me have my fun. Making a signal, Naruto's clones swept into the camp. Amid the screams, yells, and explosions were multiple copies of Naruto voices calling out one-liners. He really needed to check on that. It was nearly over before the last clone even had a chance to jump over the wall. Naruto started forward while followed by the others. 2 cheeky clones opened the doors to allow everyone to see the carnage inside. Just like the last few camps, the Narutos were quick and efficient in their destruction. There wasn't a bandit standing by this point, and most of the clones were looting whatever was useful and sealing it away into a medium-sized scroll prepared by a clone hanging out in the middle of the camp. Sasami frowns about that. You're taking their stuff. Naruto shook his head. I'm sealing it away to give to Hanzaki, I'm not taking it for myself. Which was his intent. He didn't plan on taking anything. He was rebuilding a nation with no planes to steal from anyone. Kodohime looked around as they spotted more cages not far away. What about them? Naruto made a point to make a fresh batch of hardened clones while his base clones interviewed the captured people and sorted them by where they wanted to go. Same treatment as usual. Some will stay and some will go with me. Yugo looked around slowly and saw that everything was well at hand. This is the last camp, correct? What's the plan from here? Naruto had his hands on his hips. From here we'll head back to the Fuma clan to drop off Kotoheim and Sasami. Then we'll be back in spring where I'll introduce you to everyone. Kotoheim pouted, I thought I'd be going with you, my lord. Naruto twitched, maybe soon, but I have some work to dash. Kotoheim was suddenly very much in his personal space. I'm sure we can work something out. I have a variety of uses that would be good to have around. Sasami scoffed from his other side, I'm pretty sure Lord Naruto doesn't need a bag of holes like you around him. Kotoheim bristled and turned to the younger girl, say that again. Naruto held up his hands, how about not? Kotoheim, I can tell you're serious about this so you can come along. But you realize once you do you'll be sworn to secrecy about where you go and who you meet. It is that serious around me. He paused to lock eyes with the older girl, you may not be coming home for a long while. Kotoheim bowed deeply, your worries are my worries, your journey is my journey, my lord. Naruto sighed and nodded as a clone eventually brought him the medium-sized storage scroll and saluted, all cleaned out and all of the prisoners have been evacuated. Most wanted to stay in Rice while the rest spread themselves evenly between home and spring. Seeing the original Naruto nod, the clone dispelled. Naruto himself turned to the group with a shrug and motioned back towards the trees, well, let's get a move on. First stop is Fuma home base and then from there I'll take you two to meet the rest of my group. Yugo tilted his head as they began tree-hopping away, does your group have a name? Naruto shook his head, haven't thought about one actually. Kotoheim saw a chance and rocked with it, well, you said you're rebuilding your clan, correct? Naruto nodded as they bounced from tree limb to tree limb, Uzumaki, correct? She thought about that. Something island-based for sure. Had to be deadly. What about Riptide? Yugo chimes in, that seems feature-dependent though, what about Undertow? Naruto tunes them out as Sasami moves up beside him, you've done a lot for my country in such a short time. Thank you. Naruto nods, now it's up to you, treat the people well and show that the Fuma can be trusted again. It would be half a day at least back to meet up with Hanzaki and honestly Naruto was ready to be back in spring. There was still so much work to do. True to his predictions, not even a full day of travel found Naruto and his temporary group standing before a shocked-looking Hanzaki. Handing over his scroll of pilfered goods, Naruto just smirks and crosses his arms, I work fast when I want. I can see that. Surely you haven't made that much progress. Sasami steps forward with a smile, hands laced behind her back, actually we pretty much wiped out every rogue bandit and gang in the country for now. Made the Fuma clan's job a whole lot easier. Kotoheim nodded from her spot on Naruto's left, he is very powerful. The Fuma clan should have no problem keeping the peace on their own. Though allies wouldn't hurt. Though she was planning on leaving, she would still give her opinion on the matter. Allies, huh? And with whom would we ally with? Hanzaki could face the fact that this kid had the power to back up his boasting. That was worth an alliance all on its own. Well, officially you'll be an ally with Spring. Secretly it'll be me. Yuzu is more of a shadow country at the moment until reconstruction is finished. Naruto reminded himself again that he needed to get around to checking in with Tazuna. Hanzaki doesn't waste much time thinking about it. This young man was good on his word and so he would be as well. Then an alliance is easy to agree on. I'll send someone with word to our daimyo and we'll make preparations. Is there anything you need for now? Nah, we're good. Oh, here. Naruto unsealed a single Hiraishin tag and handed it to the man, place that somewhere safe and protected. It's my secret way to come and go between countries. Naruto waited for Hanzaki to take the tag from him before continuing. After you place it, if you put a little chakra into it it'll call me. If I'm not already in the middle of an emergency I'll make my way as fast as I can. Worst case I'll send a clone to see how bad it is before I come. Hanzaki held the tag and realized just how important something like this would be. With a nod he places it away in a pocket, I'll place it somewhere safe. Cool, then that's it. Time to move on then. Turning and nodding to Yugo, Naruto had almost gotten away before a smiling Kotoheim latches onto him. You're not forgetting someone, are you? Hanzaki himself sighed, already on the move then? I made myself clear, didn't I? Hanzaki just nods and thumps his chest once, you'll always be a Fuma. Make sure to visit from time to time. Turning to look at Naruto, Hanzaki shrugs as he knows he can't stop the woman, take good care of her. Will do. Grabbing hold of Yugo and Kotoheim, they were soon gone in a flash. Sasami sighed and turns to go inside, I think I've had too many once-in-a-lifetime events in the last week. I'm going to sleep. Hanzaki chuckles, it can't have been that dash. He can make enough clones to take over a country. You can't rationalize that. Huh? Hanzaki considered that hopefully they made the right call allying themselves with that kind of force. He'd rather not be ground into dust under those kinds of numbers. To the north and being deposited in a finely furnished sitting room, Yugo and Kotohime had a moment to wonder at where they were before Naruto is grinning and motioning around them. Welcome to Spring and specifically the daimyo's mansion. Currently there was only Hinata looking at them all with a wide-eyed expression while at the main table. Ceiling scrolls and notes are strewn everywhere. Welcome back Naruto. What's this? She was curious but not worried at all. She already had an idea of what might have happened. Naruto motioned to the two with him. I rescued Yugo from the northern base. He's a good guy, quiet, likes nature. Super strong. And you remember Kotohime, she wanted to come along, you know why. Sure enough Hinata just shrugged and nodded, having a feeling already. Standing the girl walked forward and hugged the boy tightly. Missed you. It's only been a few days. Leaning down, he kissed the girl lightly and moved away with a blush. Hinata was smiling as she returned to the table. Days or months, any time away from you makes me lonely. Are you going to visit everyone else? Yeah, figured I would check in before seeing if Koyuki has any other missions. Maybe finally check in with Tazuna. Hinata nods. Okay, just make sure to check in with everyone, okay? I'm sure they'd all like to see you. Naruto however gets curious about what the pale-eyed girl is working on. Walking over he looks over her shoulder while Yugo and Kotohime are looking around the room a bit. What's this? I had an idea about the chakra sensors you made. Was curious if maybe we could extend the range to detect flying adversaries as well. That would probably help for Yuzu, since there are only a few ways to get there. That was my thought. Naruto nods and squeezes her shoulder once. Good thinking. I'll leave you to it. Don't burn yourself out. I won't. Turning away Naruto motions for Yugo and Kotohime to follow him out and down the hall. Kotohime leans forward to address him. I'm assuming she's very important to you? She was not going to consider anyone she met as competition. She was more of the mindset of, the more the merrier. Everyone you're about to meet is very important to me. You'll see. Not feeling anyone inside the mansion, his next stop was around the back of the mansion, where a sweaty Ino was training with a brown Oni mask on her face. However, as Naruto and the others got close she turned and lifted the mask to her head and exposing her features. Naruto. Smiling brightly the platinum blonde got a running start before jumping into his arms. Kissing him hotly, she eventually pulled away with a blush. Welcome back. Laughing the boy held her by her waist for a moment before letting her down. I'm home. I see you're working with your chosen mask, how is it? My earth control is nearly perfect with it but my chakra reserves need some work, so I'm training with it every day. Grinning and flexing a bit, she smirked as she watched Naruto's eyes roam over her form. I've also noticed that my mind walk jutsu is a little better with it on as well. That's a surprise. Yeah, but I'm going to keep working at it. I'm assuming you're checking in with everyone. Seeing him nod the girl bounced and turned to get back to work. Make sure to get your letters to Hinata, she's making a new batch to send out soon. Oh yeah, I'll get on that. Leaning over and finally noticing the pair watching them quietly. Well, the boy was taking notes in a small notebook and muttering about someone being a love master. Ino nudged Naruto. Who's this? Sorry. These are Yugo and Kotohime. Kotohime is from the Fuma clan. We rescued her from the sound base in Rice. Yugo I rescued from the northern sound base. They both decided to join me on my quest. Ino gave them both a appreciating once-over before sighing and nodding. I get it. We'll all have to have a sit-down later. Of course. We have stuff to talk about as a group after all. Leaning in to hug the girl again, Naruto was all smiles as he pulls away. Who else is out here with you? Karen isn't far, just around the corner I think. Tayuya is a bit away, said her jutsu was a little too destructive to use close to the mansion. Ino herself was already getting back into her own training mentality. Got it, we'll move on then. Waving goodbye, the trio moved on down the path that led around the mansion. Yugo leaned forward now. You really are a man of many talents, my lord. I will do my best to learn all I can from you. Stick around, you'll learn a lot. Like how to be a friend, hopefully. Naruto however spotted the shorter red head he was looking for. Kamenu mask firmly in place and several earth golems seeming to aimlessly walk around her and perform basic tasks. Though as the group walked up all dozen of them turned to look at Naruto silently. Well, that's not creepy. Karen laughs though she doesn't remove her mask. Just wait till I've got this down a bit better. Myself and the Koyuki have been talking about using this in conjunction with the snow ninja armor and well. The ideas we have right now would make for great village defenders. I wouldn't try sending them out on missions of course. But as like an automated defense or even a policing force? That would help with keeping the civilians in line as well if you can finish your training. Karen is grinning behind the mask, and Koyuki showed me the designs for that blimp they had hidden away. I'm going to be busy for a while. Well, don't burn yourself out, okay? We have time. I know that. Now who's the bruiser? I know the Fuma chick. Karen vaguely remembered the flirtatious busty girl. Another boob monster to add to the group. Yay. This is Yugo, he's calling himself my retainer after I saved him from the northern base. Oh, another Orochimaru find, huh? Another? Yugo chimed in this time, curious about how Karen worded that. Oh yeah, myself and Tayuya are from the Sound as well. And we're happy to never be going back as well. Ah, I see. I do not wish to leave Lord Naruto's side as well. Karen considered that. Yugo was taking the retainer role serious, it seemed. Stick around, you'll learn a lot about us. Here she turned to Kotoheim, us girls will have a talk later. Kotoheim bowed lightly, I would expect nothing less. Naruto had walked up, poking one of the squat golem in the midsection. They were like chubby earthen dolls with glowing blue eyes. I never would have thought to combine golem with the chakra armor. Karen just snorts, that's why I'm around. I'm the actual brains while you get to be explosion murder boy. Giggling as she pushes him lightly, she motions to the woods not far away, Tayuya is that way. You should go see her. Naruto just salutes, on it. Once again starting down the path, now away from the mansion, Yugo and Kotoheim follow along. Naruto however thinks it over and makes a single clone while turning to walk backwards and talk to the duo, actually you both should head back inside. Follow my clone to go see Koyuki. Tayuya can be touchy with strangers. Yugo again had his notebook out, Lord Naruto learns and memorizes important details about his women. That felt important to remember. Kotoheim had the urge to smack the larger boy but held it in, just nodding and tugging on Yugo's sleeve to steer him back towards the mansion so they could follow the clone. As you wish. We'll be waiting for you. Naruto grins, thanks Kotoheim, I'll see you soon. Watching both of his newest comrades walk away, Naruto eventually turns and makes his way further into the woods. He wondered just what Tayuya would have to be training with that would take her this far out from everyone else. He got his answer pretty soon however as he felt something approach him quickly. The chakra at least felt like Tayuya's, so he stopped where he was and waited. From the tree cover burst three large demon-looking entities. To him at least they weren't alive, but they weren't completely fake. Something to do with Tayuya's jutsu then. He could just barely make out what sounded like a jaunty melody from a flute before the song ended. At its end, the three beasts were gone as well. Naruto continues to wait and is soon rewarded with Tayuya herself dropping from the trees to stand in front of him. New seal active, it isn't too far off from her previous curse seal. Skin now a dark brown with black eyes and gold pupils, her muscle definition has also increased. More so her previous crown of horns has thinned only slightly, becoming more regal in appearance. Naruto however is left only a little speechless while Tayuya doesn't catch on right away. Hey Whiskers, though I felt some weird chakra nearby, was that all you? Tayuya had a red Hanya mask on, though now was pushing it up and over her horns to address Naruto properly. Eyes wide, she worried if he was working himself too hard, he seemed flush. Naruto had to take a minute to clear himself of dirty thoughts. I'm back. Just wanted to check in and see how you were doing. How's the seal? Yes, right. He was here to check in with his friends and family. Not Ugal, the very hot Tayuya who was now slightly taller than him and looked capable of crushing boulders bare-handed. It's great. It's like flipping a switch with how easy it is to use it. No mental feedback or whispers from Orochimaru. My Doki have never responded so well. And the Hanya mask, with its jutsu negation and chakra control circuits, it makes everything I do an even greater force to fight against. Tayuya gushed a bit over what Naruto had done for her. The power to pull natural energy from anywhere and not be hit with emotional backlash? She'd give anything to keep this up. Naruto coughed into his hand and nodded, well I'm glad it's all working out. Chakra drain from the mask isn't an issue. Nope. Guess that's probably because it's easier for us Uzumaki, huh? Shifting her weight to one hip while stowing her flute away, she watched Naruto's gaze flow over her for a moment before locking back onto her eyes. Oh ho! So he liked her curse form. Wonderful. Naruto however decided to answer one of her earlier questions. Oh. The other chakra signatures you felt? I rescued another sound prisoner, Yugo, and Kotoheim decided to join us from the Fuma clan, remember her. Tayuya however was focusing on what was important to her, aha. Yeah, we'll get them in a moment, I remember Yugo. Say. Whiskers. Tayuya had walked up to the boy and got well within his personal space, what do you think of my curse form? There's no truth seal here Tayuya. And yet, I'm still asking. While her own assets were rather modest, the curse seal did a good job of enhancing everything she had, so how about it? It's just us out here, what do you think? Naruto knew he couldn't run away. And this was one of his precious people. Relenting and pulling the currently dark-skinned girl into him, Naruto smiled. If I wasn't worried about someone finding us, I might start working on bringing back the Uzumaki clan. Pulling the girl into a quick but very hot kiss, Naruto pulled back with a smile. Answer your question? Tayuya nodded, though she was suddenly very hot and bothered. Aha, sure thing, hot stuff. Just don't do that too often. You'll knock me up before anyone else. Winking, she let her love pull away from her. The problem with this form was that everything within nature resonated with her. That included the instinctual urge to mate with the strongest candidate present. That was absolutely Naruto at the moment. Holding that back took a lot of work. She did want to continue training after this and didn't want to switch forms. She does, however, bring something up. You didn't flinch at all when my Doki confronted you. Why? Naruto shrugged. Easier to focus when they were talking about jutsu. I felt your chakra controlling them, so I had no reason to fear. I trust you. Completely. Tayuya flushed and smiled, because of course this muscle head would say the absolutely best thing in the moment. I know you trust me. Thank you. She holds up her flute, studying it as she thinking about what she wants to say. There's no one around them for a long while, it seems. They were in their own bubble, so she could be a bit more open about herself. Music has been my focus for a long time. It's gotten me through a lot of hard times. From the torture and training, to the lonely nights and abuse. But you. Because of you, I finally have a new song in my heart. She leans in, kissing the boy once more lightly before pulling away. I hope, soon, you'll get to hear it. Naruto grins, scratching the back of his head. I'll be ready to listen, whenever you're ready. Tayuya turns away, looking over her shoulder at him. I know you will. I trust you, because you trust me. Get going, I'll catch up with you later once I think I'm good enough with my training. I'm ready to start laying the hurt on Orochimaru as soon as I can. Naruto nods, turning away and getting ready to head back to the mansion. For what it's worth, I'll say it out loud, you're pretty hot with that seal active. Tayuya smirks, striking a pose while lifting her shirt a bit to expose a lot of skin. Just you wait. You'll get to see just what this form can do. Without another word, Tayuya jumped away, flute back in her hand. Naruto himself beat a hasty retreat back towards the mansion. He knew that if he stayed in those woods any longer, neither of them would be willing to wait for anything after that. So, focus. Don't worry about long-haired redheads with great bodies or sharp tongues. Kurama decided to speak up. Between her and the Hyuga, my bet is on the Uzumaki jumping you first. Naruto groaned as they walked along. We have feelings too, you know. It isn't just about sex. Kurama chuckled. Yes, your mother said much the same thing. And then she met your father. Why, I remember when Naruto was immediately hit with the urge to never hear the Bijou speak ever again. La 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 la, I can't fucking hear you. Nope, no, understand the words coming from your mouth. Demons can be seen, not heard. Kurama began to laugh uproariously. Come now. You know your parents made it at least once to make you. What is there to feel shame about? Naruto shook his head as he made his way inside the mansion eventually. Yeah, exactly. I know my parents did it, once. Once, and then they made me. I don't need details, descriptions. Nothing. Once was enough. Oh, just you wait, boy. Once is never enough. La 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 la, I can't fucking hear you, you ageless bastard. Feeling the old chakra construct fade into the background of his mind while laughing its metaphorical ass off, Naruto was glad he didn't have a mental image of his mother fresh in his brain. That would have been traumatizing. For now he focused on finishing his trek to Koyuki's office and hopefully where Kotohime and Yugo were. His clone hadn't popped like normal. Odd that. It wasn't long before Naruto found himself in Kuruki's office. Yugo and Kotohime were standing before her desk, Kotohime chatting with her amicably while Yugo was standing at attention and waiting. However, his clone was behind her and giving her a back rub. He just knew those memories about her movie set weren't a dream. Hey Koyuki. I see you've met my two new additions. So do you have anything new for me? Koyuki hummed and leaned into the clone's touch. Oh Suyer. Give me a clone and nothing personal yourself. I so feel loved. I'm just the daimyo of my country, who has feelings for you. Nothing serious or any dash. Koyuki was eventually silenced as Naruto himself had gotten the message and walked forward around her desk. Tilting her head up back a finger to her chin, Naruto leaned down and kissed the girl fully on the lips. Ignoring the rest of the world for a moment, the two parted with panting gasps that left Koyuki's mind fuzzy and Naruto slowly returning to the other side of the desk. You know I wouldn't forget you like that. Aha. Right. Yeah. The clone addressed his boss. She'll be in La La Land soon if you don't get to the point. Somehow Naruto felt like he should know more than his clones did, but he chalked it up to his subconscious being weird. So has Spring received any new missions? Koyuki nodded and rooted around for a scroll in her desk. I need you, no wait. She paused as she thought about what she was going to say. Yugo however had his notebook back out. Lord Naruto is a master of diffusing his wife's tantrums. Kodohime nodded along in agreement this time, apparently so. Her own mind going to how he could diffuse certain situations in the future. Really you too? Naruto shook his head and eventually snapped his fingers. Hello? Koyuki. Missions? That worked for Koyuki, snapping out of it and finding the scroll she was looking for. Right. I've had some contact with the daimyo of Hot Spring. I have a proposition for them and they are open to it. However they wish to meet with you. The Shadow Kage as it is. Koyuki held out a scroll which Naruto took and sealed away on his person. You'll have to meet the daimyo at his palace. He's expressly mentioned that you'll need to walk for the last leg of your journey and to keep your Onaman mask on. That's how they'll know it's you. Naruto nods and salutes. Got it, Onaman and walking. We can do that. Turning back to the others, Naruto first looks at Yugo. I think it might be a good idea for you to stay. Spring is pretty peaceful and that is what you are looking for. Yugo shook his head quickly. I am your shield. I go where you go. Kodohime cut Naruto off before he could even say anything. I'm with you. You know that. Naruto turned back to Koyuki and saluted. Guess we're set then. I'll be back soon, hopefully within a day or so. Koyuki nods. You better be. Take a break when you get back. I'm sure you'll have time to check in with Yuzu and with everyone. We haven't had a bath night with you in a while. Naruto frowned. That sounds like you're still having them without me. Get your imagination running with that thought? Naruto couldn't say no to that. Sure, he may have been peak professionalism before she said anything. But after she mentioned it, you're all going to be responsible for my death. Koyuki waved with a smile. Most men and some women would be happy to go out that way. Now get going. The sooner you go the sooner you return. Naruto grabbed hold of Yugo and a blushing Kodohime. Got it. See you soon. Then they were gone, Naruto flashing to a random tree within the hot spring forest. Kodohime recovered first. Just where are we? Naruto swept his arms wide. Welcome to Hot Spring Country. Home to literally hundreds of different hot springs, from those that good for your health to those that help chakra recovery and some that help with more intimate matters. Kodohime suddenly had stars in her eyes. That fabled bust spring is here. Do we have time to find it? Naruto shook his head and he motioned for the two to follow him. Not today. But I'll promise that we'll all find time to explore to our heart's content later, okay? Kodohime smiles, though she is disappointing. As long as we do come back, I'm okay with it. Everyone making their way back to ground level and finding the main road, Naruto dons his mask and smirks behind it. We're actually pretty close already to the daimyo's palace. Here, take these. Naruto unseals two masks. One is a specialized red Hanya mask while the other is a brown Oni mask. Kodohime, the red Hanya is specialized towards jutsu negation and chakra control enhancement. It will however tax your chakra pretty hard if you get hit with something, so I'd suggest still dodging if you can. Here he handed the mask over to the astonished Kodohime before turning to Yugo. This is a mass-production Uzumaki mask, the Oni mask, brown to be specific. Brown relates to earth chakra control and I noticed you have an affinity for it. This'll increase your control tenfold and increase your normal strength by a good factor as well. Kodohime had donned her mask and took her position at Naruto's left shoulder. Thank you my lord, I will use this gift with pride and honor. Yugo mirrored her own sentiments. I as well, will cherish this gift from you till the day I die. Thank you sire. Donning the mask and taking position at Naruto's right shoulder, the three started down the road towards the daimyo's palace. Naruto had his hands behind his back. I'm pretty sure I asked for you both to be more informal with me. Kodohime shook her head. We're Undertow, the Yuzu elite guard, we could never. Yugo nodded. Our duty is to protect you and your family, my lord. Yugo was having fun with this however. He knew Naruto wanted him to be more of a friend, but Yugo had this freedom to be a bit of a tease. He was taking it, for now. Maybe one day he'd have a chance to branch out himself. That girl Sasami seemed cute and had a beautiful shade of hair. Orange. Just like his. Naruto groaned and threw up his hands as a group of bandits entered the road ahead of them. Why do I even bother? Fine, do what you'd like. Yugo nodded, stepping forward and confronting the bandits. As you will sire. The leader of the bandit group was smirking. There's a dozen of us here. Lay down your weapons and will you go boys go with your lives. The woman stays with us. Yugo however is already upon them. There's nothing staying with you. Unleashing carnage upon them, Kodohime turns to Naruto to tune out the one-sided battle. My lord, you do plan on working towards rebuilding your clan, correct? Naruto nods slowly. Yeah. I just, hoped I had a year or two before figuring that out. Kodoheim shook her head while a severed leg went flying in her peripheral vision. My lord, you never know what the new day might bring. It's best to get started early and leave instructions for if you pass. Maybe a will? Naruto was thinking that one over. Yes, he knew Kodoheim had her own motives, though her reasoning wasn't wrong. Seeing Yugo finish and turn back to them, Naruto and Kodoheim continued their walk. I'll start on a will. That's pretty important. As far as kids go, give me a little time. Kodoheim nodded. You are a lord. You have all the time in the world. She meant it as well. Naruto was a man that would change anything to see his own vision come true. She gained confidence as well because Naruto's vision seemed to align with normal everyday civilians as well as ninja. Which was a plus. Focusing on their trek, they made good time until they were coming close to the final approach of the palace. They could just see over the trees. However, another gang was laying in wait for them. This group, however, was mostly kids. Some older teenagers, sure, but they were all wet behind the ears kids. Sure, Naruto felt a certain way talking about kids close to his age as kids. It was, however, that he had been considered an adult since becoming a ninja, something these civilians couldn't claim. The leader was pointing a decent-sized knife at the group. Leave your money and go. Before I stick you like a pig. Naruto snorted at that. This kid could barely lift the knife as it was. Huh. You know, instead of sticking it to me, you could be focused on someone who actually wants your attentions? The taller boys grunted. That's not what I meant, you perv. Naruto chuckled. Well, that's too bad. Filling the road with a minor number of clones who all took hostages, Naruto was smirking as the leader was looking around with a fearful look. Look, I'm in a hurry. Why don't you get on your way and we'll all forget this? Thinking that him and his crew had no way of fighting a ninja, the boy nodded. Sure. We'll leave you alone. Naruto frowned finally, wanting to impart a though as he motioned for the clones to let everyone go. Look, maybe, I don't know. Find a different way to improve your life. Eventually you're going to run into someone not as nice as me, and then you're dead. Naruto's eyes flashed from behind his mask. There's no coming back from dead, you know. The boy nodded and he and his crew rushed back into the underbrush. Whatever, man. We'll let you go this time. Then they were gone, leaving Naruto, Yugo and Kodoheim giving bemused looks to the bush cover. Yugo grunted. Trash can't help but be trash. Naruto shrugged as they got to walking again. I don't know. I used to be trash like that. Yugo shook his head, doubtful. What I mean when I call someone trash is that they refuse to better themselves by their own merit. Weak, but blame everyone else for why they are weak, instead of doing something about it. Those kids? Trash, because they would rather steal than work hard. Naruto remembered some cold nights along in the Leaf Village. Dumpster diving, scrounging for food and warmth. Willing to do almost anything to get away from that life. Maybe. I think, they're the type of kids we want to help. That's why I spared them. Even here, in a country that prides itself on neutrality and tourist attractions, there is strife. Those kids are going the route they think they have to, because the system around them shows that's all they have. Kodoheim could see where Naruto was coming from. So you let them live, to show them that not everything has to be life or death? Something like that. Plus, no point in killing non-ninja kids. What threat are they? Kodoheim smiles behind her mask. A very wise decision, my lord. Yugo himself nods along. I would not have considered that. Indeed, a wise decision. Naruto himself sighed and settled in for a long walk. Come on, we have a ways to go. Naruto admitted to Yugo eventually that he wanted to travel faster to the daimyo mansion faster, but they had been advised that they should take it slow through Hot Spring. Naruto wasn't one to ignore Koyuki's advice, and so they were walking. Thankfully they actually weren't that far from their destination, and as the sun began to set they were escorted under guard to the daimyo himself. The daimyo himself wanted to model himself after the image he wanted to create for his country. To that effect, he was a portly man with an easy smile and a joyful yet peaceful demeanor. That said, he was wary of meeting with ninja even if he had gotten assurances from the new spring daimyo. Sure, the Onaman mask was the marker she had given, but who was for sure that this was who they were looking for? But he put on a smile and welcomed the three into his office regardless, several samurai in attendance, just in case. Welcome. My name is Taida and I believe you have a letter for me? The spring daimyo mentioned that they wish to enter into a tentative agreement for goods transportation via train rail. Naruto nods, not making a move to move forward or mold chakra. Instead pulling the scroll from a pocket and holding it up in plain view. A samurai guard walks forward to take it from him before checking it over and eventually handing it to the daimyo. Spring has made a lot of advances in technology not involving chakra. They want to revolutionize the world, and want to bring everyone they can along for the ride. Naruto was in full shadow leader mode, and thankfully Yugo and Kodoheim picked up on that, not saying a word themselves. Taida eventually was given the scroll and opened it to read its contents. Seeing that everything was in order just as the letter from the spring daimyo said, the older man smiled thinly. Moving people and goods rapidly would be a boon for Hot Spring. This is something that we would love unconditionally. Taida was lying of course, but he knew better. Ninja were not to be trusted. Best to lie and get them out the door as quickly as possible. Naruto however just sighed, Mask telling him Taida's own thoughts as if the older man had said them aloud. Yes, see, lying isn't necessary. If you don't feel comfortable about the alliance you can say so. Spring is willing to work with any country it wishes to forge a bond with. That also includes leaving countries alone that wish to be alone. Taida's eyebrows raised quickly. For such a young ninja to see through his lie was interesting. You are well informed. You must understand however that I do not wish for my country to be brought into another war. Upsetting the political balance like this could do just that. Naruto nods, having thought of that himself. Lightning and Earth would stand to lose a lot if goods become more accessible to the smaller countries. Even the Leaf would suffer a bit. Wind would actually benefit, not having great agricultural or seafaring villages itself. I get it. This is, however, completely voluntary. Spring is not looking for war, but the future is uncertain. We will of course defend anyone within our group from outsiders, along with providing our services. Anyone protected by the Uzumaki were going to be considered VIPs as far as Naruto was concerned. He'd level lightning if they so much as breathed wrong in Hot Spring's direction. Taida himself thinks about that. No repercussions if we decide not to agree to this? Naruto nods, none at all. We wish to be friends, not tyrants. I see. Taida took a minute to think about that. Usually newer daimyos or villages were so heavy-handed. That Spring was taking a soft approach spoke of either experience or more likely, hidden strength. I will say, we can talk slowly about an alliance. I like the idea of a railway for not just supplies but for people, tourists, specifically. Our economy pretty much runs completely on tourism, civilian and ninja. Taida motioned out a window to the roads below. The roads can be treacherous. Of course, but Spring is doing its best to develop new technology for everyone. You won't be disappointed with an alliance. Naruto watches as the daimyo pulls a scroll from his robes and holds it out for a samurai to bring to Naruto. This is for your daimyo. Take it, and let them know we will begin more formal talks for an alliance. This railway they wish to build will take time, I'm sure. But if they are willing to fund it completely as they said, then we will support it in the end. Good day to you. Naruto bows as he accepts the scroll and seals it away. Good day to you as well. Naruto, Yugo, and Kotohime bow silently from there and accept being escorted out. Taida however looks over to his advisor who had been hidden behind a wall curtain the entire time. That ninja was very perceptive. The nameless advisor nods. That was the Maelstrom, sir. An S-rank ninja of some renown. Maelstrom, huh? Taida shakes his head as he turns away to walk back to his desk. We should make an entry ourselves. Something more grand. Say. The one who sees the truth. He saw through me so easily after all. It will be done, my lord. See that it is. Outside, Naruto and his group barely made it to the base of the steps before Naruto grabbed Yugo and Kotohime and flashed away. Hot Spring was nice, but Naruto truly did want to relax sooner rather than later. He could only do that in spring, and Koyuki had only told him to approach the Hot Spring daimyo at a snail's pace, not leave. Dropping everyone within the spring mansion, Naruto ripped his mask off with a smile. Okay, that it. Time to relax a bit and treat ourselves. Yugo took his own mask off and looked around. Would I be allowed to explore a bit? Maybe look around the woods? Naruto nods, go for it. There will be either one of my clones or a snow ninja looming not far away able to direct you to a room later, okay? Yugo nods, then by your leave. Seeing Naruto wave him off again, Yugo left the main sitting room, determined to find his way outside. Kotohime however shrugged as she had a different plan in mind. Do you have other work to perform? Hei's mask was off and handed back to Naruto, who sealed it away. Not at the moment. Just gonna drop this scroll off with Koyuki and then take a bath and relax. That sounds wonderful, perhaps I will join you. Aha, maybe dash. Walking into the sitting room, alerted by Naruto's chakra usage, a taller snow ninja soon stood before the blonde. Sir, welcome back. Naruto focused on the ninja. What's up? Koyuki need me? No sir. This is actually about that ninja you captured. We've made a list of the seals placed on them for your review. The ninja was holding out a scroll for Naruto to take, which Naruto did so while handing his own scroll from the Hot Spring daimyo to the ninja. Make sure that gets to Koyuki, will ya? I'm gonna be busy. Naruto's mind was already fully into what he was reading. So a silencing seal on the tongue, loyalty seal and a locating seal at the base of the neck. A fertility seal on her lower abdominal and a combo conditioning and paralysis seal on the lower back. Wonderful. This had Black Ops written all over it. Had to be Danzo. Naruto created a clone and looked at it fully. Can you go and find Ino? The clone gave a grin and saluted, on it boss. Then it was gone down the halls while Naruto walked towards the basement with Kotohime following behind him. What's this about a captured ninja? Naruto suddenly remembered that Kotohime had no clue what was going on. So, someone sent a ninja to come find me and either bed me or bend me to their will. We spotted the ruse almost right away, but we were able to figure out who forced them to come. So I'm going to remove their seals and hopefully piece together just what happened and who they are. Kotohime held a hand to her chest in surprise. You have that ability? Naruto nods. Seals are amazing. For the two ninja it doesn't take long to find their way into the lower levels of the mansion. Soon they were in the dark basement levels and Naruto was pushing open a door that had a snow ninja guard. Inside the room however things changed almost right away. Not a dank cell like he thought, instead the room looks more hospital room than it did prison cell. The bed was Spartan and there was a curtain that hung from the ceiling to provide privacy though at the moment it was open. Naruto however noted the hospital gown that the girl, Kotohime, had been changed into though the paper seal he placed on her forehead was still present. Well, before I wake her I should get to removing the seals placed on her. Unsealing his equipment on a provided table, he misses the odd look on Kotohime's face. She looks familiar. Naruto does take her seriously at that. How so? Kotohime shakes her head. Her hair is longer, a little more wild. Her features are also a bit softer, but she looks remarkably like my younger sister. Naruto nods at that. Well, at the moment she probably doesn't have much of a memory after the conditioning seal was placed on her. Let's get that off and work from there. If she does end up being your sister I'm sure you both will have a lot to talk about. Slowly rolling the girl onto her back, Naruto opens her gown and begins to work on removing all of the seals here, small though they are. Behind them both Ino walks in accompanied by a clone. Hey Whiskers, what's the word? Naruto himself grinned as the clone he sent dispelled itself. Wanted to see if you could do a mind walk session with this girl once I remove her seals and wake her up. You up for that? Ino nods and leans against the wall to wait. Sure thing. It'll be good practice and a brush up on my skills. She looks over to Kotohime. Welcome back. Thank you. It's nice to be here. Tell me, you seem to be in the know about what is going on. Ino grins slyly but shakes her head. I am, but we're gonna have a girls' night soon. We all hit the baths when everyone is present together. Since you'll all be here instead of floating around tea, we're going to have one tonight and tomorrow. Ino then turned to Naruto. Hear that, fox boy? Naruto nods as he's turned Kotohime over and removed the last seal on her tongue. I got it. I know better than to try and run away. Though really he shouldn't try. Taking an open-air bath with a group of beautiful women? Why pass that up? Finishing his work after a few minutes and sealing his tools away, he turned to look at Ino. Though you might have some work tonight, you ready? Ino nods, of course. Naruto removes the seal from Kotohime's forehead and waits. It takes a moment for the girl to begin to regain consciousness, groaning and shifting her body little by little. However, after a few minutes her eyes open, though almost immediately tears begin to flow, much to Naruto's worry. Ah, are you in pain at all? I'm sorry. No. No pain. Much more emotion now. The girl before them was completely different from who they had met at first. I remember almost everything from when I was captured. The torture, the conditioning. Naruto held up a hand. You don't have to continue. If it was who I think it is, I have ideas. Naruto paused as he watched the girl quietly for a minute, giving her a little time to adjust to being herself again. Do you remember who you were? Bits. Pieces. Like a dream I just woke from. Finally tearing her gaze from the ceiling to look at the other occupants of the room, her eyes latched onto Kotohime. See, sister? It is you. Kin, how did this happen? Tears were coming to Kotohime's eyes now as she rocketed forward to hug the tired-looking girl. This was the sister she thought had been killed in Orochimaru's failed invasion. Here she was, alive, though somewhat broken. You're alive? Kin nodded. I am. My memory isn't perfect. But I remember you. I remember our clan's desperation. I remember being used as a sacrifice to further Orochimaru's goals. Here the tears and anguish grew stronger. I remember the regret when I realized our clan would get nothing with my death and wishing I could take it all back. Kotohime pulled away slightly but stayed with arm's reach. Naruto however turns to Ino. I'm going to leave them be, but please stay, help however you can. Ino smiles and answers him quietly, of course. I'll be here. Kin however noticed him leaving. Wait. Seeing him pause and turn back, she shakes her head and tries to clean her tears. Danzo sent me. Naruto nodded, suspicion confirmed. Don't worry about that for now. You focus on catching up with your sister and resting. We can figure things out tomorrow. Ino is a mindwalker, she should be able to help you regain your full memories. Kin nods with a weak smile, thank you. Naruto however was already out the door and walking down the hall. So this was Danzo's plan, huh? Well then. Maybe the leaf needed another visit from him soon. Settling into a routine again, Naruto decided that some time off would be good to alternate relaxation and training over the next few weeks. That found him today out on the fields near the cliffside behind the mansion, field full of clones working through nature chakra manipulation while several at the cliff's edge were practicing throwing the Rasengan further and further distances. His idea about the chakra thread finally starting to pay off. Now he would just need to work on adding wind chakra to it. Slow going, but he knew it would happen. He himself is sitting and ready through a scroll covering some of the more esoteric seals the Uzumaki had to offer. Some of the barriers and time-space methods they had developed were crazy complicated. One of these however was giving him ideas. But it required a super heavy metal that was hot to the touch. Just where would he find something like that? Kurama gains his attention, mentally voicing a question, what are your plans with the other half of my chakra? Naruto shrugged, I want us to be balanced so that we can use everything we have freely. But I think it might be a good idea to go through sage training first before attempting to reseal the other half of your chakra in me. Your father was a crafty one, he probably left instructions with those toads just for this. You need a key to modify the seal after all. Yeah, I noticed that. I could probably make one however if I was pressed. Naruto had explored his own seal a bit, but if there was an easier option he would take it. Focusing back on the scroll in front of him, he paused again as he remembered something he had been meaning to ask for a long time. Kurama, what's the real reason my eye turned purple? He just knew there was more to it. Mentally Kurama laid down behind the bars of the seal and lazily moved his tails this way and that. Well, I may have played around with your blood a bit. What? That was new. Though at least the ancient being was admitting to it. What did you do? Keep in mind I was in a bit of a hurry. But well, I had the idea that your Uchiha friend was there and his blood was available. So I took some and molded it inside of you. Not much, but enough to maybe awaken an ancient eye in you. Which it did, even if it isn't fully complete yet. Okay, new rule, some heads up before modifying my body. I tell you I've given you an ancient nigh unbeatable dojutsu and you're worried about consent? Yes? Kurama grumbled, fair enough. The eye I gave you is called the Rinnegan. Known as the Eye of Six Paths. It is the eye of my creator. As such, it has many abilities and techniques allowed only to it. Didn't you say however it's not complete? Kurama nodded, correct. I think considering you've only used it once under great stress, there's something you still need. Maybe a chakra requirement or maybe just time. Try adding some chakra to it, maybe that'll help it along. Naruto sighed as he leaned back and looked up into the blue sky. Shouldn't you know what it takes? I'm a chakra construct that was never human, how the hell would I know? Naruto chuckled, okay, fair. He did however do as the Bijou said, adding some real chakra to his eye and seeing if anything changed. Not feeling any different, he let the chakra level drop down to something he could maintain for a long period of time with a sigh. Like Kurama said, high stress got it going. So maybe there was some condition he was missing. Adding it to the list of things to worry about later, Naruto returned to his scroll study. From the direction of the mansion Hinata is walking and waving to the blonde. Hair starting to grow out and jacket long gone, Hinata was enjoying a wardrobe change. Keeping her capri-length pants but making them blue while her sleeveless top was orange to match Naruto's own. In her hands was a basket which she sat down between them as she sat down with the boy she loved. I figured you probably haven't eaten yet. Do you realize it's past lunchtime? Naruto shook his head, completely lost track of time. We can go eat inside if you like. Out here is fine. Leaning back and looking up into the sky, Hinata was content. Leaving with you was probably the best decision I made. I never thought I could have this kind of freedom in my life. I'm glad you came too. It wouldn't have been the same. Giggling, Hinata smiled and leaned into him. Of everything however, I'm looking forward to fully being an Uzumaki. He knew her feelings and she knew his. From there nothing else mattered to her. The rest of the world could fade away, as long as she had him by her side. Naruto however had a somewhat different view at the moment, you know. Out here, outside of Konoha I mean, no one knows you aren't an Uzumaki. You could take the name now if you really wanted. Blushing and refusing to look at her, he's forced to anyway as the girl tackles him and straddles his hips. Ah? You mean it, Naruto? She watches as the boy nods slowly. Sitting up but not moving, Hinata thinks about it quietly. Hinata, Uzumaki. Muttering it a few times, she eventually grins and nods, then that's who I'll be, Hinata Uzumaki from this day forward. Leaning down she lightly kisses the young man she's in love with. Feeling her pull away, Naruto lets her roll off of him and they set about eating lunch together. You know, the others are going to want to do the same. Hinata shrugged, that's mainly just Ino. Koyuki can't yet. And Tayuya and Karen are already Uzumaki. Kotohime is new to the group and we haven't had our talk yet. So not yet for her. Naruto nods, knowing not to get involved with that. Okay. Well, you're out here, wanna train for a bit? It didn't take him long to finish off the food she had brought out for him. Sure thing. Hinata was soon up and bouncing lightly on her feet, Naruto slightly distracted but soon focusing and cleaning up their mess. Task done, he faced her with a grin. I'm taking you down today. Hinata smirked, something that would usually be at home on Naruto's face. Oh, you want me down, Naruto? Maybe on my knees? Caught flat-footed, the boy's eyes were wide. Wait a dash, he stumbled away from the glowing palm headed his way. No fair. Hinata laughed and continued her assault. You need to keep on your toes, beloved. Setting the pace, the girl spent the rest of the day training with her love. Naruto considered it more Hinata spent the day beating his ass. Hinata would however giggle and claim it was training. Behind them the clones continued their own self-imposed missions, the Rasengan beginning to fly further and faster towards the end of the day. At the end of which, tired and sore, Hinata had Naruto by the hand and was dragging him away. Naruto was dispelling clones a few at a time while laughing at the suddenly very insistent girl. What's the rush, Hinata? He just barely remembered to grab the picnic basket she had brought for lunch today. Hinata however was focused. It's been a long day, time for a bath. Is this one of our collective baths again? Hinata nods, whenever we're all together we should take a bath together. It's our bonding time. I'm guessing that's going to be our new family thing? Turning eerie eyes to the boy she nods without saying a word. Naruto just holds up his hands and surrenders. Got it. Want me to send clones and round everyone up? No need, they know the schedule. Somehow Naruto knew he should have known better, but let himself be dragged along. Again, why would he complain about taking a bath with several beautiful women? Jiraiya would probably cry tears of blood or of frustration if he knew. Not even a full 20 minutes later as the sun began to set, Naruto sat chest deep in the hot spring waters, soaking and enjoying the fatigue seeping from his muscles. Next to him Yugo was much the same, relaxing back with a heavy sigh and enjoying the natural feel of the outdoor bath. Both young men had towels covering their eyes, while around them the various women all chatted and gossiped back and forth. Neither is going to complain about the women telling them to join them or the introduction of alcohol and the quickly becoming rowdy group. Yugo relaxes further, sinking deeper into the hot waters. Like you said, my lord, this land is very peaceful. Everything I could ask for, really. Naruto nods, ignoring what sounded like a bath towel sailing over his head. If we weren't rebuilding Uzushio, I would happily stay here permanently. It's a nice place, way out of the way. Peaceful. Yugo hums, I'd like to see Yuzu one day, if possible. I want to go check up on things soon, maybe before the week is up. Wanna see if maybe Tazuna needs help again. All my clones are good for lots of things, construction included. Ino and Tayuya are wrestling while Karen cheers them both on. Come on. Do the Uzumaki name proud. Koyuki was cheering for Ino, face flushed from the heat. Don't bow down, Ino. You're an Uzumaki as well, aren't you? Cackling as Ino blushes but gains the upper hand, Tayuya resorts to the Yuzu seal. No fair. Ino calls out as she's slowly overpowered. Tayuya just smirks. No one said I couldn't use it. Groaning however, she continues to forget Ino has an affinity for Earth Nature Chakra, which she was now using to boost her strength. Shit. Ino is back to smirking. Hell yeah? She's back to slowly overpowering the taller girl. Hinata however is smiling and calling out to Naruto. Naruto. No work talk. We're having fun. Fun. Kotohime slides up next to the pale-eyed girl. I'm sure we could convince Naruto how to have fun properly. She had no qualms about bathing naked in the group, even with Yugo here. Hugging the shorter girl and pressing their busts together, Kotohime calls out to her lord, Naruto. Hinata and I have a proposal for you. Naruto waves her off. Somehow I get the feeling that's a danger flag, so I'm good. I'll take something to drink though. Oh poo, no fun. Karen however had swam around and handed Naruto a small bottle of sake, to which he thanked her. You know, you don't have to cover your eyes, we invited you. This is all family or friends. Naruto shakes his head while Karen offers a bottle to Yugo, who declines. Well, maybe later. Tayuya finally had Ino up and above her head, holding the struggling girl face up by her midsection. We could always set up a truth seal again. She wasn't ready for Ino to increase her weight via chakra. You cow. Tayuya collapsed and Ino reversed their positions, riding on the older girl's back while pulling her arms. If Naruto had been looking, he might have commented that it did interesting things to Tayuya's chest. Who are you calling a cow? I'm not plump at all. Ino however did take a look down at herself, just in case. Well, unless we're talking about those, I might be behind Hinata, but I'm not too shabby if I say so. Karen shook her head and went back to egging the two outspoken girls on. One of these days they would finally have a distinct winner. Kotoheim however had floated over to Naruto, a thought in mind. My lord. Taking a sip, he turned to where he could hear Kotoheim. Yeah, what's up? I wanted to thank you. For everything. My clan, myself, my sister. You've done so much and it's a debt I'll never be able to repay. She was being honest here and everyone else was pausing and paying attention to the heartfelt moment. Naruto however just waves her off. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. My goal is to save everyone I can. If you ever need me, I'll be there. Kotoheim nods, knowing by now that was just how he operated. It was the greatest reason why she had chosen to join him. He was a man truly of his word. Then, at least, I can do what I do. Reaching forward she plucked his towel away from his eyes. Suddenly staring at the sky, Naruto panicked. Wait a me dash, vision suddenly full of a very naked and very well-equipped Kotoheim, she pulled him in for a very steamy kiss. This of course set off everyone else behind them. No fair. Big tit hussy. I'm next. Kotoheim just smirks and lets him go after a moment, letting him sink back into the water with a happy but dazed look. I'm yours, Lord Uzumaki, from now till forever. And then she's pulled away while laughing, Hinata and Ino trying to get in first while Karen grills the older girl for details and Tayuya tries and fails to look like she doesn't want to join in. Behind them all Koyuki is cackling. Yugo himself has scooted a safe distance away. Note to self, Master has a way of making his deeds seem effortless. This is an endearing quality. Ensure he doesn't overdo things in the future. Koyuki claps her hands to gain everyone's attention, possible saving Naruto from suffocation via lip lock with Ino and Hinata. So there's been talk about forming a group name, something about Riptide? Yugo raises a hand, something we were thinking about while traveling through Rice. Karen thought about that one. What, something that could be like our Yuzu elite squad? Seeing Yugo and Kotoheim nod, Karen liked the idea. Riptide huh? Has a nice ring to it. Tayuya agreed, but that only applies to ninja, we need another name too. Seeing the girls raise eyebrows, Tayuya suddenly becomes bashful. Well for just us girls in general. Plus, Koyuki isn't a ninja but she shouldn't be excluded. Hinata and Ino thought about that together, each still holding on to Naruto by his shoulders. He wouldn't be moving for some time anyway, mind in La La Land as it was. Something powerful then or related to something powerful. Ino figured all of the women together could do a lot of damage. They'd all be a force to fear one day. Hinata nodded, but it has to be related to just Naruto, not Yuzu. Koyuki snaps her fingers. How about the fox den? You know, because of the fox. Hinata thought about that one. We could take something usually thought of a negative and turn it into something positive for ourselves. Ino nods. We could get matching tattoos as well. Inside Naruto's mind, Kurama is grinning. My visage on your females' bodies. Yes. I approve. Still out of it, Naruto sighs. Of course you're all for it. Get something named after you then talk to me. I have a bridge? Nothing compared to my face on your woman's backside? Mwahaha. Naruto had to tune him out and focus. Someone's hand was gripping his thigh. Tayuya was happy to see everyone getting on board with another name. Yeah. Kotoheim was slightly confused. Fox? Karen nods at her confused face and pulls her aside. Let me bring you up to speed if you really plan on staying. Next to him Yugo as well questions Naruto. How are you related to a fox? Is it your facial scars? Naruto shakes his head, answering though his focus is certainly on the two women taking up space in his lap. Long story short, I have a mythical beast sealed in my gut by my father that if released would ravage the lands to dust. Oh. Yugo thought about that one. Well, you are my lord. I trust you. That easy? Yes my lord. You're probably my second best male friend now Yugo. Sasuke was still the first, he'd have to write another letter to the boy and his girlfriend soon. Relaxing and finally settling his gaze back towards the stars as the night wore on, Naruto smiled. This was what having a family meant. This was something he would fight tooth and nail for. The next morning found Naruto again back out and training, today's project being infusing Wind Nature Chakra into the Rasengan. Nearly 1,000 clones set to that task, he set about unsealing his sword and working through forms and physical training. Or at least that was what his plan was. That was slightly derailed as a training-ready Ino, Hinata, and Tayuya all joined him on the field. Looking to train with me? All three girls nod. We know how you train though, so we'll be taking shifts. Tayuya is up first, grinning and pulling metal-backed black gloves from somewhere and putting them on. Ready to get rocked? Naruto just grins and holds his sword high. I think I'll be doing the rocking here, Tayuya. That's the spirit. Launching herself at him, they begin a light spar. Well, light to Naruto, but Tayuya didn't know that. Hinata and Ino sit off to the side as they wait for the redhead to tire out. Ino speaks up loud enough for Naruto to hear her. I'm thinking soon we might have to find a way to visit Konoha. Oh yeah? Grunted as he blocks a kick from Tayuya with his sword. He backs away and swings hard to blast her away with wind. I've actually been thinking of that myself too. Well, I was thinking about it because through letters back and forth, Koyuki found out the fire daimyo is going to be there soon and for a while. We might have a chance to sneak in with the chaos. Naruto nods and dodges away from a suddenly appearing demon spirit, Tayuya beginning to use her flute. I'm thinking maybe 2 months we can go. Hopefully by then I can see the Leaf Council without wanting to burn them to ashes. This time away had been good for him. Giving him time to focus and just relax. Be with people he loved. He knew it wasn't enough time away, but things had to get done and he was looking forward to confronting Danzo. Tayuya flips away from a blade made out of wind, forced for once to have to stop playing. Summons pausing, Tayuya huffs, you could just destroy the place and be done with it. Nothing but bad shit comes from there. Playing again, she started a new song, sending her Doki into a mad frenzy that Naruto had no problem holding off. Hinata speaks up now. There are still good people in the village. I'm sure, if we could convince them to leave however. She left the rest unspoken. She herself wouldn't wish ill on anyone. She also wouldn't mind if the Konoha Council received an exploding tag enema. Maybe she was spending too much time with Ino and Tayuya. Ino however was beginning to stretch and prepare. At this rate she might have to join in on the fight if they wanted a chance to tire Naruto out. It would take something crazy happening to get some of our friends to forsake the leaf. Like someone would have to die type of crazy. Hinata leaned back and watched the clouds float by. It would be good to visit though. I could update my team, let them know I'm taking the Uzumaki name effective immediately. Hey, I thought we were going to do that at the same time. Ino wasn't really upset, just playing it up for fun. Mostly. I had time and Naruto was the one who convinced me really. Ino however was turning to said blonde, hey there explosion boy. I'm taking your name as well, believe it. That's my thing. You haven't said it in forever. And you better talk to my parents and make nice. I plan on staying Ino Uzumaki for a long time. Your dad is going to kill me. Tayuya snorted as she dodged sword slashes while her Doki tried and failed to protect her. You can punt around literal Sannin but you're scared of her dad? Every guy is scared of his girl's father. Hinata hummed at that. Are you scared of Hayashi then? Oh no, fuck that guy. Naruto grinned as he again blasted Tayuya away with a great breakthrough. Ino however jumped in, a wall of earth launching him away. Hinata giggled at his answer but shook her head. Leave it to him to be scared of Inoichi but not Eiichi. The day went on, the girls doing their best to tag team and wear Naruto out, while Naruto himself directed his clones and focused on running circles around the girls. This however led to the eventual conclusion of Naruto left with 3 worn-out girls and a field full of clones that he slowly began to dispel. Sorting through memories, he grinned as he was well on his way to having the improved Rasengan ready for use. Tired? Maybe we should head back for the day. It was a little early still, but a few hours from now the girls would normally be bugging him about food and a bath. Ino and Tayuya were the first up, grabbing his arms and indeed, dragging him away. Hinata trailing along behind them, low on chakra and weaving as if she was drunk. I want a back rub. The shortest girl moaned out. Ino agreed with Hinata, we're getting back rubs in the bath. Naruto sighed, what about everyone else? It's early, we'll have the bath to ourselves. Ino looked over at Naruto and winked, unless you're complaining about having us to yourself for a bit? Shaking his head Naruto denied that right away, your wish is my command. Good boy. Naruto himself smiled. While he might be the leader of their group, it certainly was starting to feel like the girls were more in charge than him. He wouldn't complain but it was something to note. Giving himself up to another night in the bath with beautiful women, this time giving out back rubs and who knew what else, Naruto decided that maybe this was karma paying him back for the shitty stuff he had to put up with before. Lime content ahead. True to what Ino had said, the 4 of them had the hot spring to themselves. Standing before the waters with his hands on his hips, he turned as Hinata gently touched his arm while Ino and Tayuya eased themselves into the waters. Yo! Hinata giggles and leads him towards a towel laid out on the water's edge. I'm first. Tayuya called out from the water, we decided the order while you were changing. Naruto just watched Hinata lay herself out on her front, only a smaller towel around her hips. I'm not complaining. Ino relaxed back, better not. I'm looking forward to a back rub. Naruto raised an eyebrow, I could just make clones. Hinata shook her head, it's different when it's actually you, so just go along with us. Looking over her shoulder, she smiled at him, please? Naruto grinned and saluted, yes ma'am. Coming forward and sitting down on Hinata's hips, he tentatively began to rub his hands into her back. Earning a pleased moan from the girl, he started to work in earnest. Tayuya had floated over, smirking the whole while, feeling good there Hinata. A groan escaping her lips, Hinata nodded, oh yes. Ino came to join Tayuya, you're gonna fall asleep at this rate. Naruto begins working his fingers into some of the tighter knots of muscles along her back, I'll take it as a compliment if you do. Another moan and Hinata wiggled her hips a bit, you should, you're very good with your hands. Breath hitching as he found a particularly sensitive spot, the girl relaxed fully into the towel under her and enjoyed his hands on her. Tayuya raised herself up a bit, exposing her chest to Naruto's view, maybe if you're good I'll let you do the front too. Ino of course, not to be outdone, mirrored Tayuya with a wink towards Naruto, that's not a bad offer. Naruto blushed heavily while continuing to work, might be a bad idea, the others. Don't be a spoilsport Whiskers, live a little. Tayuya was still smirking, with her elbows on the floor. Ino however was looking up at the sky, we could always do this again another day too. True. Tayuya watched the blissful face of Hinata for a moment longer before sighing, I never thought I'd be able to have such a peaceful time, ever. Naruto had broken out the healing cream from a subtle seal and was working it into Hinata's lower back, as long as I'm able, I want you to have all the peaceful times you can take. I might get spoiled this way. Ino nudged the girl, as if you aren't a big enough brat as is. Don't start Blondie, we still haven't settled our match. Wanna have another go? Naruto ran his thumbs along Hinata's spine as the girl arched her hips into him slightly, you start wrestling again and I really won't be able to give you your back rubs. Oh pooh. Later then. Ino agrees, later. Sitting quietly for a moment, they both watch as Hinata finally relaxes completely. Surprisingly she does in fact doze off and Naruto stands and motions to the pair in the water. Who's next? He's already moving to get another towel to lay out next to Hinata. Ino raises a hand, that's me. Tayuya grumbles, you both cheat at Jakenpa. Ino is out of the spring, water dripping off of her form and drawing Naruto's attention, you just suck. Tayuya leered at Naruto, that I do. Naruto rolled his eyes as Ino laid herself down and he started work on her own back, starting at her shoulders and working his way down. He was doing his best to ignore her squished breasts being pushed out to her sides like he had with Hinata, but Ino was much more of a tease, hips wiggling and moving with every opportunity. Tayuya was pouting but waiting as they had all agreed. You know, Naruto, with all of us, you could have a really large family in the end. That what you want? Naruto thought about that as he worked the healing cream into Ino's back, now working lower on her spine in circular motions. Well, I didn't have any family growing up, so my main worry would be if I could take care of a family properly in the first place. Ino moaned out before looking at him over a shoulder, you have us though, we'll be there to guide and support you just as you do us. Not that she was looking for kids anytime soon. But later, maybe around 19, she'd be all for it. At least 2 she considered. Tayuya gave a nod of her own, I mean. I didn't have much of one either, so, maybe we could learn together. Tayuya was kind of scared of the thought of giving birth or having children. She'd spent most of her life as a tool to be used, and as a kunoichi that included sex and childbearing if it meant achieving a mission objective. That she now had a choice and with someone she was in love with? It was changing her perspective a bit. Naruto was doing his best to focus hard on just his hands and his work, willing his little brother not to react more than it already had. Another moan and wiggle from Ino had him nearly ripping his hair out, your back is really tight Ino. It's all the physical exercises. Since I was behind everyone else in that I've been working out extra hard. Ino was mentally grinning at the length of heat growing at her butt. If only they were a little older. Naruto could tell, her muscle definition was amazing. You look amazing. Thanks Naruto. Relaxing completely, Ino raised a hand to wave him off, might as well get to Tayuya before the others show up and demand their own back rubs. Nodding, Naruto finally stood and turned away from Tayuya, trying to hide his little problem from the last girl on his back rub list. Tayuya noticed of course, and blushed a bit as she made her way out of the water and towards Ino's other side. Naruto returned, placing down one last towel and letting Tayuya lay down next to Ino. All 3 girls lined up like this was giving Naruto ideas and he shook his head to clear it. Back to Tayuya's hips, working a new helping of cream onto his hands, he said about kneading and working the older girls back into metaphorical goo. Of course for Tayuya, ending up bashful when she finally had Naruto here was not how she wanted this to go. So looking over her shoulder much as the others had, she brought out her bravado a bit, make sure to get the sides as well, I was stretching and think I pulled something high up. Naruto was half on autopilot, hands automatically following her orders and rubbing into her ribs before his fingers sunk into some of her softness. Ah? Tayuya moaned in approval, that's the spot. Blushing up a storm and facing down into the towel, she could no longer bring herself to look at him. Damn hormones and emotions. Naruto however just did as asked, working all along her upper and lower back while intermittently working on her sides. She didn't seem to mind his minor brushes, and he certainly wasn't going to complain. Ino however just smirked, I should have thought of that. Tayuya nodded, snooze you lose. Groaning as he did focus on and knead out a particularly stiff section of her back, she could admit this was pretty close to heaven. It took her a minute to focus and realize he was poking her in return, but she took that as a compliment. She was making him react to her. Perfect. Naruto looked up as the sun began to set a bit, in the future we're going to have to compromise with some clones. Tayuya gasped out and nodded, as long as we get the real you often enough. Soon Naruto, Ino and Tayuya were relaxing in the hot waters, both girls snuggled into his sides and pressing themselves into him. Hinata was asleep behind them, out like a light on her towel. Naruto would absolutely never complain about back rub duty. Ever. Endlime content. B. A few days later found Naruto and most of his group deemed now Riptide flashing away to wave. Koyuki had of course stayed behind to run her country while a recovering kin stayed behind to recover and rest. Naruto had offered for Kotoheim to stay but she admitted that her place was at his side, plus, she had untold amounts of days to spend time with her sister now. So here they were, Naruto leading the way into a large warehouse where he was hoping he could find Tsunami and get an update from Tazuna or maybe just head over to the island themselves. Spotting the woman talking to a group of other women near a stack of crates as around them hundreds of people moved goods or helped more ragged refugees within the space. Naruto raised a hand as the woman looked their way, smiling and waving at her. Tsunami's eyebrows raised as she made her way over, this is a surprise. With all the work you have been doing I didn't expect to see you back for some time still. Naruto scratched the back of his head, well, you know me. Can't sit still to save my life. Decided we could check in and maybe offer to help out for a while. Tsunami thinks about that for a moment before nodded and motioning for the group to follow her, let's see something real fast. Everyone trailed along as towards the back of the warehouse the wooden floor opened up into the tunnel they had all worked on and helped prepare months ago. The space was much more detailed now and the running lights were brighter, more permanent looking. Ahead of them a group of 50 or so people were loading a train car and boarding another car ahead of it, though there were multiple tracks that had rail cars both large and small waiting. Tsunami pointed off to the left where a single rail car waited with a bored-looking conductor, you should head over yourselves and see how things are going. I'm sure father would be delighted to see you. Naruto looked around in wonder before turning to Tsunami and smiling, will do. What should we expect? Tsunami shook her head, I don't want to ruin the surprise. And then she was gone, walking back up the ramp and disappearing back into the warehouse to help out where she could. Naruto shrugged as they walked up to the large single rail car. The conductor saw them approach and some form of recognition lit up his face because he ushered them all on board. Good morning, sir. I'm sorry for the Spartan transport, but until we get the full-sized trains it's just a no-go for now. Naruto chuckles while the girls all board and wait, I'm sure this is fine. How long is the trip? About 20 minutes. Ino leans on the wall of the low-walled box they were all standing in, that's about the same as full-speed ninja travel. This little thing can get that fast? Yes ma'am. Naruto finally jumps on and grins, well let's get going then. Getting a nod from the conductor, without any fanfare they're off, rail car rolling down the well-lit tunnel. Hinata is looking around with interest, the lighting is much better than when we started, and I'm happy the wind seals are holding up. The conductor nods, we've had a lot of extra hands willing to help out, so everything we could think of doing has been getting done. Tayuya and Karen were looking around in wonder as well, though the bumpy ride of the rail car took some getting used to. Soon the group settled in for the short ride, Naruto answering questions from Yugo and Kotoheim and telling them about how he helped with construction with his clones and explosions. Soon their journey begins to arc upward and everyone rouses themselves for what they're about to see. However, they're all met with darkness as they end their journey in another warehouse. Wondering at the warehouse much the same as the one they had entered before, they all leave the rail car and wander past multiple other cars and full trains within the space. Here however one side of the warehouse is open and they head towards that, Naruto in the lead. Walking out into the morning light, they are all surprised by what they find waiting for them. Before them first are freshly tilled and planted fields, most already starting to grow some type of produce or grain, while others were just getting started. The group found the main road, stone for now by the look of it, and started to walk alone as they took in the town or rather city ahead of them. Already they can see buildings 2 to 3 stories high while something much larger is being built a bit further away. Around them as they walk, villagers young and old are rushing about back and forth. Most recognize Naruto and either one or more of the girls walking with him. They bow or salute as they pass before continuing with their work. A group of children run by as the group begins to pass out of the area with farmhouses and farms, now as they come into a more urban around. All of the children rush by Naruto, all laughing. "Good morning, Lord Uzumaki. It's good to see you, Mr. Uzumaki. Good morning." And then they were gone, racing away to who knew where. Naruto didn't know how to feel about it, not used to the praise of random strangers. Ino however nudged him as they kept walking. "You saved them, you should expect at least some thanks, don't you think? I didn't do it for that though. That's what makes you special." Ino latches onto his arm and drags him forward as Tayuya and Karen are all smiles, they themselves getting greetings from several villagers as well. Kotoheim is looking around as they begin passing through a section of the town that was building much higher than the others. Most of these buildings weren't finished, but the few that were had people using them to full effect. We've passed agriculture, suburbs, and now we're in what looks like a commercial district. Someone has planned this out. Hinata nods. "We all had some input when we initially contracted Tazuna to help with reconstruction. This is a much grander scale than we initially thought. None of the original group had, though they would have gathered enough people to warrant all of this. Hopeful sure, but for sure not this fast." As they walk they come to a large open main circle space where an even larger tower is in the midst of being constructed. And there, at its base in front of them they can see Tazuna ordering around a crew of men while hundreds more busy themselves over the structure like ants. Naruto raises his voice with a bright smile on his face. "Tazuna, you've really been at it." Tazuna turns to the voice, surprised but excited to see Naruto and his group here. A few new additions as well it seemed. Next to him he nudged the boy tagging along and learning all that he could. Inari smiled as well as he saw the older boy. "Naruto my boy. Welcome back." He turned and motioned for everyone to get back to their stations while he left to address the boy and his group. "What do you think so far?" Naruto looks around with wide eyes at the large space, people rushing back and forth doing who knew what. The center area was ringed with smaller buildings that all looked like shops or restaurants, but the main street they had come from was only one of many that they hadn't noticed walking in. "This is amazing, I didn't think you would have gotten this far at all." Tazuna nods. "We told you drumming up people willing to work wouldn't be a problem, especially when they're building a new home for themselves." He saw Naruto's attention to the other roads and motions with a hand. "It's being built in the likeness of a spiral. Here, come on, I'll show you." Tazuna leads them all to a wall of several blueprints and drawings. At the center of several boards however is what the group assumes is an aerial view of the city. It was a great spiral with the eye of it being the space that they were in with the large tower at the very center. The admin combo Kage mansion will be here at they're radiating out. We have commercial and warehouse, suburbs, and then farms. The commercial district will have a smattering of high-density living spaces like apartments and condos, while there will also be allowed smaller home-based business in the residential area. Underground we are going to start building concentric rings that connect and can funnel everyone to emergency shelters. We're going to learn from Uzushio of the past and make sure the citizens are protected 1000%. Naruto nods as he considers the design. Most of it was exactly how they had brainstormed it, though a few modifications had been made that Tazuna probably needed to make. He was the expert builder after all. Ino however was still looking around in wonder. "It's all so fast though, have that many people really come here?" Tazuna waved a hand out over the space they could see. "It's been a struggle actually. Just between the raids you've made we had close to 3,000 people show up. Then with some careful word of mouth and well, we're actually closer to a population of almost 7,000. Naruto's eye began to twitch. 7 dash. Tazuna pats the boy on the shoulder. "Yup, 7,000 eager and hungry people. Thankfully we've been able to be creative about the food situation, being an island nation. But it's going to be a problem soon, something we'll need to address. It'll be easier once we finish the tunnel to spring, which is another thing we need to talk about. We need the head engineers here for a visit so we can get direction information and start a tunnel from our end. It's part of why the tunnel exit on this side is covered. We plan to do 2 things with it. 1, extend it to eventually meet up with the spring ground, and 2, we're going to connect it to a tram system for the city itself. Mass transit is going to be a must." Naruto looks around to the others who have nothing to say at the moment, much too overwhelmed with everything. Naruto takes a real deep steadying breath before turning back to Tazuna. I can bring the engineers anytime. Plus we all have some spare time, so we're gonna help out around here. Like before, if we can speed up tunnel progress, we're going to do it. Tazuna nods and starts to walk away from the work area, motioning for everyone to follow him. One last thing to show you for now. Walking around the construction site that was half walled off, eventually a large obsidian spire came into view. 10 meters tall, at its base was a large Uzumaki crest. You asked me to make a monument for the dead. And while we recycled much of what we found of old Yuzu into the new construction, this was made purely out of material we found here. Tazuna motioned them all forward and waited at a respectable distance. Naruto, Tayuya and Karen all stepped forward first, flanked by their friends. At the monument's base in gold lettering was an inscription. Laid to rest are the bones of the betrayed, but their dreams of peace live on. We are a people of resilience, of strength, of love. For the peaceful future we all wish for, never forget the fallen. Tayuya and Karen both lean into Naruto for a moment, Tayuya being the one closest to tears out of the three. Naruto is firming his resolve to indeed protect their new home and their people. Hinata wipes a tear from her eye. It's a beautiful gesture. Kotohime agrees, your man Tazuna is an amazing craftsman. Naruto nods, turning and pointing at said man, you've got us for maybe 2 months, we're gonna get everything we can done in that time. You better be ready to work us to the bone, old man. Tazuna bows with a grin, wouldn't work you any other way. Go get those engineers, boy. I'll set up your group with workers and crews where they can help out. Leave us some clones while you're gone, we can put them to work right away. Nodding, Naruto is fired up. Seeing the rising city was more motivating than anything else before. Making his cross seal, he might have overdone the job this time. Taju Kage Bushin no Jutsu. As the main circle he guessed, was filled with clones to the astonishment of the citizens, the main Naruto flashed away while Tazuna began yelling instructions. They had a city to build, and apparently to Tazuna, a happy Kage to satisfy. Jiraiya could admit that he was a lot of things in his old age, from a raging pervert to a world-renowned author. His first craft, however, and what he considered the most important, was being a master spy. When the Leaf needed information, from troop movements to political wheeling and dealing, they called him first. So hunting down Naruto from whatever rumors sprung up in the nations around the Land of Fire was left to Jiraiya and Jiraiya alone. Sure, the old man had strong-armed Tsunade into it, he had blackmail after all, but he was determined to find the boy. So today found him on the trail of the latest rumor. A port town in Rice Country that had been liberated from some gang or another that had been subjugating the people. As he walked through town he paid close attention to the happy faces, the busy fishing boats and what looked like several heavy goods transports. This port was bustling, nothing like the rundown wreck he had been expecting to find. He had already lucked out at the docks, curious about where all the goods were going, but no mention of anything close to Naruto himself. Finding himself near the market where several stalls were set up and trying to serve their local wares to travelers, he sidled up to one offering fried squid. How about one for the road? The woman serving the snack looked up to him with a wide smile, though the older woman was missing a tooth or two. She however said about grilling up a fresh batch with a nod, you're not from around here, huh? Just passing through? Jiraiya nods, yeah, looking for a friend's son, kid gets lost real easy. The woman nods, my nephew is like that. Wanders from place to place all of the time. I swear he'd lose his head if it wasn't attached. Jiraiya laughs as he watches her work, place is busy today. It always like this. Laughing and shaking her head, the woman hands over his requested food, we have the Maelstrom to thank for this. Cleaned up this country real good he did. We owe him a lot. Jiraiya nods, handing over her requested Rio and a little extra, sounds like a great guy. He running around protecting Rice still? Turning away the woman shrugged, no clue. Someone said our daimyo was meeting with the spring daimyo soon. Maybe he's working for them? Getting another order, she tuned out Jiraiya who was already walking away, munching on his snack and weaving through the crowd. Spring Jiraiya didn't see a connection, but he also didn't have any other leads. Additionally, all these goods had to be going somewhere and spring was close. It took him a few minutes to leisurely leave the town and make his way into the trees and out of sight. He soon made himself comfortable on a large branch and summoned a smaller toad. Good afternoon, Master Jiraiya. Hey kid, give me just a minute, need to write a letter for you to take to Tsunade. Yes sir. Jiraiya unsealed an empty scroll and a brush, getting to writing away and explaining where he was going next. As he wrote he frowned as he thought about the last month or so. He always seemed just a week or two behind wherever Naruto had been. First it had been the Northern Sound Base, then the base in Rice, and now again all over Rice country after leaving for a while. Wherever Naruto went, lives changed, usually for the better. Though there was a lot of violence involved, explosive as per usual with the boy. In Jiraiya's mind, Naruto absolutely had to be the child of prophecy, but with his current mindset of blow everything up, what would that mean for the future? Would the Naruto of now want to save this world in the end? Or raze it to the ground? Jiraiya didn't want to risk it and considered it imperative that he found the kid quickly and got back to training him properly. He had to make sure the kid ended up seeing that life and humanity in general were worth saving, not just a few precious people. Everyone should have a chance, even the ones that hurt you. Finishing up his letter, he reminds the toad that he'll be going to spring next and to let Tsunade know as he hands it over to the toad, who salutes him. Watching his summon poof away, Jiraiya slowly gets to his feet with a groan and considers just how he's going to do that. Wasn't that famous actress in spring? Maybe a joint venture with his book series was in order? Far to the south in the Land of Fire, within Konoha itself, Tsunade is receiving a report from Shizune about the upcoming visit from the daimyo and the village's preparations. True to their thoughts, the civilians were in the dark and celebrating the visit, while the ninja were very much on edge. Concentration breaking, however, as a toad appears on her desk holding a scroll out to her. She takes it with a smile and watches the toad vanish in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya or Naruto? Wasn't Gamakichi, had to be Jiraiya. Tsunade opens it, reading quickly yet quietly as Shizune waits. Getting the gist of it and seeing where he was headed next, Tsunade sighs and puts the note away in her desk. Shizune tilts her head slightly and raises her question. Anything new? No. Hasn't caught up yet, but thinks spring might have some clues. Tsunade leans back in her cushy seat and groans, maybe you and I can track down the kid, stay with him instead. Shizune finally sits in the chair across from her mentor, seeing as they was going to be informal. I'm sure it would be much more pleasant than staying here. Didn't think you'd go for it. I? Shizune pauses as she thinks about that. I love my village. I do. But, something has changed here. Sure, we've made great changes to the medical corps and you've somehow reined in some of the council, but it's still, I don't know. Bleak. Yes. For lack of better word. The village just doesn't have the same lively feel, the same spark, that it once did. Tsunade, however, agrees, voicing something that had been bothering her all this time, especially after dealing with Danzo. It feels like someone is still working behind the scenes. Changing things, grabbing control. We know it isn't Naruto, he seems to be busy running roughshod all over the nations. But Danzo. I could see that old bastard making a play for my seat during all of this. Do you really think he would do something with the daimyo here? Tsunade nods, it'd be the perfect time. Make the argument that all of this has happened under my rule, that I seem to be dealing with all of these issues, even if they were leftovers from the third, and that I have virtually no support on the council. He could make a legal play and gain daimyo support all within one visit. Here Tsunade glumly pushes around some paper, not much I'd be able to do if the daimyo asks for my removal. Shizune frowns, you're still going to fight it, right? Naruto did fight to make sure you would be the next Hokage. She liked the boy and didn't want to see his hard work thrown away. Tsunade nods, of course I am. The kid gave me the kick in the ass I needed. If Danzo thinks he can play around and take the hat from me easy, then he has another thing coming. Sensing a team coming, the legendary ninja motions for Shizune to stand. She does so and comes around to Tsunade's shoulder as Team 7 enters her office. Kakashi is in the lead, you summoned us, Lord Hokage? Tsunade nods, digging through another pile of paperwork to find a scroll and toss it to the Jonin. There's been some movement around Wave that's been interesting me. Doesn't seem military, but lots of civilians. I'm worried the likes of Orochimaru is up to something disgusting again, so I'd like you and your team to look into it. Most of you have a history there after all. Just recon, no combat. If you find yourself in a combat situation, do everything you can to leave quickly. What she was curious about was that for such a small nation that had many people headed that way meant they had to be using Wave's ports. But why? The only major nation out that way that would require ships from Wave would be Kiri, but they were still in a civil war, weren't they? Had that changed? Kakashi salutes and ushers the team out, mind already considering the possibilities just as Tsunade was. Sakura, however, is excited as they descend the stairs towards the ground floor. I wonder how Tsunami, Tazuna, and Inari are doing? Think things are better for them now? Sasuke nods, have to be, Naruto exterminated Gato for them, unless some other despot moved in. The two teammates brainstormed back and forth with ideas while Sai and Kakashi walked along silently behind them. Kakashi because he was deep in his thoughts, and Sai because he had not been on that mission and had nothing to add nor had any curiosity about it. The file provided by Danzo had been thorough. Behind them Tsunade frowned as she motioned for Shizune to close the door. After she had done so, Tsunade pointed at it. That's another problem. Danzo stepping in and providing an apprentice as a replacement for Team 7? It stinks, worse than rotten eggs. Everything about it makes me want to pick up and run like the debtors are after us. Shizen giggles, at least your good luck curse isn't acting up. Don't remind me, the second it does you and me are outta here. She meant it too. Wherever the kid was, it had to be better than this. B. Deep in Hot Spring Country we find another group of globetrotters on the lookout for an explosion-happy blonde. Killer B and Yujito along with a hastily added Team Sam we have found and are relaxing in a rather cozy outdoor spring, though the group is separated by a partition. They could talk over it, but thankfully for the girls, the men wouldn't be peeping. Yujito however is relaxing back with a smile, the warm water pleasing not just herself but also the Matatabi as well if the purring she could hear was any indication. Thias is the life. I can't remember the last time I was able to relax like this. Karui groaned, I'd be happier back home. Why did we get added on for this? It's just some kid, right? Samui was rubbing her shoulders and trying to work out the knots there. We're coming along as some extra help, just in case the kid's tastes vary. While she wasn't one normally for seduction missions, if her Kage asked, she would do her duty. Karui scoffed, of course they send the boob monsters along. Men are such garbage sometimes. Yujito sighs in bliss, don't ruin this for me alright. This is the most freedom I've had in a while and I'm going to enjoy it to the fullest, got it? I want to milk it for all it's worth. Over the wall B agrees with part of the sentiment, being out and about is nice, no doubt. Samui finally relaxes completely into the water, her short hair floating like a halo around her, this is going to do wonders for my back. Jealousy spiking through her, Karui mutters quietly, bet we could cut those udders off, that'd do wonders for your back. Thinking about things and ignoring her teammate, Samui calls out to B, gotta ask. Do you really want to find this kid at all? He's a container like you and Yujito. You gotta know what he's probably gone through by now. B shrugs as Omoi himself is relaxed enough to fall asleep. It looks like, I sort of do, and sort of don't. Rapping turned off, it's Karui who picks up on his mood shift. Why the hesitation? Well, think about it. Mr. 9 left Konoha. The Bleeding Heart village that usually produces some of the most loyal ninja of the land, some of which have been abnormally powerful. And he left? What would cause that to happen? Someone try to kill him? Someone try to hurt someone close to him? We don't know, but I could see them stopping at nothing to get him back. Them, and everyone else just like us. This is a race, with potentially World War consequences. Yujito nods, he's right. One wrong move and even before we find this guy we could spark a conflict. The QB is without a doubt, the strongest Biju ever. Even compared to B and his Biju combined. So it's like a shitty game of hide and seek. Only the seekers are from every other major village on the planet and the hider is capable of leveling countries. So a race against time. Samui utters out quietly. Yup, hopefully though as containers ourselves we'll be able to sniff him out before anyone else. Since no one seems to know where he is or where he'll end up next. Yujito speaks up again while internally the Matatabi pipes up. He has been through this area, you know. Frowning Yujito directed her irritation at the Biju, you didn't think to say something sooner? You never asked? Why would I need to ask you to keep an eye out for his chakra? Oh I'm sorry kitten, I didn't know I was your permanent chakra sensor. And I thought you wanted this vacation. Yujito wanted to rebut that, but really in the end couldn't, so let it go, lazy cat. Better than the blonde in heat for a child. I was joking. No, you weren't. B however knocks on the divider to gain everyone's attention, might as well enjoy this moment of rest while we can. We'll be all over the nation soon, looking like that rover, but don't bend over for the rover we'll be looking for. Getting exasperated groans from everyone, they settled in to relax and be at peace. None of them were sure how long they would be able to have that after all. B. Temari could say with certainty that taking the job as a diplomat wasn't all that bad, if anything it was pretty chill. Sure in the Leaf she had to hang around stuff old men or that lazy-ass Shikamaru, but it gave her chances like this, wandering into a oceanside town across the absolutely most massive bridge she had ever seen. Curious however at the monument sitting at the end, she stopped to read it while a steady influx and outflow of people passed her by. The Great Naruto Bridge, where our country had our hopes and dreams returned to us by a kind but determined man. We thank Team 7 for helping us in our time of need. That kid really did get around, didn't he? Shaking herself and continuing on, she decided to explore a little bit before she focused on her main goal of this trip. Acting the role of tourist, she explored the market district that overlooked the port area, which itself was busy. Must do a lot of shipping through here, no wonder they wanted to open trade with us. This small country must be raking in some serious cash with that much traffic. Focusing, she came upon a stand selling takoyaki that she happily purchased and continued on, walking through the busier section of town towards a walkway that overlooked the port district. Eating and thinking, she watched all manner of ships coming and going. No wonder there are so many civilians moving through here. Busy port like this means work, steady work at that. Enjoying the clear sky and clear weather, munching away while thinking idly she wasn't seeing anything nefarious here. Sure, they got the letter about Naruto, but this might be pointing to something more. Was someone using Naruto's name to build a reputation? Was Naruto going along with it? She didn't know the kid well enough to make a judgment other than he seemed real kind at heart. Coming up next to her, a slightly shorter woman in a red blouse and blue skirt leaned against the same railing Temari had found for herself. It's a lovely day, isn't it? Odd, did she know this woman? Yeah. If you can get over the smell of the sea. It did have a particular smell to it, life sure, but not all of it alive. You get used to it around here. It reminds us of where we came from. The woman turned dark eyes to Temari. My name is Tsunami, it's nice to meet you, Miss Ninja. What is your name? Temari, wait. Was this the woman she was supposed to meet here? She was the one who sent the letter, wasn't she? Your dash. Yes, I sent the letter to your Kazekage. I assume with your presence you're open to talks. Temari nodded dumbly, caught flat-footed. Either this woman was the most talented ninja she had ever met, capable of hiding even the smallest amount of chakra, or she was a complete civilian. And no civilian should have been able to get the drop on her like this. Interesting. My brother was interested, yes, though we had some questions. You did say you needed to wait for your leader. Tsunami stepped away to bow lightly and then turned. Please follow me. We can discuss things at my home. Walking away once she saw Temari joining her, Tsunami led the way. Your town is very busy, has it always been this way? Oh no, we didn't improve until a particular Leaf Ninja team showed up and showed us a better way. Since then we've taken the lesson to heart. We took over the Gato Corporation and have been exploiting it and its resources ever since. Here Tsunami looked to the younger woman next to her with a smile. Of course, we have higher aspirations now that we plan on making come true. I see. And Temari could as well. As they walked she could see evidence of new construction, buildings and new roads, even a very large warehouse along the main road that seemed to be a hive of activity. What's this? Tsunami motioned with a hand, one of our aid stations. Ever since we started advertising for work we've been getting refugees and the like. Some aren't in the best of shape, so we set up stations like this to help them get back on their feet while they find work and lodgings. They passed the warehouse soon enough, Temari looking inside the well-lit place, its overhead lighting humming in her ears. The rest of the trip out towards the outskirts of town were in silence, Temari almost vibrating with questions but not willing to upset this tranquil woman. Temari still couldn't get an exact read on her and it was setting her on edge. Soon before a cozy-looking two-story home, Tsunami opened the front door to usher the ninja inside. Closing the door behind her, Tsunami motioned to the couch. Please have a seat, I'll be back in a moment. Watching Temari sit as requested, Tsunami made for the basement, again closing that door behind her. Lights coming on, she was soon at the bottom of the steps and locating the Hiratian tag on the wall. Tapping on it lightly several times, she stepped away from it and waited. Within a few breaths Naruto appeared before her, black pants and boots somewhat dusty, orange shirt and chainmail on display. The taller muscular boy had a frown on his face. Everything okay, Tsunami? Oh yes, sorry I did not mean to worry you. We have a visitor. Visitor? Tsunami nods. Yes, your chakra sensor seals picked her up. A young woman from the sand village, Temari she said her name was. Blonde hair and 4 pigtails, black dress and a large fan on her back. Naruto rifles through his memories before nodding. Yup, that's Temari, wonder why she's here. I sent a letter considering possible trade agreements and a possible alliance while you were away. Tsunami closed her eyes and put a finger to her chin. I did not think they would send someone so soon. Naruto however just sighed. Everyone likes making more work for me. However he drew himself up because this was a good opportunity. The Sand siblings weren't bad, he didn't think, just got caught up with a shitty situation. Of the same idea he didn't have a problem with Suna or Wind Country and this would be a good way to open up their trade routes a bit. Anything I should know before I get up there? I mainly offered trade for heavy metals and glass making sand for fishing and water imports. Along with the alliance offer. Naruto nodded as he thought about that. Tazuna was saying something about possibly running low soon on metals, and we can always use glass. Okay, we'll get this meeting started and maybe set up something more formal later. Maybe we can go to Suna instead so we can flash away in an emergency. A wonderful idea. Okay, I got this then. She's upstairs? Naruto was starting to get into this. Yes, alone at that. Naruto nodded. Okay, we got this then. Lead the way. By the way, I appreciate this. You thinking ahead for us. Tsunami bows, yes of course my lord. My pleasure. Oh don't tell me you're going to start that too. I told you did I not? We are your people to lead and command. Right, got it. Tsunami opening the door and standing aside, Naruto grinned as he stepped out and took in the sight of the blonde Tsunanin. Yo. Eyes widening with surprise, the kunoichi was again caught flat-footed. You're actually here? Naruto nods. Yup, sorry I didn't meet you right away, been busy with work. Naruto came around to sit on the chair opposite to the couch Temari was sitting on, Tsunami standing to his left, so. Naruto leaned forward a bit with some focus. So then, we've piqued your interest then? Temari nods. My brother was interested mainly because you were mentioned. We'd obviously have to set something up more formal, but I came just to get an idea of how true the letter was. Naruto nodded. Well it's me for sure. I'm sure you can be discreet about this. Naruto winks. Really don't want the leaf to get wind of me right now. So they were right, Naruto did leave the leaf for good. Interesting. Of course we can, we're ninja after all. Great, because I'm rebuilding my clan's previous village into something much more grand, and I want to keep it standing for a long time. And Yuzu needs a lot of resources. Temari taps a fist into an open palm. That's why you need us, heavy metals and silicates for construction material. Naruto nods. That's why we're offering ocean trade routes, fishing, and water imports as well. Some of your biggest needs, as well as in the future, mission sharing between ninja villages. If he remembered his lecture from Kakashi, the whole reason Suna had problems to begin with was they were receiving less and less missions. As long as he was willing to spread the love so to speak, that shouldn't ever be a problem. The trade alone would be worth it. Mission shares however. That was already on its own bordering on actually alliance and partnership, something they hadn't even gotten with any of the other major villages in the past. Grinning the girl leans back, shifting her legs for one over the other. I think my brother could absolutely go for this. We'll have to set up a time to really have a meeting between leaders soon. Naruto reaches forward with a hand, shaking her own after a moment. I agree. Give me a bit and I can write a letter personally for Gaara. Temari pauses. Wait. You're going to write the letter? Who's your leader? Naruto's grin became somewhat feral. That'd be me. Not officially the Uzukage just yet, barely a village to lead, but Koyuki likes to call me the Shadow Kage. Seeing the girl's deadpan look he shrugged. It's growing on me. No one expects Explosion Boy to actually be able to think or lead. Makes sense. Temari unseals her own letter from her brother to Naruto, handing it over to him with a coy smile. Hey, just a thought. Seeing she had his attention she smirked and raked her eyes over his attractive and well-formed frame. How do you feel about blondes? Oh dear. Deep within a forest that sported both super large trees and larger-than-life mushrooms, an irritated and dirty Kuratsuchi was cursing up a storm as she found herself lost yet again in this maddening place. When I get the fuck out of here I'm so kicking this asshole's ass. Fuck the leaf and fuck the maelstrom. She knew her grandfather had warned her against fighting, but if this kept up, she just wasn't going to have a choice in the matter. She was going to have to murder someone to get back her good mood. Finding a river finally, something she could follow for a while, she frowned as she saw the footsteps on its bank. Are those my footprints? She remembered crossing a river coming into this forest. Did she really go in a large circle? I want to go home. Omake. Anko was not one to put up with shit from anyone in this village. Already having to put up with the council's bullshit and the snubs from the civilians. She was a woman who did what she wanted, when she wanted, and didn't regret any of it. That said, one thing had been getting to her recently that she hadn't thought about. She had such a bitchy personality, finding a boyfriend was quickly becoming a problem. Sure there were plenty of guys who thought they could sling the ding-a-ling her way, but all of them assumed because she was a member or the torture and interrogation unit that she was into some real kinky stuff. She was, but that was besides the point. She wanted romance too. She wanted to be lovey-dovey and do stupid lovebird shit even if it was just at home. She did have an image to uphold after all. But today found her wandering around in search of Kurenai, the other woman usually good for some fun when she wasn't around that stick-in-the-mud chain smoker. So distracted however by her thoughts that as she rounded a corner she smashed into someone else who apparently wasn't paying attention either. Watch where you're going buddy. Knocked on her ass, she looked up to see a scared face above her. Irika considered himself very patient, dealing with kids in the ninja academy sort of forced that upon him. But with his favorite former student gone and being privy as to why, his temper and fuse had gotten somewhat shorter these days. Especially with other adults. You watch yourself damn it. He hadn't noticed who he had bumped into first, but the attitude bothered him right away. Anko paused as she thought about that response. Some guy wasn't on his knees groveling to her? He wasn't scared of her either? Huh. Hey, you're that academy teacher that Uzumaki kid used to rave about. Irika finally paid attention to who he had bumped into, and immediately blushed. Oh, sorry Anko. Just been distracted lately. Did she always have to wear such a provocative outfit? He could see just about everything right now. Anko picked herself up and dusted her clothes off before slinging an arm around the man's shoulders. Tell you what, you buy me some dango and we can talk it out. How about it? She didn't notice at first how tall he was, she appreciated it now. Irika didn't have anything better to do at the moment, and he was in a drinking mood. Sure. I could use a friend. Perfect. Let's get this friendship underway. Maybe things were finally looking up for her. Plus, Kurenai heard a rumor that the teacher was seriously packing too. Let's see how the night goes, shall we? Naruto could say he was proud of a lot of things he had accomplished by now. Smacking the shit out of 3 Sannin, defeating a Biju, saving 2 separate countries. Not even 15 yet and he had accomplished quite a bit so far. However, what he was maybe not so secretly most proud of was his construction involving Yuzu. Bending his knowledge of seals outside of explosions, well mostly, he had found a new way of digging long lengths of tunnels. Today was no different, now a month since they decided to stay in Yuzu and help with restoration and rebuilding efforts. Inspecting a wall full of seals and careful lines, Naruto backed away with his lines of clones. Okay. Hit it. On either end of the 50-meter wide tunnel 2 clones walked up to the wall and applied chakra to the seal array. The entire wall began to glow blue for a long minute before, with barely a whisper, the rock crumbled into pieces while the 2 clones popped from exhausting their chakra. A ling of waiting clones instantly rushed forward and began to clear the rubble while another dozen rushed forward the 100 meters to the next wall to begin drawing the next set of seals. Behind Naruto himself, a former snow and now spring engineer named Takoda looked on with awe. My lord. If only we had this on our end of the construction, this would be done before the month was out. Naruto grinned brightly. Well, as it is we're looking at what, 3 months? Naruto wasn't the best at math when he left the academy, but seal research and copious clone usage had changed that. Plus, this was pretty basic math really. We've got less than 600 km between Yuzu and the tunnel from Spring. So, we can do 100 meters every 20 minutes. That's 300 meters an hour and... Takoda nodded along. I've done the math as well, you'll hit more than the goal before 3 months are up, plus, the other tunnel is still growing, although much slower. So possibly we might be done within 2 months if this keeps up. Naruto nods as another group of clones are setting up temporary lights along the walls to provide new light for the next section. Well, I'm motivated and can throw clones at the problem. Turning back to the man, Naruto kept his grin up. Need to head back to Spring or do you need to stick around? Takoda shook his head. You're on the correct track and I haven't had to correct you at all. I should be getting back. Naruto nods again and turns to address a clone carrying some stone to the combined group of Ino and Yugo. Let the others know I'll be right back, gotta take our spring engineer back real quick. The clone saluted. Will do. Naruto grabbed the average-looking man and was gone in a flash, leaving behind the clone who rushed to deposit his load of stone before the pair of earth users who were converting the pile of rubble into usable bricks and stone slabs. Boss wants you to know he skipped out for a minute to take back that engineer. Ino nods while wiping her brow of sweat. Got it. How are we looking? Engineer says maybe 3 months max before we link up with the Spring group. Woo, that's fast. I guess we're all pretty motivated though. The clone wiggled its eyebrows. Any day with you Ino is pretty motivating. Ino blushed but waved him of, get going before I try to find out if a clone is durable or not. Cheeky clone rushing off with a laugh, Yugo finished converting a pile of rubble into a stack of usable slabs that several waiting clones began to rush off with. I did not realize how taxing this could be. Ino nodded, getting back into the swing of things. I didn't either until we started this. I tell you though, my reserves have never been larger. Guess construction and manual labor does wonders for chakra control and reserves, huh? Ino thought about that in terms of Gen and D rank missions. Was that what they were really about, working kids up to usable chakra reserves along with mental and physical preparation? Something to keep in mind, she guessed. Something tells me though Naruto will take it as a challenge and find a way to finish that sooner. Yugo looks at their pile beginning to dwindle and nods. Lord Naruto does seem to have an amazing level of focus when he has a task to complete. Ino nods, you don't know the half of it. Converter a new pile, she realized with a start they were finished for the moment while they waited for the next section of tunnel to be excavated. Hinata however was approaching them, a basket full of food in hand. I have lunch everyone. Where's the real Naruto? Ino waved her hand this way and that, dropping off the spring engineer and probably getting assaulted by Koyuki. He'll be back in a minute. Hinata giggled and sat down with the other two, beginning to hand out first thermos full of tea and then food. Today was hearty boar sandwiches. I'll need to start applying some new wind seals to the wall soon, but we've made great progress today. Yugo nodded. According to Naruto, we should be well under the country of hot springs by now. Ino sighed. Yeah, with Naruto's motivation we'll be meeting up with the spring group before we leave for Konoha and the daimyo visit. Guess that's a good thing though. Bridging the gap between spring and Yuzu would do wonders both for materials transport but as well as moving people. Uzushio was going to come back into the world strong and more advanced than ever if Naruto had his way. Ino was excited to see what that meant. Hinata sighed. I just hope we can convince Naruto to rest and take some time off. I know this is important to him but I don't want to see him wear himself out. Ino pointed at the pale-eyed girl. You're probably the best one of us to convince him to relax. Unless you want to tag team him? Ino wiggled her own eyes at the other girl, who giggled and shook her head. No. Though. Seeing a Naruto clone walk by, Hinata grabs it. Could you dispel Naruto to let him know he needs to eat? We have lunch here. Ah, can't I get some incentive to leave? How about some skin? Maybe we could go make out? Hinata rolls her eyes. Dispel and Naruto will in fact get something special when he returns. Yada. The clone dispelled, while Hinata just shook her head and turned back to the others. What are we going to do with him? Ino merely leered at all the clones, some curious as they rushed by during their assigned tasks. I have some ideas. Naruto himself flashed into the midst of their group, attracted to the seals attached to either Hinata or Ino. I'm here for food. Hinata was already shoving an overloaded sandwich into his hands. Eat, relax, then get back to it. We have lots of time thanks to your clones. Yugo shakes his head while the three talk and not so subtly flirt back and forth. He hadn't regretted joining this group since leaving the Sound. He had something new here. Something fulfilling. Taking a deep drink of his tea, food long finished, he wondered how that Sasami girl was doing. More than 100 miles away back in Yuzu, Karen is walking along with Tazuna as they inspect the construction site around the admin building. Nearly complete with the freed-up labor due to Naruto's clones, they were inside one of the lower levels inspecting a large map detailing the island nation. Karen is pointing along the coast. We can apply new defensive seals here and here, along with several barriers along these close channels to block off potential ninja invaders. Tazuna however points to several sections along the north and west. It'd probably be better to apply them here and here, wouldn't it? Konoha is west of this point and Lightning is north of this point. Karen thinks it over for a moment before nodding. Both of the sections Tazuna had pointed at were large rocky beaches that would weather erosion very well and wouldn't require much upkeep. I might need to borrow Ino and Yugo from Naruto for a bit soon. I have an idea for a new project dealing with our nation's defense. This of course piques Tazuna's interest. Ino and Yugo were part of the earth-moving team. What could Karen need with them? Want to clue an old man into what you're thinking? Karen thinks it over, leaning against his work table while around them the loud construction continues on. Well, with the Kamenu mask, I can imbue life into an object. I'm thinking of having Ino and Yugo build the likeness of great sea beasts and I can fill them with life and a goal: defend our home. Both a visual and physical deterrent, you know? Plus I was thinking of adding environmental seals to shroud the islands in a perpetual mist that never fades as another layer of protection. Tazuna wonders over that a bit, before pointing out a problem in his mind. Wouldn't people get suspicious about mythical monsters tearing apart ships? Maybe, but no ships come this way in the first place. All of our shipping is going through Wave and we plan to keep it that way. I guess we should come up with some defensive options for Wave. Tazuna thought that one over. Maybe later, once you go public about Uzushio returning to the world. Once that happens, maybe something very noticeable? Like water-based towers that can be manned by ninja. Karen somewhat likes that idea. Maybe we can add in projectile launchers from Spring. They've developed some interesting tech, you know? Could be useful. Yeah, that's true, would let normal people man the towers as well. Tazuna takes a minute to watch the girl think things over and write in a notepad carefully. So, here his meddling grandpa side was beginning to come out. When are you going to make a move on Naruto boy? At least I can tell you have some feelings for him. Karen blushes but waves the old man off. Well, there hasn't been time. Tazuna's deadpan look lets her know that she isn't going to misdirect or lie her way out of this one. I don't feel like I measure up to the others. They've all done something great or had some amazing experience with him. And me? One of his clones saved me during the Chunin exams in Konoha. I want to do something grand. I want to be able to stand just as tall as all the others, you know? Then I'll make my move. Tazuna sighs, reaching over and tussling the redhead's hair while she squeaks and tries to get away. This old man thinks you're overthinking things. It's your life, but maybe, live it a little spontaneously from time to time. Saying his piece and seeing they were all caught up with their updates, he waved and moved on to direct some workers who were looking lost. Karen herself is trying to control her blush as she thinks it over. Was she overthinking it? Possibly. At the same time, she just wanted to feel like she was actually adding to the group, doing something meaningful. Once she did that, well, then maybe she would feel worthy of the love Naruto had already expressed for her. Hyping herself up and adjusting her glasses, the girl turned to leave the slowly completing building. She had seals to place. Across the bay back in Wave, Tayuya is watching over Tsunami. Tsunami is as usual with her newly self-designated duties helping with the refugees at the aid station. Tsunami is however looking over her shoulder as she stands from reassuring a newly arrived family of 3 that things will be alright. I don't need a bodyguard. Tayuya shrugs, maybe. But we all said we would do our part. The others can do construction or work with seals. I'm good at fighting, and barriers if pressed. Tempering her usual crass language around the tranquil woman, Tayuya shared a tidbit of her inner self. Yuzu doesn't need a fighter right now, and Koyuki is taken care of with Kotoheim and Kin, so I'm here and watching over you instead. Tsunami however stands straight and dusts herself off, looking around and seeing she can relax for a while, things well at hand. What then, when the village is well and truly running on its own? What will you do then? Tayuya pauses as she thinks about that. Protecting Naruto was moot, he could level just about anyone if he wanted. They would surely train and have their own Yuzu ninja as well, so missions wouldn't be required of her for long. I don't know. Short term maybe help build a village police corps, or help with putting together an academy training program I guess. At minimum she knew how to train, so she could be useful that way. Tsunami watches the girl work through her thoughts, a frown developing on her own face. Wouldn't that just continue what you are doing now? Well yeah, but it's what I'm good at. I could teach a policing force to use barriers to protect people. Fighting skills to take care of rowdy civilians or drunk ninja. Tayuya thinks of her own past, along with Karen's and Naruto's. I don't want to see Uzushio fall again. If I can do anything to make sure that doesn't happen again, I'll do it. No matter how small an effort. She didn't want to see any more Uzushio children suffer like they did. Especially like she did. No one deserved that. Tsunami nods along with her sentiment, walking towards a newly arrived family of 4 that was settling into their temporary space before being placed either in Wave or Whirlpool. The family is clearly broken, no parents present. The oldest looked to be a teenager no older than 14. Storm gray eyes and a strong build, long hair and a ponytail, the boy fretted over his younger siblings while watching their surroundings. Tsunami could tell the boy wanted to go look for work, but didn't trust the staff here enough to leave the children to do so. They must have been through a lot to get here. Can I help you, young man? The boy shook his head quickly, eyeing both women cautiously. We're good, just settling in is all. Tayuya however has a frown on her face, still lost in her memories. Look, it's not my business. But the people here are good people. She focuses a bit more on the boy as he pays closer attention to her. You did your job. You got your family to safety and in one piece. Now your job is to find work so they can eat. Our job is to watch out for everyone here. Let us do our job, so you can do yours. How do I know I can trust any of you? The boy was quiet as one of the 3 sisters was sleeping, though the other 2 were wide awake and watching them. A lot has happened. Trusting others is dangerous. Tayuya nods, not hesitating before pulling up her shirt slightly and exposing a long scar along her side. I get it. Trust me. But these are good people here, they'll watch your sisters while you go find some work. And believe me, there's always some work around here. Even with Naruto's clones they still had so much to do. She'd have to remind the others to make Naruto take a day or 2 off. The boy really thought about it. Everyone here had been welcoming and inviting in a sincere way. This Kunoichi as well, she wasn't obligated to talk to him at all, obviously tasked with protecting the organizer here. That meant to him that she had no real reason to lie unless it was boredom, and he doubted that. Could you point me in the direction of some work then? I don't know much, but I know some ship work at least and some light construction. Tsunami chimes in now, a bright smile on her face. There's a job board over by the main doors, I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for there. The docks always need good strong hands. Nodding the boy again turns to Tayuya. I'm Ran. Thanks. For the pep talk. Tayuya waves him off, just watch out for the little ones. Tayuya watched him assure his siblings before wandering off. Tayuya too watched him go before she was met with 3 smiling faces. Wasn't the third one sleeping? The next oldest, a girl with long hair down to her knees tied into a low ponytail, bows to Tayuya. Big sis? Will you be around to play with us while we're here? The sleepy one is already next to a flustered Tayuya, clamping a hand onto her new blue tunic. Could we nap together instead? I'm still sleepy. The girl looked ready to fall back asleep any second. The third, hair cut in a shorter Heim cut, with bright green eyes, was holding up a picture book. Could you read us a book then? You're not busy, right? Right? Clearly flustered but not wanting to say no right away, Tayuya looked to Tsunami for help, who promptly dashed her hopes like waves on the rocks at their shore. Well, would you look at that, I think I have some personal business to attend to. Tayuya, why don't you stay here and watch this group for a while until I return? Now wait a minute, hey wait. Tsunami holds a finger to her lips and silences the girl. You think all you have is fighting. Maybe. Just maybe, you have other callings in life besides that. It isn't as if you have explored all of your options just yet. Try this out, for just a while. Then she was gone, trailing along to another group of refugees while Tayuya was pulled down to sit among the group of brown-haired green-eyed girls. No, big sis, your hair is really pretty. Did you make it red or is it usually red? Big sis here, here's the book please. Sleepy. Head in Tayuya's lap, the third sister was already dozing back off. Beyond flustered, Tayuya switched to thinking of this as a mission to try and calm herself down, taking the book and beginning to read as softly as she could while the two awake siblings cuddled on up to her. She wasn't comfortable with this at first, but soon she began to think maybe Tsunami was right. This was nice. Healing in a way. Plus at least with these kids she wasn't so bored. In spring, Koyuki is in her office while Kotoheim is at her right shoulder and Kin is standing at her left. Sitting at a desk off to the left is Sandeo, going through files she had yet to read just yet. Their workload had been getting larger as of yet, and again Koyuki lamented not having Naruto as an official Kage just yet. At least then she could have him shoulder a bit of the burden. Today however had all occupants of the room united over one sore topic. Kotoheim had noted that several chakra sensors had picked up a known signature. Jiraiya the Toad Sage had been sighted in spring. Koyuki sighs, knowing this day was bound to happen but had hoped it might have been much later. I know you both are new to our group, but we can't let Jiraiya know that we know anything about Naruto or where he had gone. Which means we'll need to get word to him soon to warn him. Kotoheim bows lightly. I can warn Naruto right away through the seal, if it's that urgent? Seeing Koyuki nod, Kotoheim starts to leave for her task. Return soon, sister. Kin's voice rings out, still not 100% back to her normal self, but slowly getting there. Kotoheim pauses, turning back and hugging her sister. It's just a quick errand. I won't even be leaving the mansion. After then Kotoheim is soon gone and out of the doorway to find the Hiratian tag in the common room. Left behind, Kin is silent while Koyuki thinks to herself as she rifles through her paperwork. Kin, how are you adjusting to life here? She didn't know much about the newcomer to the group, but she seemed like a sweet girl. My memory isn't perfect by any measure. I am better than when I first woke all the same. And I hope to restart my training and catch up to the others soon. I don't want to continue to be a burden. Koyuki smiles to herself. You aren't a burden. In fact, I very much enjoy your company. So please do not think yourself as such. I hope you meet your goals, but please don't push yourself harder than you need to. Healing is your first priority. I appreciate the concern. Kin had been trying to model herself more after her big sister. Strong and skilled, elegant, beauty personified. She had a long way to go, but she'd get there one day. Thank you, however, for allowing me to heal and stay with you. Koyuki waves her off. Honestly, thank Naruto. If not for him we wouldn't have been able to remove the seals from you, and I can't imagine what we would have had to do to you then. If we even could have broken you from those seals' grasp. Kin knew the chance of that without a seal master. So she also knew exactly where she would have ended up after the hypothetical first and most like horrendous attempt. Before she gets a chance to say anything, Kotoheim glides back into the room. Naruto is notified and has informed me that they will not be returning to Spring until they know for sure that Jiraiya has left Spring. Kotoheim did pull a handful of scrolls from the inner workings of her yukata. He did give me several scrolls with instructions to add them to the chakra sensors around the mansion grounds. Supposedly these will allow the sensors to see through Jiraiya's concealment jutsu. Good. Koyuki nods and turns to her oldest advisor and friend, Sandeo. Can you call up a couple squads of Spring Ninja? I have a job for them. She hoped her ninja could place them properly with just the instructions given to them from Naruto. Sandeo stands and leaves to attend to the task, knowing they had a few squads on hand at all times on the lower floors. Kotoheim sighs as she returns to Koyuki's side. I wish I could have dragged Naruto here. He could use the time off. Sounds like an attempt from a lazy person to be lazy. Kin snipes quietly at her sister. Sister dear, really, I'm not so boorish. Koyuki snorted, if we left you and Naruto alone in a broom closet, you'd probably have your clothes off before we even closed the door. Kodohime huffs, it's not my fault Naruto is just so amazing and hot. Koyuki does consider that, I wouldn't mind a little more time with him as well. Kin thinks on that, the tall one, Yugo, is more interesting I think. Though she was mumbling to herself, both older women heard her. Oh ho, so my dear sister has eyes for the gentle giant? So quick as well. Waving her hand she missed Koyuki giggling, no it's not like that. So you say. Maybe we should lock you in a broom closet with him to find out. Kodohime had missed being able to tease her sister. She'd have to thank Naruto again for this opportunity. Something personal. B. The dawn of a new day finds the focus switched to the mission-bound Team 7 from Konoha. Having reached the landmark bridge that they themselves had defended, most of the team was in high spirits. Sakura was nudging Sasuke while pointing at the bridge, it really is an impressive thing isn't it? Sasuke heaved a sigh but nodded along, Tazuna really did an amazing job. He was looking ahead however to a statue that looked like it had copies of the original Team 7 formation. It that us? The group walked up to inspect memorial, reading the inscription and having their own thoughts. Kakashi sits back, still very proud of his genin team that apparently had motivated a country to truly take back their future if the procession of people in and out of the main gate was anything to go by. Seems Wave acknowledged you as a team. Sasuke sat back with a small smile on his face, more like they acknowledged Naruto, that idiot. I hope he gets to see this one day. He notes Sai has his art pad out, sketching the memorial and the bridge. Sakura nods, one way or another, when we see him again we'll drag him here so he can see it for himself. He has a bridge named after him now. Oh god, like his ego needs another boost. Shit. You're right. What do you think he'll do? Sasuke pointed to his headband, knowing him? Probably drag the council here and rub it in their faces. Sakura giggles and nods, either that or find a way to make a bridge-shaped explosion. Kakashi motions for the team to get moving, come now, we still have some ground to cover. We are here for a mission after all. Getting everyone walking again, he watches as Sai leans forward while putting his art pad away. This was an amazing accomplishment. You should be proud. Sasuke and Sakura both nod, though Sasuke is the one who answers, it was a hard mission. We learned a lot from it and it was probably the first time we really came together as a team properly. Sakura nudged the boy again, Naruto did nearly die saving you. I wanted to forget that part. He was being completely honest about that as well. Some nights when he was alone, he could still feel Naruto's blood on his face, that dark socket that used to hold his obliterated eye staring at him crying red tears. If Naruto didn't have the Kyuubi sealed within him, he probably wouldn't have been a ninja after that. They all probably wouldn't have made it through that mission without Naruto if Sasuke was being honest about it. Kakashi however frowns as he feels something crawl over his skin. It's gone within moments but he resolves to keeping an eye out for anything out of place while they were here beyond what their mission asked. Walking into town and being met with bright and focused faces, Team 7 can already note that this is a busy port town. It was the exact opposite of what they had originally been met with during their last mission here. It was so different in fact that Sasuke and Sakura wanted to explore a bit on their own. Sai in his own way is curious as well but doesn't voice an opinion. Kakashi leans down to the genin to speak with them quietly, I think it's best if we stick together for now though I suppose we can explore for a little while. Kakashi was paying attention to the fact that several vendors seemed to be paying close attention to their headbands. To the older Leaf Nin it was much more than normal curiosity and further twisted something in his gut. His instincts were telling him something was going on. Letting Sakura and Sasuke lead the way while dragging a bored-looking Sai along, Kakashi followed them quietly. First stop through the busy marketplace is the dock area where the team watches the coming and going of some truly massive ships all in some state of either being unloaded or loaded of goods. Out in the distance they could see fishing boats moving about and working, but beyond that there was a wall of mist that was stubbornly refusing to clear even with the heat of the day. Sakura however was looking at a recurring logo on several of the warehouses that matched with some that were visible on the largest of the container ships, looks like Wave took over Gato's empire. Wonder what that logo means though, it was the image of a blue Oni mask with a background of waves. Kakashi shrugged, with as busy as the port as it would explain all of the civilian movements in and out of Wave. Work here must be pretty steady. Sasuke watched idly as a fit-looking pigtailed boy helped load a waiting transport cart with a crew of older men. Refugee must be. Looking away Sasuke wondered how Tazuna and his family were doing. Should we try to track down Tazuna? Maybe he's heard something? Kakashi smiled behind his mask, that's a good idea, I think I remember the way well enough. Let's go. Plan set the group continued on, walking away from the docks and making their way back onto the main road. From there the flow of people thinned out, though there was a healthy amount of people within a large warehouse just off the main road they were walking on. Large sign along its front proclaiming it an aid station. Sakura turned to the others. We should check in here. Refugees would have more information, right? Seeing her teammates look at each other before shrugging and nodding, they changed directions and made to head inside the station. They were stopped however by an official-looking person holding a clipboard and a name tag proclaiming her name as Akari. Short brown hair done up in a high ponytail, the woman was just shy of Kakashi's height. I'm sorry, but our rules require all ninja either stay away or register with the appropriate aid providers. Sure, ninja could disguise themselves, but they had seals just for those situations. Kakashi waved a hand. Sorry, we're just passing through. My student has some medical training and was thinking of offering her help. A heavily muscled man walked from inside to move past the apparent coordinator. You okay, Miss Akari? I'm fine, Bruno. Don't you have work to get to? Yes, ma'am. Dark eyes roamed over the ninja before shrugging. Beginning to walk away, the man waved to Akari. Peace to you, Bruno. Fallen willing. Soon he was lost in the crowd and Akari turned her attention back to the ninja. We have strict guidelines we must follow. Akari was eyeing the pink-haired girl who was walking forward. Akari slid a finger close to a seal on the clipboard's front that was unseen to the ninja. Sakura caught on quickly to her sensei's thinking, nodding along and showing off her medical bag. I can help treat wounded or the sick if you don't mind and need the help. I have medical ninja training. Akari however shook her head while bowing, hands coming away from the panic seal. My apologies, again, we can't accept aid from unknown ninja, please understand. We have things well at hand here. Kakashi could see the reasoning behind not letting random ninja into an aid station. They were from one of the major villages however, that had to carry some weight. He wouldn't press the issue nonetheless. That's all right, we should continue to our destination. Come along, Sakura. Dejected, the pink-haired girl nodded and left with her team. Kakashi quietly looked over his shoulder, Akari watching them for a moment before returning back through the open warehouse doors. No one else seemed to follow them or watch them. It was odd that she moved on them so quickly. Perhaps they were already prepared to see them? Moving away from the main hub of activity, the team made their way into the suburbs. Thankfully the team did remember their way because they were soon before Tezuna's home and knocking on the door. Waiting and hearing footsteps, they were greeted by a surprised Tsunami who happily hailed them inside before closing the door behind them. Welcome back, Team 7. It's great you're able to visit us. Tsunami looked between them all before her eyes landed on Sai. Oh, who's this? Did something happen to Naruto? As the team was seated around the table and offered refreshments, Kakashi said about answering that question, there have been some things going on, but Naruto is well, had to take a little break is all. Oh, well, that eye injury must have been serious. I hope he's doing better. Tsunami grinned internally while she poured tea for everyone. This was fun. I'm sure then you've seen the bridge. Did you like the statue? Sakura gushes a bit. You can't let Naruto see that, it'll go all to his head. Sasuke shakes his head. That's her way of saying she likes it too. Hush you. Tsunami laughs at their antics for a bit before seating herself at the head of the table. What brings you around these parts? Not another dangerous mission, I hope. Kakashi looks around but doesn't sense anyone else in the home. Is Tezuna out? Eyes wide, Tsunami thumps the table as if remembering something important. Father has been called for a very good job recently off the island. He said it's going to be long-term, so I don't expect him back for a long while yet. Inari decided to go along. He wants to learn how to be a super builder just like my father. Smiling, the older woman shrugged. Boys. Sakura nods along sagely while Sasuke groans about know-it-all women. The elbow to his gut is well earned in retrospect. Kakashi ignores them. We're actually investigating some rumors. Do you know who's in control of Gato's shipping company now? Tsunami seems to think that one over, finger to her chin. Well, Wave took control of it not long after you left. We've had a financier come in recently to help with some funding. We've painted his seal in several notable places as a show of thanks. Kakashi frowned. Are you sure this isn't another Gato situation? Tsunami shook her head. You've seen our town. No, it's nothing like that time. We're all very happy here and thriving. With all the business though we've been taking in refugees and migrants. It's all been so overwhelming. No lie there, things had been so busy lately. While she wouldn't be after Naruto's affections, a back rub did sound amazing once in a while. Kakashi relaxed a bit into his seat, so the increased civilian movements were related to the ports then. Maybe they could try to find some shipping logs? See where things were headed? No. That'd lead to potential conflict, which wasn't what they were here for. Well, that's good to see. Busy means you're thriving after all. Tsunami smiles brightly at that. Very true. To be alive is to thrive. How are things for your group, or is it secret ninja business? Kakashi shakes his head. Well, I can't tell you much about the village, but these two here. Kakashi motions to his resident lovebird students, started dating. Sakura blushes hotly. Hey, that's our business to tell. Sasuke plants his face into the table as tsunami begins to gush over the two. Leave it to Kakashi to throw them under the bus. Sai leans over to Kakashi. She's very excitable. Kakashi agrees. It's an improvement from how things were before. This was a rundown place when we first arrived. It's good to see them up and on their feet. They spend an hour catching tsunami up as much as they can with their going-ons and business. Soon, however, they have to leave and Kakashi is ushering them out. He'd like to make good time back to the village. Things were normal here, and while his instincts were prickling, there was nothing out of the ordinary that they could see. Genin leaving through the door, Kakashi is forced to pause as Tsunami comes up to him from behind, a scroll passing into a pouch on his vest. Her breath was hot on his ear. Thank you, for what you did for Naruto. Within a moment she was gone, back in the hallway and waving them all away, Kakashi wanting to turn back and demand what she knew. That tone, it wasn't just a thanks towards an attentive sensei. No. She knew something and he wasn't sure just what it was. Even so, things in his mind were beginning to line up, everything that had been bugging him through their visit coming to mind, and he nodded to her slowly. He wouldn't get answers now, but maybe later. The team makes their way back towards the bridge, their report going to show that everything was normal here. Across the strait and nestled in a quiet home unknown to the Leaf Ninja team, Naruto and Hinata are relaxing together on a borrowed couch in the second story of the condo. Their entire team had been given use of this two-story condo until the admin building was completed. Tazuna had mentioned to the group that the upper floors would actually be their future living quarters and to look forward to it. Naruto had faith it would be amazing if Tazuna was designing it himself. Leaning further into the couch, Naruto took a deep breath before releasing it tiredly. How long do you think it'll take the others to grab food? Hinata smiled. Between Ino, Tayuya, and Karen? It'll take them half an hour just to decide what to get. Poor Yugo being used as manual labor. The larger boy had been adamant however about guarding the three. Naruto couldn't dissuade him and decided to let it go. Hinata took the chance to lean into his side and cuddle into him. This is nice though. We haven't had much time to relax. Naruto nods, an arm coming around and settling onto her shoulders. I know I'm pushing hard. After this and the trip to Konoha I promise we'll relax and ease up at least for a few months. I'll do whatever you girls want. Hinata giggled and looked up into his eyes. Careful Naruto, never know what we'll want from you. She reached up, tracing the scar along his left temple. It was nearly gone now, his enhanced healing was truly something. Naruto smiles. For you? I'll do anything. He's quiet for a moment as his mind wanders. You know. I want to say thank you. For believing in me and coming along. You had faith in me before anyone else. I hope I can keep making you proud. Hinata just shakes her head. I would follow you anywhere anytime. I'll be the moon to your sun. She leans up, kissing him softly before pulling away with a blush. A look passes between the two, before Naruto takes the initiative and pulls her into him, kissing her deeply. Tongues twist against each other, and Hinata rolls over to climb into his lap to have more access to him. Hands on his chest, she spreads his jacket open slightly. Naruto himself slides his hands up and down her sides. As they break away from their kiss for a moment, a strange heat between the two, he merely watches the blushing and panting girl above him. Carefully, slowly, he begins to move his hands up further. Gently cupping her chest, they lean in to continue their make-out session before they hear the downstairs door begin to open. Groaning as they both freeze, Hinata places her hands over his to keep him from moving. Hinata, they're back. Hinata has a strange look in her eye, before she presses his hands harder into her. I guess, we can continue this later then? Naruto nods as Hinata finally releases him and stands, body tingling in a pleasant way. Yeah. Later. He stands right after her, heading towards the door with her. Hinata leans over a bit, pulling one side of her orange tank top aside and showing off some skin. Like I said. I'm here for you, now and always. Once our new home is complete, maybe we can break it in. Naruto pauses for a moment before deciding he needed to take some more initiative. He pulls the girl into his arms again. One soul-searing kiss later, Naruto is pulling away from the overheated and frozen girl. Keep that up, and I'll break you in on every surface available. Leaving the girl to figure herself out, Naruto descended the stairs to find the others. Now that was a good feeling. It'd be better if you walked back in there and finished the job. It's called patience, you should work on that. I deal with you, I think I get some consideration for that alone. What are you trying to say? Naruto was now downstairs and watching as Ino and Tayuya argued over some absolutely insane food portion sizes. Were they feeding an army? At least Yugo looked content at the table, happily munching away on something deep-fried. That dealing with you is like trying to herd mentally deficient cats, that are sick and maybe missing limbs. That was detailed. Not my best work. Also, incoming. Whoa! Naruto missed the orange and blue blur that tackled him from the stairway and laid him out. He didn't miss the chaos that followed as the rest of the girls tried to get in on the dog pile. Well, at least his life wasn't boring.